shit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wait.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that will bring it down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. That'll rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this place. Rock this
From the beginning. Okay, now.
Are you ready?
on the corner where the big boys play.
We are live in 30 seconds. एक आया था मैसेज
मेरे को टच अप कर
A very good afternoon to everybody out there. My name is Raja Mukherjee. Well, times may be uncertain, but one thing that remains true, there is a simple power in people to come together to share knowledge and build a strong community towards the same goal. I would like to invite all of you for the 8th edition of Edutainment Show Live 2020, Asia's largest design and media education festival. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, my name is Raja Mukherjee. It's a pleasure to meet you. Edutainment Live 2020 is a 10-day education seminar with 150 plus industry stalwarts sharing insights through webinars and panels and workshops every single day. We've hosted 7 seasons of this show since 2013, and through the participation of several institutes and several accomplished industry experts in the past, we have proudly guided lakhs of students through exciting career choices in creative studies. We strive to continue our tradition and year after year coming at you. Ladies and gentlemen, this year is no different, and we are hosting a virtual edutainment show. This edition is all over the world on the World Wide Web. And as you know, it started on the 11th and it goes on till the 20th of June 2020. One request, if you've not, and if your friends have not, what you need to do is there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously as we speak. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. Make sure you repeat this to your friends because you definitely do not want to have them miss out on such an amazing opportunity to see such amazing people, panelists, and every type of education coming across to you. Well, it's about time. It's about time. You're waiting for this, and I will only let you know what time it is. Today, we are going to have the first panel discussion on impact of COVID-19 on your music career. What now? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, impact of COVID-19 on your music career. What now is what we are going to be talking about. And this session is moderated by none other than Mr. Tarsum Mittal, founder, TM Talent Management. Woo! A round of applause wherever you are. Hold up, I got some audience right here. I'll make sure they clap for him as well while he's entering.
Woo!
That's cool.
And joining Tarsum Mittal, I've got none other than the one and only Nakash Aziz, music composer and singer. Make some noise for Nakash, everybody. Everybody in the studio, make some noise for him. Come on.
All right.
Katil hai, dhamal hai.
And joining Nakash, we've got none other than Miss Nikita Gandhi, singer, writer, performer. A round of applause for Nikita as well. Come on, everybody.
Lorbo, jeetbo re.
Joining Dave Negi, playback singer, performer, song writer.
Ooh.
Let's go. And last but not the least, Miss Himani Kapoor, singer and performer. A thunderous round of applause.
Jai Haryana, Jai Haryana.
Now that I have all of you present here, it's only right I hand it over to the one and only Mr. Tarsum Mittal. How are you doing, Tarsum?
भाई मैं ठीक हूँ, कोशिश कर रहा हूँ अच्छा रहने की. आप ठीक हैं?
Over to you, sir. Take it on.
Thank you, Raja, for a great introduction.
Thank you so much.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
सबसे पहले सारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. जितनी बार भी मौका मिलता है कि हम स्टूडेंट्स के साथ इंटरेक्ट कर सकते हैं, मेरे ख्याल से हम लोग वापस थोड़ी सी अपनी जवानी वाले दिनों में आ जाते हैं. आप चारों तो फिर भी जवान हो, मैं थोड़ा सा एजेड होने लगा हूँ, तो बड़ा मजा आता है स्टूडेंट्स के बीच में रहने का. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, नकाश, देव, निकिता, हिमानी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. और जैसा आपको पता है कि आज का हमारा सब्जेक्ट है कि कोविड-19 का आपके करियर, म्यूजिकल करियर पे क्या इफेक्ट पड़ा है. हम कोशिश करेंगे, हम आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे कि जितने भी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, वो सारे स्टूडेंट्स इंडस्ट्री के बहुत डिटेल्ड टर्म्स नहीं जानते होंगे. आप जितना उनको सिंपल भाषा में समझा पाओगे उतना बेहतर होगा. और हम हम मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि मैं शुरुआत किससे करूं, तो मैं अल्फाबेटिकली शुरुआत करता हूं निकिता से।
वाह।
ठीक है।
Oh no.
करेक्ट।
नहीं, H हिमानी.
NACDEFG करेक्ट।
तो निकिता, निकिता आपका जो एक जनरल दिन था 3 महीने पहले, थ्री मंथ्स बिफोर द कोविड हैज एक्चुअली हिट, एंड अभी मुझे हमको पूरी ऑडियंस को दोनों दिन में आपको बताओ कि 24 घंटा कैसे बीतता था आपका, पहले और अभी।
पहले तो ऑफ कोर्स बहुत ट्रैवल करते थे हम लोग भी. आर लाइफ स्टाइल एंड आर डेली साइकिल बायोलॉजिकल रिदम बहुत उबड़ खाबड़ था, बिकॉज वी वुड नॉट एवरी डे वुड नॉट बी द सेम. एक दिन बहुत ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं तो दूसरी दिन कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो तीसरी दिन मतलब खाना खाना ही भूल गए क्योंकि इतना बिजी है. तो यूजुअली दैट इज अ लाइफ ऑफ अ म्यूजिशियन. इट्स वेरी एवरी डे इज डिफरेंट. बट अभी एक चीज जो I really appreciate during the lockdown, like I'll start with something positive, that we've really been able to have more control over our sleep cycle and over our खाना पीना. बाहर का खाना इतना नहीं खा रहे, घर पे मतलब अपने आप कुक करके अपने वेजिटेबल्स धो के खा रहे हैं. That is I a blessing in disguise in the situation, क्योंकि हम लोग really अपनी हेल्थ की देखभाल कर रहे हैं. That's really important. That's something that musicians don't usually do and it's very hard to do. So that's one positive thing that has happened.
So आप ये बोलना चाहते हैं कि आपने जिंदगी में बहुत धोखे खाए हैं?
मतलब बहुत बहुत कुछ करना पड़ा जो शायद which we are not in control of. एक middle of the night recording में जाना, we can't really plan our days because a lot of things happen unplanned, a lot of things happen spontaneously. But right now we are able to plan, so it's more healthy for our bodies for sure. And I really feel कि post COVID ये चीज maintain कर सकते हैं at least.
So
कि हम
to
लोग
sum it
थोड़ा
up, you are
discipline
saying that you are able to focus on your health and you're
a
more
little
control
more,
on
yes.
sleep cycle. Again, going alphabetically, we'll ask Dev. Dev, how has your things changed for you? कैसे मतलब आपका दिन पहले बीतता था और अभी बीतता है?
पहले यार हम लोग प्लानिंग करते थे, बट अभी प्लानिंग कोई और कर रहा है. अभी हमारे हाथ में कुछ नहीं है.
Well said, well said.
तो मैंने जो किया है, मुझे कुकिंग का बहुत शौक है, तो मैंने इतने तरीके के खाने और जायके अपने घर पे बनाए इस दौरान कि मुझे अपने वो जो मैं अपना पैशनेट कुक हूँ, अपने मेरे को लगता है ऐसा कि मैं एक अच्छा ठीक ठाक बना लेता हूँ. तो वो मैंने एक्सप्लोर करने की कोशिश की और जितना हो सके पॉजिटिविटी में रह के उन चीजों को करके, चाहे वो गाना थोड़ा बहुत सीख लिया या फिर कुकिंग कर ली बहुत सारी, या फिर वेब सीरीज देख लिए. पहले उतने नहीं देख पाता था क्योंकि काम इतना होता था. बट अगर इसका एक सही साइड देखें तो ये सब चीजें हमारे काम आई इस दौरान, जो कि
So cooking, गाने बनाना और binge watching of your favorite shows. Correct. अब अल्फाबेटिकली अब तो जोक चलेगा नहीं, तो अब हम स्टेट वाइज चलते हैं. हम चलते हैं मुंबई में. हिमानी से पूछते हैं. हिमानी
जी.
how does your day have changed? First of all, sorry, जय हरियाणा. Okay.
जय हरियाणा. जी, तो मैं मुंबई से हरियाणा में आ गई हूँ कोविड-19 के चलते अपनी फैमिली के पास. तो भाई कोविड-19 जब नहीं स्टार्ट हुआ था उसके पहले मेरे ऊपर एक जो सबसे बड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है वो है मेरी डॉटर. तो उसके साथ भी मैं काफी बिजी रहती थी. उसकी क्लासेस, उसके लिए भी बाहर निकलना बार-बार और अपने काम पे भी ध्यान देना. वही अगेन लाइक निकिता सेड, ट्रैवल बहुत करना और कोलैबोरेशंस वगैरह. खैर वो तो अब भी हो रही हैं और अब ज्यादा हो रही हैं कोलैबोरेशंस. तो इसका फायदा जो कोविड-19 का जो हुआ है वो ये है कि सब लोग अपने घर पे बैठ करके इसका पूरा फायदा ही उठा रहे हैं कि कोलैबोरेशंस कर रहे हैं, अपनी क्रिएटिविटी यूज कर रहे हैं, नई-नई चीजें निकाल रहे हैं. एटलीस्ट मैं तो कर रही हूँ. निकिता का मैंने देखा 21 डेज लगातार उसने every day she was, even Nakash for that matter. So yeah, I think positive changes ज्यादा हैं, I would say.
Wow. Thanks for saying that. मतलब this is the first panel in these many months I'm doing where I haven't heard anything negative yet. So which is a great sign. Thank you so much for being positive, guys. And last but not the least, Nakash Sahib, how has it changed your life?
Yeah, it has really changed my life, like बहुत ज्यादा एक्चुअली. मैं सबसे बड़ा मेरा जो डिस्कवरी है इस इस लॉकडाउन में बेसिकली इस लॉकडाउन में रमजान हुआ था, और मैंने आज तक अपनी लाइफ में कभी रोजे नहीं रखे, लाइक सारे रोजे नहीं रखे। बट इस लॉकडाउन में जब मुझे पता चला कि रमजान लॉकडाउन में हो रहा है, तो मुझे लगा अरे बाप रे, मैं कैसे करूंगा। तो पता नहीं कैसे तो हो गया, और एक अजीब सा एक शेड्यूल बन गया था उस टाइम पे, लाइक सुबह 4:30 बजे सहरी के लिए उठना, और पूरा अजीब अजीब पैराडाइम शिफ्ट हो गया था बेसिकली। और प्रेयर करना स्टार्ट किया मैंने, तो वो भी रेगुलर हो गया। और मतलब कैसे बोलूं, आई थिंक जो सुकून मिल रहा है वो चीज करके, क्योंकि ऐसा लग रहा है कि पहली बार लाइफ में कुछ सही कर रहा हूँ मैं।
Oh, so you are able to explore your spiritual side.
यस, इन अ
Anything
वेरी
else?
खतरनाक वे।
Anything else which has like changed, which is like different from a normal day? To...
बेसिकली तो क्या है, घर पे हम लोग, आई एम वेरी मच यूज्ड टू, लाइक आई हैव बीन वेरी यूज्ड टू स्टेइंग इन अ रूम बाय माई सेल्फ मेकिंग म्यूजिक। सो उस वे में तो नथिंग रियली चेंज्ड। आई थिंक आई गॉट टू स्पेंड लॉट ऑफ टाइम विद माय पेरेंट्स, बट व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड डूइंग म्यूजिक, तभी भी आई यूज्ड टू वर्क आउट ऑफ होम ओनली। तो रूम से काम करना वाज नॉट अ बिग, लाइक ऐसा कुछ नया एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था। इनफैक्ट मेरी स्मोकिंग कम हो गई, इफ आई कैन से दैट। नहीं, सॉरी, लेट मी जस्ट, स्मोकिंग कम हो गई मेरी, और या और काफी काफी बैड हैबिट्स ना के बराबर हो गए। सो लेट्स होप दैट कंटिन्यूज।
ओह सुपर। प्रकाश, आपसे अगला सवाल भी पूछते हैं कि आपके रेवेन्यू में, बिजनेस में कितना फर्क आया है? मतलब अगर जस्ट फॉर एग्जांपल, यू डोंट हैव टू बी स्पेसिफिक, अगर पहले आप महीने में 100 रुपए की इनकम करते थे, तो कोविड के बाद हाउ मच इट इज इम्पैक्ट, हाउ मच इन टर्म्स ऑफ परसेंटेज, सो दैट इट इज इजियर फॉर ऑडियंस टू अंडरस्टैंड।
अगर ऐसा देखने जाओ तो लाखों का नुकसान तो हुआ है, यू कैन से,
हाँ,
बिकॉज देयर यूज्ड टू बी अ लॉट ऑफ डबिंग्स, which which was one of the primary,
सोर्स फॉर
we
यू।
can say, yeah, like I do television music for television, I do playback, and gigs happen normally towards the end of the month, and ऐसा I think mid time I don't really know कि ऐसा बहुत ज्यादा gigs होते हैं क्या नहीं। बट वही डबिंग्स तो इट लाइक ऑलमोस्ट बिकेम जीरो। खाली फोन आते थे कि कोरोना के लिए गाना बना रहे हैं हम लोग, तो दैट वाज वो बहुत कॉमन हो गया था वो चीज, कि हम लोग कोरोना के लिए गाना बना रहे हैं, हम देश के लिए एक गाना बनाएंगे एंड ऑल दैट। तो ऐसे बहुत बहुत रिकॉर्डिंग किया। और बिगिनिंग में क्या, माइक वाइक कुछ नहीं था यार, तो फोन पे ही कर रहा था। तो मुझे लगा अभी यही जिंदगी हो गई, हो जाएगी। मुझे लगा कि अभी
न्यू
किसी
नॉर्मल।
पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के गाना गाएंगे विदाउट टेक्नोलॉजी।
बट आपने फिर भी मेरी बात का बहुत मतलब बहुत ही स्मार्टली जवाब नहीं दिया कि पहले अगर आप 100 रुपए इनकम करते थे, तो अभी आपकी इनकम कितनी कम हुई है? मतलब व्हाट इज द इम्पैक्ट, कि 50 हुई है, 20 हुई है, 10 हुई है, मतलब जस्ट इन अ परसेंटेज।
दो 2 रुपए।
तो यू सेइंग 98% इज योर इम्पैक्ट ऑन द रेवेन्यू।
आई थिंक सो
Yes.
यार। मेरे को यार, यार मतलब मैंने कुछ काम ही नहीं किया तो कमाऊंगा क्या? मतलब यही सब देश हित में, जनहित में ही किया है सब।
Good, good.
Dave, how has this affected you in terms of your revenue? 98%, are you sure?
98 तो मतलब पहले अगर
How
100
is
का
it?
आप मान रहे हो तो -100 कर लो आप।
क्या कर लो?
-100, 100
Oh, wow.
कर दो आप।
So it's almost negligible. That's
हाँ,
if we have to say, it's almost negligible. Correct.
क्योंकि
Uh,
टीवी बंद हो चुका है, फिल्में नहीं बन रही हैं, जो पुरानी फिल्में बनी हैं वो अटकी पड़ी हैं, एड्स कुछ बन रहे हैं। बीच में एक एड किया था मैंने, और बस वही चल रहा है खाली। और जो भाई ने बताया कि अभी देश हित में, जनहित में, वही वाले चल रहे हैं फोन पे। और मेरे पास तो चलो एक छोटा सा है, उनके पास भी सेटअप है, बट वो उनका स्टूडियो अलग है शायद में भी, है ना, घर से।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
हाँ, तो मेरे तो घर में एक छोटा सा सेटअप है, तो उसी पे छोटे से माइक पे करके दे देता था, वो भी देश हित में, जनहित में। और बाकी अभी जो आशा है वो मेरी एड्स पे ही है आगे जो, क्योंकि एड्स बनेंगे, क्योंकि लोगों को अपना माल तो बेचना ही ना, प्रोडक्ट अपना बेचना है मार्केट में। तो वो भी एक छोटी सी दिल है, छोटा सा, छोटी सी आशा बस।
और बड़ी सी लता।
Thanks for being so honest. Himani, how has it impacted you?
If you ask कि पहले मैं 100 रुपीज कमा रही थी तो मैं अभी 20 तो कमा रही हूँ.
I know you will be able to answer this. You are great in mathematics. I know this. So you're gonna bang on be precise about it.
So I have explored my ghazal and Sufi side. मतलब not that कि मैं पहले नहीं गाती थी. अभी क्या है कि अभी उस पर फोकस इंक्रीज हुआ है. तो वो मैंने जब पोस्ट वगैरह करना शुरू किया तो ऑटोमेटिकली उसके ऑडियंसेस अप्रोच करने लगे डायरेक्ट. तो मैंने जूम पे ही ऐसे ही प्राइवेट शोज करने स्टार्ट किए हैं.
Wow.
जिसमें गजलें और सूफी ही गाती हूँ. और उसमें मैं रिक्वेस्ट भी लेने पड़ते हैं. जैसे 16 गजलें भी याद की हैं मैंने एक इवेंट के लिए. तो अब जब अच्छा अमाउंट मिलेगा तो फिर क्यों नहीं, व्हाई नॉट.
नहीं बट आप
और कुछ सीखने को भी मिलेगा वो अलग.
हिमानी
जी.
आपसे मुझे बहुत उम्मीद थी. आपने भी नकाश की तरह मेरा क्वेश्चन डॉज किया. मेरा सवाल ये था कि आपका रेवेन्यू पे इम्पैक्ट कितना है, कि अगर पहले आप 100 रुपए इनकम करते थे तो हाउ मच आर यू अर्निंग नाउ? इज इट
I'm earning 20 to 30.
So there's a 70 to 80% loss in revenue, correct?
जी जी
To be precise. Yeah.
जी.
Thank you. And मैं आपसे ये गजल वाला सवाल, अभी नेक्स्ट सवाल आपसे यही पूछने वाला हूँ. I'll just finish with Nikita and I'm going to stay with that. Nikita, कि की
So
होएছে?
should I also straight away dodge, then keep the theme going? No, of course, it's very obvious that everybody has, been impacted negatively financially.
Sure,
Uh,
100%.
but
Yeah.
but and of course more than half, everybody is going to be 70-80%, even for me. But I think what is interesting about the time that we're in is that, especially for different kinds of musicians, like everybody has a different pool of talent. Like Himani has a special set of talents which are her. And so that will affect her market. Nakash also composes, he also does TV, so he might not, like for example, might not be affected so much. But one thing that I really found valuable in this time, like a good lesson from what happened, is that one should have, number one, more than one talent. बिकॉज एक तो हम लोगों ने ये जो घर पे स्टूडियो बनाया, जब बना रहे थे तो मुझे लगा यार कि क्यों इतना खर्चा कर रहे हैं, क्यों घर पे घर बना रहे हैं, वैसे भी किसी के स्टूडियो पे जाके हम लोग रिकॉर्ड करते हैं. बट आई थिंक इट्स रियली इंपॉर्टेंट टू बी सेल्फ सफिशिएंट इन एनी केस, एंड दिस वाज द बिगेस्ट लेसन फॉर दैट if you are self sufficient, if you know how to record yourself, you know how to conduct your art, not just do your art but conduct it, it really makes a huge difference. Financially, it's still not made a difference, but at least koi agar bolta hai ki can you send a recording, I don't have to say that I can't, because I don't know how to record myself, or I don't have a setup. And ye self sufficiency wali cheez bahut important, and that's something that
आत्मनिर्भर.
So I'll bring in my next question to you, Nikita. पिछले 3 महीने में तकरीबन मार्च सेकेंड वीक से हम लॉकडाउन में हैं, एंड वी हैव अंडरस्टूड द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ कोविड-19. इस पिछले 3 महीनों में आपने कोई भी स्पेसिफिक ऐसी एक्टिविटी की है जो जनरली आप कोविड के पहले नहीं करती थी, चाहे उससे रेवेन्यू मिला हो या रेवेन्यू नहीं मिला हो, दैट्स अ सेपरेट थिंग. एनीथिंग व्हिच यू हैव डन न्यू which you never used to, like I'll go to Himani and we'll discuss about that ghazal and Sufi set. So starting with you, what is that thing which you have done in the last 3 months? Anything new?
I really connected with my bong and Punjabi side. I learned how to make dal makhni. I learned how to make kosha mangso. I learned how to make aloo posto. So I've at least I won't die of hunger.
No, so that was the personal side. Now I'll come to the career side as
Professional
well.
side.
Professionally,
well, I don't know how to really answer that question truthfully, because I've always been that kind of person to explore. Like I used to edit videos and do all that pehle also. So I all I did was maybe push myself a little more. Like abhi, of course, shooting a music video is tough. Shooting original music also visually is tough. So
but not impossible.
But not impossible, because if you're a creative person, I think there's always a way to create something, even sitting in one room. So I think it maybe pushed me to be even more creative, like to figure out a way to create something within 4 walls. But nothing too new for me.
Super, no problem. Thanks, Nikita. Himani, आप बता रहे थे सूफी और गजल आपने जो किया नया, मतलब can you put some more light on that?
सो गजलें मैं गाती थी पहले से ही, सूफी भी गाती थी, बट कभी हमेशा अपने ही चॉइस से गाती थी, जो मुझे पसंद है वही गाती थी। बट और वो उनको पोस्ट करती थी, वो पोस्ट जब देखे, अभी क्या हुआ है कि मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि लॉकडाउन के टाइम पे लिसनर्स की चॉइस भी थोड़ी चेंज हुई है, फ्रॉम द पार्टी नंबर्स टू वी आर कमिंग टू लिसन टू सम सॉन्ग्स विच गिव यू पीस एंड सुकून मिलता है, जिनको जो स्मूथ गाने हैं वो ज्यादा चल रहे हैं, मतलब ये मेरा मानना है। तो गजलों को सडनली इतना इम्पैक्ट मिलने लगा कि कांटेक्ट किया गया मुझे कि हिमानी वी वांट यू टू डू अ गजल सेट इफ यू आर कंफर्टेबल। आई सेड प्लीज सेंड मी द लिस्ट इफ आई थिंक कि मैं कर सकती हूँ। तो बहुत सारे गाने मिले, गजलें मिली, सूफी गाने मिले, वो मैंने किए जो मैंने कभी सुने भी नहीं थे, शमशाद बेगम, फरीदा खानम,
Wow.
और तो वो सब करने में मुझे बहुत मजा आता। तो ये चेंज प्रोफेशनली आया और इट रियली हेल्प मी
So
फाइनेंशियली टू।
this it help that was my next question ki does it help financially as well, which is a really
यस
good sign because
यस
honestly I'm talking to a lot of artists and that's I mean I exist because of artists, you know that. And we've been managing a lot of artists and we are also trying to explore that what can we do to survive, what can we do to survive. That's a great sign that it has been able to help you financially as well. I mean that's a very very positive sign. Dave, anything you have done in the last 3 months which you would not have done earlier, पहले आप नहीं करते या पहले आपने नहीं किया था ऐसा कुछ?
ऐसी तो कोई ऐसी चीज कोई खास चीज नहीं, बट जो पहले कम करता था या जिसको कम टाइम दे पाता था उस पे ज्यादा मैंने फोकस किया है अभी। जैसे कि मैंने पहले प्रोग्रामिंग में पहले करता था, बीच में छोड़ दी थी, बट अभी मैंने फिर से स्टार्ट की थोड़ा बहुत। और जैसे कुकिंग का भी, जैसे मैंने आपको एग्जाम्पल दिया था, कुकिंग भी पहले करता था, कम करता था।
करेक्ट।
हमेशा बोलते रहता था कि ऐसा करूंगा वैसा करूंगा, एक शो बनाऊंगा अपना कि यहाँ से जाऊंगा, एक छोटे छोटे इंटीरियर्स में इंडिया के ही अंदर गाँव में, विलेजेस में, वहां पे जाके उनके फोक के साथ अपना फोक ब्लेंड करूंगा, फिर उनका खाना भी पेश करूंगा लोगों के सामने कैसा। वो सब दिमाग में था, बट अभी उसकी एक मुझे लगता है होगी शुरुआत की, चलो लेट्स डू इट वाला।
Which is nice. Super. Thank you. Nakash?
भाई आई थिंक इस टाइम ना क्या अलग किया है, मुझे लगता है कि एक मैंने मुझ में ही नहीं, आई थिंक काफी लोगों में देखा है कि लोगों ने पोस्ट या अपलोड बटन पे क्लिक करना चालू किया है, कुछ अनयूजुअल लोगों ने। नहीं तो अक्सर क्या होता था, कुछ बनाया ना तो वो इधर ही हम लोग ही सुन रहे होते थे सालों सालों तक कि हाँ भाई मैंने ये दोस्तों को सुना रहे कि ये सुन मैंने बनाया है, इसका देखूंगा, मैं वीडियो करूंगा मस्त ऐसा सब। बट अभी क्या है, सब आत्मनिर्भर हो रहे हैं और सब अपना ही वीडियो बना रहे हैं, अपना ही ऑडियो बना रहे हैं और डाल रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक वो जो अपलोड बटन पे और जो पोस्ट बटन पे
कॉन्फिडेंस।
So आप ये
लाइक
बोल रहे हो कि सोशल मीडिया पे ज्यादा लोग एंगेज कर रहे हैं अभी और ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे बहुत एंगेज कर रहे हैं, मतलब पीपल आर रिलीजिंग मोर कंटेंट।
आई थिंक वेरी अनयूजुअल पीपल आर रिलीजिंग आल्सो रिलीजिंग कंटेंट।
व्हाट अबाउट यू? आर
आई
यू
हैव आल्सो
आल्सो?
बीन डूइंग दैट। मैं भी वही कर रहा हूँ। सी आई हैव लाइक ऑल दीज इयर्स आई हैव बीन मेकिंग strange songs which is basically my connect with things like day to day.
I've been blessed to hear those songs and I'm in love with those songs and I can't hate
Thank
you
you.
because you don't release those songs. Publicly I'm telling you I hate you for that because you don't release those songs. Those are crazy songs. I mean you
Oh,
should
thank
release
you.
those as soon as
Yes,
possible.
अभी क्या होता है ना, like the other day I made like a 1 minute on the sky, something I felt. And normally that song would have stayed with me, that video would have stayed with me, and it was just for me that I made it.
But that Sabzi Lelo
Uh,
is must be for everyone. Sorry, I'm just putting that.
yes.
I'm just forcing you publicly so that you work on it and release it.
हाँ, वो भी तो अभी लॉकडाउन की वजह से we are not able to do color correction and all that stuff. So otherwise we have the video ready and we were hoping कि we release it sometime soon.
So we
Like
should.
मैंने अभी हाल ही में बी प्राक का एक वीडियो देखा है, तो पहले 2-3 बार वो फॉरवर्ड ऐसा आया मेरे पास and I was like I did not watch it. And I think the fourth time I was like ये बार-बार क्यों आ रहा है वीडियो मेरे पास? Maybe it's too popular and I think ऐसा this is how I think, I'm not saying. तो मैंने देखा and I was amazed man. तो वो गाना था ना, अरे यार सच कह रहा है दीवाना, दिल दिल उन्होंने अपने वे में ही कुछ गाया है और उनके दोस्त ने ही ऐसा कैमरा लेके शूट किया और डाल दिया है यार उन्होंने। मैं मैंने बोला अगर ये डाल सकते तो आई थिंक
हम भी डाल सकते हैं।
हम भी
सो
डाल
आई
सकते
थिंक
हैं।
इसका इसका पॉजिटिव साइड ये है कि अब लोग डरते कम है और जज कम करते हैं, इफ वी हैव टू
नहीं,
बी
जज
ऑनेस्ट।
तो करते हैं लोग, जज तो बहुत करते हैं भाई।
बट सजा सजा नहीं
उसमें नीचे
होती होगी।
कमेंट्स अच्छे नहीं थे।
रोज भी
मुझे लगा
बढ़िया।
कि पॉपुलर गाना है, मतलब अच्छा, लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बट व्यूज बहुत थे, बट कमेंट्स बहुत खराब थे उसमें।
ठीक है, एवरीथिंग एज अ पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव, मेरे ख्याल से फिर भी लोग ज्यादा कम डर रहे हैं, मतलब फिलहाल कुछ भी करने से, कुछ भी कंटेंट निकालने से। तो सोचते
हाँ,
हैं यार ठीक है ना, अभी
कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है कुछ ना, इतनी।
लिमिटेशन है तो करते हैं ना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है। विच इज आई मीन फॉर मी इट इज अ गुड साइन। अगर मैं नकाश आपसे पूछूं, ये
हम्म,
जो ऑनलाइन लोग आ रहे हैं, बिकॉज ऑनेस्टली ऑनलाइन और डिजिटल इज द ओनली वे आउट फॉर मोस्ट पीपल, है ना।
correct,
और आई वांट टू ऐड फ्यू थिंग्स कि हम लोग जब से 3 महीने से लॉकडाउन हुआ है, हम कोशिश कर रहे थे कि क्या क्या कर सकते हैं, कि
right,
सोशल मीडिया पे एज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर अपने आर्टिस्टों को एक्टिवेट कर सकते हैं, या फिर हम जूम पे कॉर्पोरेट कॉन्सर्ट, प्राइवेट कॉन्सर्ट कर सकते हैं, या
हम्म,
फिर हम मर्चेंडाइज बेच सकते हैं क्या, या फिर गेमिंग के साथ कनेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ऐसे बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस कर रहे थे, लेकिन हमने देखा कि ज्यादातर लोग सब लोग ऑनलाइन आके लाइव शो कर रहे हैं, लाइव परफॉर्मेंस कर रहे हैं।
करेक्ट,
जैसा आपने बोला कि देश के लिए भक्तियों के गाने बन रहे हैं और ये सब चल रहा है। तो ये जितनी भी चीजें हैं, लोग ना बहुत जल्दी बहुत फुल फ्लेजेडली इस पे आ गए।
करेक्ट।
ये फायदेमंद है या ये नुकसानदेह है? मतलब यू हैव टू बी ब्लंट अबाउट इट एंड व्हाई।
आई थिंक बिगिनिंग में जो हुआ ना वो एक डेस्परेशन था, लाइक जब मैं 4 दिन लॉकडाउन, 4 दिन में थोड़ा खुश था, मेरे को लगा हाँ अभी थोड़ा आराम करेंगे, थोड़ा चिल करेंगे, क्योंकि ऐसा टाइम मिला ही नहीं था कि
हम्म।
हम 6 घंटा 7 घंटा सो रहे हैं। तो जैसे ही वो सो लिया 4 दिन 7 8 घंटा, एक दिन 12 घंटा सो लिया, फिर घंटी बजी कि अरे बाप रे अभी कुछ करना पड़ेगा यार, काम चाहिए काम चाहिए काम चाहिए, काम करना है काम करना है। बट तो उस डेस्परेशन में आई थिंक कुछ क्रिएट किया लोगों ने, और लोगों को आई थिंक ये भी डर रहेगा, आई एम श्योर कि व्हाट नेक्स्ट क्या होगा। बट दिस इज एंटरटेनमेंट, आई आई थिंक एंटरटेनमेंट इज फॉर एवर टू कंज्यूम। क्योंकि अभी भी आई थिंक 20 सेकेंड से शूटिंग चालू हो रही है। जो कुछ शोज मैं कर रहा हूँ, टेलीविजन शोज, उसकी शूटिंग चालू हो रही है, तो वो हमारा बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक का और ये सब चीज का चालू हो जाएगा, ऐसे धीरे धीरे करके इट विल स्टार्ट। आई थिंक इट विल टेक सम टाइम, बट इवेंचुअली तो वो थोड़ा पकड़ेगा ही शायद से, उतना शोज वोज
नकाश
का मुझे पता नहीं।
नकाश ऑनेस्टली मैं बताऊं, आप हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री बन सकते हैं कभी,
अच्छा,
क्योंकि आपके अंदर एक कमाल की कला है। आप किसी भी सवाल को डॉज कर सकते हैं बहुत प्यार से। मैं
अच्छा
वापस
ऐसा।
मैं वापस अपना सवाल आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ,
हाँ
क्या ये जो ऑनलाइन जितने भी शोज या ऑनलाइन एक्टिविटी हुई थी, क्या वो फायदेमंद है या नुकसानदेह है, और क्यों?
यार फायदेमंद ही है ना, क्योंकि देखिए अभी जैसे मुझको भी ऑनलाइन शो करने का पूछा 2 3 लोगों ने, तो मेरे को पहले समझ में नहीं आया कि ऑनलाइन शो में मुझे किस तरह का ऑनलाइन शो करना है। तो मैंने ऑब्वियसली देखा दूसरे लोगों का, मैंने हिमानी का एक ऑनलाइन शो देखा था गजल वाला, यूट्यूब पर, जिसकी साउंड क्वालिटी मुझे बहुत इम्प्रेसिव लगी। तो आई थिंक उस टाइप का एक यूट्यूब पे लाइव एक्सपीरियंस करना वाज लाइक मैं शो में जा सकता हूँ, आ सकता हूँ बाहर। मैंने एक पुनीत पानिया का एक कॉमेडी इवेंट अटेंड किया था, टिकट खरीद के। इट वाज जस्ट ऐसे ही हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, एंड इट वाज स्ट्रेंज बिकॉज़ आई एम अ बिग फैन ऑफ पुनीत पानिया, एंड टू बी एबल टू इंटरैक्ट विद हिम लाइक दिस, एंड आई डोंट नो, मतलब करके ही पता
बट इट्स
चलेगा ना कि क्या नहीं करना है
so
शायद।
it's an opportunity. I mean, you say it is good, it is an opportunity. Obviously
या
excess of everything is bad, but this platform is good,
ऐसा
which
नहीं कि
you just
यही यही मेन स्ट्रीम हो जाए तो फिर थोड़ा अजीब हो जाएगा, बट
it's a
आई
good
थिंक वो इंडियन
opportunity.
ऑडियंस इंटरेक्शन रियली मैटर्स सो अ लॉट टू मी पर्सनली।
Sure. Dave, what do you think? I mean, these online things and are beneficial or not?
अभी जो टाइम चल रहा है, जब तक ये सब कुछ ठीक नहीं हो जाता, ये पैंडेमिक जो भी सिचुएशन चल रही है, ये जब तक अपनी पटरी पे नहीं आती है, तो तब तक के लिए ये ठीक है, क्योंकि एंटरटेनमेंट भी जरूरी है लाइफ में। अगर बंदा कुछ नहीं कर रहा हो, कुछ कुछ ना कुछ से कुछ तो कर रहा है ना, ये सब चीजें लेके वो खुद को भी ठीक कर सकता है, लोगों को भी ठीक कर सकता है, अपने उनको एंटरटेन करके, या फिर पैसे भी कमा रहा है साथ में। तब तक के लिए ठीक है, बट जैसे उन्होंने बताया कि अगर यही चलता रहा या ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो फिर वो एक टाइम के बाद उसका भी मजा नहीं आएगा। फिर वो कम टाइम के लिए ही उसका एक उसकी जब क्या बोलते हैं आवश्यक नीड है उसकी, तब
So
तक
you
ही।
mean to say it is beneficial for the time being, but it is
हाँ,
not something which should be explored in the long run forever.
करेक्ट करेक्ट।
It's
मैंने
an
ऐसा नहीं
it's a,
बोला,
नहीं ये देव
मेरे को
बोल
ऐसा
रहे
लग रहा है, हाँ मुझे ऐसा लगा कि
हैं। नहीं ये देव बोल रहे हैं, आपने
हाँ
बोला कि आपको फायदेमंद लगता है,
हाँ,
you feel that it's a great opportunity.
करेक्ट करेक्ट।
Correct. No, it's okay, we have to agree to disagree. I mean it's a good thing. Nikita, what do you feel? I mean,
Uh, I'm on the fence because again for me, like if I was in the audience's place to consume something which is online, जहाँ पे network का problem हो सकता है, वो एक थोड़ा AI type का interaction, मतलब I might not enjoy it so much. There are two things that I'd like to address. One is that since we are already so present on social media, I wonder how many people will buy tickets or will actually purchase an interaction with their artist, because artists go live so often on Instagram, on Facebook, that it kind of dilutes going live in concert. I'm talking about like audience ticketing, not private shows and all that. तो ये एक balance जो मुझे अभी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, that how do we balance this? Because if people are already accessing their artists and their musicians through social media, then how valuable is their interaction with their audience outside of that or in a professional setting? What different, I mean, maybe we dress up or we make it look more grand, or we have a set list, like that sort of a vibe. But ये एक मुझे actually it's more of a question than an answer, that I don't know what
I
how we
can
can add
sum it
value.
up. I can sum it up for
Yeah,
you. What you're trying to say
yeah,
that it's definitely good, but what is required is to I mean, in better the experience and balance the act. It should not be
the
too much and too
interaction.
less. Yeah,
Yeah, so that there is value to the performer. The
true,
performer
true.
aura and the social media aura should be two different people. Otherwise, why would the audience go to the performer aura?
Correct,
And that
correct.
is one thing that I've
So you
noticed.
tease and motivate people through your social media presence, but
Yeah,
you show them something else,
some.
something better when they
Uh,
pay and come to you for
but
for experience.
one thing that I really want to add is that because हम लोग film music से थोड़ा हट गए, and that's a fact because film production and all of that has stopped, and how Himani's been able to explore her ghazal side and her classical training and all of that. I think
Hmm.
that's a beautiful thing that has happened, that people don't want you to sing the same 5 songs or same 10 songs in
Hmm.
every show, and people want to listen. And since the audience wants to listen now and not party, I think it is a great time. Like if anybody, any musician has a singer songwriter in them, it is a great time for them to bring that out. That's something that I've been trying to muster up the courage to do. I'm releasing original music, and I think any singer songwriter should release their music, because right now the audience wants to listen and not, you know, like
Super. So I note that point, and it's a very valid point that balancing is important, and in betterment of your experience is important. Only then people will be staying with you. Himani,
yeah.
you want to add to
जी,
that?
आई थिंक निकिता ने सब कुछ ही बोल दिया है
Hmm.
जो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ
She
बेसिकली,
always does that.
या एज इन जो मैं कहना चाहती हूँ, शी इज प्रॉपरली सेड इट. जैसे मैं वंस आई वेंट टू सी अरिजीत शो, लाइव शो, तो जब मैं वो देख रही थी तो मैं बीच में बहुत झूम भी रही थी, गूज़बम्प्स हो रहे थे बीच बीच में, एक जगह पे बहुत रोना भी आ रहा था. तो आई थिंक दीज काइंड ऑफ इमोशंस ऑडियंस अगर ऑनलाइन देखेगी तो वो मिस करेगी, वो एक लाइव वाइब जो होती है. सो या
Okay. Now I'm going to ask one last question, and then we'll move to audience question and answer. One, how did you get into the industry? What inspired you to be a musician, each one of you? And what is your plan for the next 9 months? So if we look at the financial year, because सारे लोग ये जानना चाहते हैं, बहुत सारे young और aspiring artists हैं जो आपको follow करते हैं, और वो आपको देख के बहुत सारी चीजें सीखते हैं, और वो अपने लाइफ का प्लान बनाना चाहते हैं. तो उनको ये जानना है कि अभी जैसे 3 महीने जा चुके हैं, कम से कम और 9 महीने इम्पैक्ट है जैसा एवरेज में अगर सोचेंगे, तो आप अगले 9 महीने में क्या प्लान है आपका? शुरुआत में आप शुरुआत कीजिए कि आप कैसे इस इंडस्ट्री में आए थे, व्हाट इंस्पायर्ड यू टू बी अ म्यूजिशियन, एंड हाउ आर यू प्लानिंग योर नेक्स्ट 9 months? So we'll start alphabetically again from Dev.
स्टार्टिंग तो भजन सुन के, मंदिर हुआ करता था घर के पास टेंपल, वहाँ पे भजन सुन के बड़ा अच्छा लगता था। ऐसा लगता था कि क्योंकि घर में कोई ऐसा माहौल था नहीं गाने बजाने का, बट चीजें अपनी ओर आकर्षित करती थी, अट्रैक्ट करती थी। तो बड़ा फैसिनेट हुआ उसे देख के कि यार फिर वहाँ पे हमारे गांव में रामलीला हुआ करती थी, जहाँ की गा के वहाँ पे हम परफॉर्म करते थे। जैसे बहुत सारी दिल्ली साइड में रामलीला होती है जहाँ पे
हाँ, मैं
या फिर वो
आई नो हम रजाइयाँ लेके जाते थे वो ब्लॉक करने के लिए, साइन मार के कि ये हमारा एरिया ब्लॉक है, हमारी फैमिली। हाँ, याद है मुझे।
तो वहां से एक गाने की थोड़ा शुरुआत होगी और फिर ऐसा लगा कि तू मेरी जिंदगी।
नाइस।
तो फिर उसके बाद फिर लग गए, जुट गए काम में। और
देव, मैं ऐड करना चाहूंगा, पहली बार मैंने अपने लाइफ में सुना है किसी आर्टिस्ट को बोले कि मैंने भजन सुन के और रामलीला देख के इंस्पायर हुआ मैं म्यूजिशियन बनने के लिए, व्हिच इज अ ग्रेट थिंग। आई मीन थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग सो ऑनेस्ट।
जो आपके अराउंड होता है वही आपको इंस्पायर करता है।
100%।
वहाँ पे रामलीला सबसे उस टाइम पे, मतलब आप आज से 17-18 साल पहले, जब मैं
आई कैन इमेजिन
राम या, क्योंकि वही चीज आपको इंस्पायर करती थी। एक ही मंदिर हुआ करता था बहुत बड़ा, और गांव में, मैं बाहर से बिलोंग करता हूँ, 2-4 होते थे लाउड स्पीकर बड़े बड़े, और वो 7-8 गांव तक उनकी आवाज जाती थी।
हाँ,
ये सब चीजें होती थी। तो वही उसी से मतलब फिर आगे शुरुआत हुई, फिर पढ़ाई लिखाई भी उसी में की, फिर देन आ गए यहाँ पे। फिर
So and what are your plan for the next 9 months?
अभी तो प्लानिंग मैंने, जैसे कि फर्स्ट आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा था तब मैंने बताया था कि प्लानिंग तो कोई और ही कर रहा है, हम तो चल रहे हैं बस रह रहे हैं। बट यही है जो मैं अभी खासकर ये सोच पा रहा हूँ कि आगे जिस पे काम हो सकता है वो छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं, और उसी पे हमको संतुष्ट होके अपने दिमाग को पॉजिटिव थोड़ा रखना होगा, और बेस्ट के लिए सोचना तो है ही, बट ऐसा नहीं सोचना पड़ेगा कि यार क्यों हो रहा है ये, ऐसा क्यों हो गया, इस साल हमने कमाया नहीं, बट ये नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया। बट जब तक ये पूरे सर्कमस्टांसेस ठीक नहीं हो जाते, पूरा सिचुएशन ठीक नहीं हो जाता, इसके साथ ही चलना पड़ेगा, और जो भी मिल रहा है, छोटा बड़ा जो भी काम, उसके साथ खुश रहना पड़ेगा बस।
थैंक यू देव, आई रियली अप्रिशिएट। हिमानी
हाँ जी
जी, how did you become a musician? We all know that you were in a reality show, but
Yes.
you must have thought someday that I want to be a singer. और वो कैसे हुआ, और what are your plan for the next 9 months?
बहुत ऑनेस्टली बताऊं तो मेरे से ज्यादा मेरे डैड को लगता था कि मैं अच्छी सिंगर बन सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं जब बहुत छोटी थी, मैं चोली के पीछे क्या है गा रही थी, तो सडनली एक थप्पड़ आया कहीं से कि ये कौन सा गाना गा रही हो, तुमको तो इतनी शक्ति हमें देना दाता, सिखाऊंगा मैं। तो वहां से बिगिन हुआ। कट टू मुझे सेल्फ रियलाइजेशन और अपने खुद पे विश्वास तब हुआ जब मैं सारेगामा में आई। और जब, क्योंकि मुझे लगता था कि मेरा रेंज बहुत कम है सिंगिंग के वाइज। लता दी, आशा दी सब बहुत ऊपर ऊपर सुर में गाते हैं, सारेगामा में डुएट राउंड्स होते थे, तो मैं हमेशा टेंशन में आ जाती थी कि अब मैं मेल वॉइस के साथ कैसे मैचअप करूंगी अपना रेंज। तो वो सब जो मेरी थिंकिंग थी वो बहुत चेंज हुई व्हेन आई वाज इन सारेगामा, एंड आदेश श्रीवास्तव जी रियली हेल्प्ड मी इन बिलीविंग इन माय सेल्फ। सो या
सो मैं जिंदगी भर ये याद रखूंगा कि आपने चोली के पीछे गाना सुन के आप इंस्पायर हुए थे सिंगर बनने के लिए। दोस्तों, जितने भी लोग हिमानी को फॉलो करते हैं, प्यार करते हैं, प्लीज ध्यान दीजिए इस बात पे कि चोली के पीछे जो गाना है उससे लोग इंस्पायर होकर अच्छे सिंगर भी बन सकते हैं। टैलेंट कहीं से भी आ सकता है। यानी क्या प्लान है आपका अगले 9 महीने का, मतलब व्हाट इज योर स्टेट ऑफ माइंड?
मैं जब भी कभी एक अच्छे आर्टिस्ट को सुनती हूँ तो आई ऑलवेज यूज्ड टू थिंक कि यार इसके साथ कभी कोलैबोरेट करना है, कभी तो करूंगी। तो वो चीज मैंने बिगिन की है 2 म्यूजिशियंस के साथ, एक लंदन में है, एक कुवैत में है, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करना बिगिन किया है। दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू डू फ्रॉम ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड, नो मैटर कोई किसी के 1 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स हैं तो ही करूंगी, ऐसा नहीं है। जो अच्छा म्यूजिशियन है उसके साथ मैं कोलैबोरेशन करना चाहती हूँ एज मच एज आई कैन, फॉर मोर ओरिजिनल्स एंड कवर्स ऑफ द सॉन्ग दैट आई थिंक कि अलग तरीके से बनाए जा सकते हैं।
सुपर। नकाश, आप क्या करना चाहें? प्लीज ऐसा मत बोलिएगा कि मैं जो कर रहा था मैं वही करूंगा। That can't be taken as an answer.
नहीं, अभी एक्चुअली हिमानी ने एक बहुत अच्छा बात बोला कि शी इज डूइंग इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन। सनी ने कुछ एक ड्रेसाज,
करेक्ट।
क्या ड्रेसेज, क्या नाम है उनका, मेरे को नाम नहीं
ड्रेसाज,
मालूम है क्या है।
ड्रेसाज आई थिंक।
ड्रेसाज।
वही कपड़ों की उम्र।
मुझे नहीं पता।
आज आगे तो सनी ने मतलब जो किया, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि वो एक उसने एक इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन सॉर्ट ऑफ किया। मेरे को भी एक दो लोग ऐसे मिले जो इंडिया से नहीं है, जो बाहर से हैं, और उनके साथ शायद से मैं कभी नहीं उनको अप्रोच करता। बट ऐसे इंस्टाग्राम पे बहुत कुछ अभी, क्योंकि लोग इतना कुछ डाल रहे हैं अपना काम करके, आई थिंक दुनिया और छोटी हो जाएगी
हम्म।
इन टर्म्स ऑफ कोलैबोरेशंस। और लेट्स होप कि हम लोग अपना आपस में भी कर पाए और बाहर भी कर पाए, और सडनली एक ये चिपक जाए सब लोग आके।
सो आप भी
और
बोल रहे हो कि अगले 9 महीने आप इंटरनेट कोलैबोरेशंस पे फोकस करोगे? दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से।
यार मैं ऐसा, मतलब मेरे में ऐसा कोई स्किल नहीं है यार। मेरे को ऐसा है कि मतलब जो जब मन किया तब एटलीस्ट वो कर लो, एटलीस्ट तभी
हम्म।
के लिए वो कर लो। उसके
हम्म।
बाद में देखा जाएगा कि क्या करना है।
सो आई विल
तो
पुट
ऐसा
योर
प्लानिंग
आंसर
तो
एज
कभी मैं कर नहीं रहा।
मन की मर्जी।
यस,
अगले 9 महीने
मन
में
की
मन की मर्जी
बात,
करूंगा। और
मन की बात, हाँ।
हाउ डू यू इंस्पायर टू बिकम अ सिंगर?
मैं,
आप म्यूजिशियन के बनने का कहाँ से ख्याल आया?
यार म्यूजिशियन बनने का ख्याल तो आई थिंक मुझे ऐसा था कि मैं ए आर रहमान जैसा बनना था मुझको।
हम्म।
तो जब उनका म्यूजिक सुना तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि ये बहुत सही ट्रिप है ये आदमी का। उनका
हम्म।
म्यूजिक बहुत अच्छा है, और मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि मैं ए आर रहमान जैसा बनूंगा, कि मतलब मैं वैसा ही चलूंगा, वैसे ही बात करूँ, ए व्हाट हैपेंड, ऐसा मतलब। तो अभी क्योंकि ए आर रहमान बनना है तो म्यूजिक भी करना पड़ेगा ना, तो मेरे को लगा कि
I mean, I'm sure there are millions of people who are inspired by A.R. Rahman sir. So,
यस एब्सोल्युटली।
I mean, it's worth. Nikita, alphabetically at the end. So, how did you inspire to become a musician, and what are your plans for the next 9 months?
I actually did not plan to be a musician. In fact, पूरा opposite story है। ये नहीं कि like it didn't start from a reality show or anything else. Like I was actually very, like I'm a very practical person. So मेरे family में actually काफी musicians है. Like my grandmom's elder sister was a Rabindra Sangeet singer, and there were like musical people. But I was like that पढ़ाकू nerd. तो मुझे scientist बनना था। फिर मैंने डेंटिस्ट्री की, क्योंकि साइंटिस्ट वाला काम मुझे सही नहीं लगा। मतलब I was always very academic and also like into music and everything. But मैंने कभी plan नहीं किया. In fact, Rahman sir is the person who was the first person who told me that I'm a musician. Like,
यार
I
म्यूजिशियन।
remember yeah, because I sang for him even after singing my first song for him. I didn't think, I was like, yeah, this is like a life experience. I didn't think कि अब मैं musician बन गई. So I'm very slow like that.
So
तो sir ने एक बार पूछा,
nothing inspired you.
I think life, like the
You meant
journey
to be a
inspired
singer.
me.
Yeah.
No, like the journey inspired me. Like he one day was asking me, "What is your plan?" And I was also like a nerd. Like, sir, I think I'll apply for masters. And he was like, well, he gave me that look that you've sung a song for me also, and you're still planning your dental career. तो
Music
बाप
happened to you.
सरस्वती,
तो
बाप
मैं वो
सरस्वती ने बोला।
oblivious, हाँ, मैं oblivious वाली बंदी हूँ, जो मतलब जो होता है मैं वही करती हूँ। मैं इतना सोचती नहीं हूँ कि क्या, कहाँ जा रहे हैं, कैसे जा रहे हैं, और कहाँ ले जा रहा है लाइफ। But that is, I think that's also fun to live life like that when it explores for you, your path. And I guess that answers your next question also, that next 9 months will be explorative. क्योंकि मैं बहुत गाने लिख रही हूँ, तो शायद अभी गाने लिखूंगी और ओरिजिनल्स पे फोकस करूंगी। कुछ और होगा तो फिर देखेंगे क्या होगा।
तो दोस्तों, जैसा कि आप लोगों ने देखा कि हमने पिछले 35 मिनट तक कोशिश की हमारे चारों दोस्तों से बात करने की, और
कोशिश।
मैं तो क्या निकल गया, मैं आपको सम अप करना चाहता हूँ बिफोर वी मूव ऑन टू टेकिंग ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन। एंड आई हैव माय लास्ट क्वेश्चन एंड अ लास्ट रिक्वेस्ट कि कोविड से नींद पे बहुत कंट्रोल हुआ एज पर निकिता, हेल्थ पे फोकस कर पा रहे हैं। और निकिता ने बहुत धोखे खाए हैं, आम भी धोखे खाए हैं, सब्जी भी धोखे खाए हैं, सब धोखे खाए हैं।
ये बात है।
देव कुकिंग पे ध्यान दे पा रहे हैं, बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है, गाने देखते हैं, फिल्में देखते हैं, नेटफ्लिक्स देखते हैं, ओटीटी देखते हैं। हिमानी अपने बच्चों की क्लासेस पे बहुत फोकस का भी थोड़ा सा कम हुआ है, बेटर है, कोलैबोरेशंस कर रहे हैं, क्रिएटिविटी को टाइम मिला है। नकाश अपना स्पिरिचुअल साइड एक्सप्लोर कर रहा है, पहली बार उन्होंने रोजे रखे हैं, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर डूइंग दैट। फैमिली टाइम उनको मिला है। सबको तकरीबन 70% से 98% तक का लॉस हुआ है। द बेस्ट पार्ट इन दिस, इट इज नॉट 100%। सबकी
देव ने तो
करियर में
-100% बोला।
बहुत सारे लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे
खर्चा तो हो
काम
रहा है ना
किए
भाई।
हैं।
हाँ वो
खर्चा तो हो रहा है।
ये साला मेरे को रियलाइज नहीं हुआ यार। मेरे को लगा ठीक है ना,
बहुत सारे
मतलब
लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे अच्छे काम किए हैं। अगेन मैं गजल और सूफी एक्सपेरिमेंटल, सोशल मीडिया और एक्सपेरिमेंट, पॉसिबिलिटीज एक्सप्लोर करना, और जो भी ये ऑनलाइन डिजिटल हो रहा है सबका अलग अलग राय है। किसी के हिसाब से ये बहुत अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, किसी के हिसाब से ये कुछ टाइम के लिए अच्छी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, किसी के हिसाब से अपॉर्चुनिटी है जरूर लेकिन उसको बैलेंस करना जरूरी है और एक्सपेरिमेंट करना जरूरी है, एक्सपीरियंस को अच्छा करना जरूरी है। हमारे जितने भी आर्टिस्ट हैं, बहुत ही कमाल की बात है कि सबका इंस्पिरेशन अलग अलग है। किसी देव ने भजन और रामलीला से इंस्पायर होकर गाना शुरू किया, हिमानी ने चोली के पीछे गाना से शुरू किया। ये हेडलाइन होनी चाहिए, चोली के पीछे है गाने से बनी हिमानी कपूर, हमारी सुप्रसिद्ध सिंगर। और नकाश नकाश ए आर रहमान सर से इंस्पायर हुए, और ए आर रहमान सर शायद निकिता की आवाज से इंस्पायर हुए, जो कि उन्होंने बोला कि उनको म्यूजिक करना चाहिए। हमारे सारे आर्टिस्ट फोकस कर रहे हैं इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन पे, नकाश फोकस कर रहे हैं अपनी मन की मर्जी पे, और देव और
एज
हिमानी
ऑलवेज।
नए सॉन्ग्स पे। तो इस समअप के साथ हम आपसे लास्ट सवाल पूछेंगे, उससे पहले हम देखना चाहते हैं कि ऑडियंस क्या पूछ रहे हैं। कैन यू गिव मी द ऑडियंस क्वेश्चंस? where can I read it? I can read Jaskirat Singh. जसकीरत सिंह ने लिखा है कि I'm sorry, I'm not able to read it. Difference between recording in a studio and recording at home. Anybody can take this question.
When you're recording at home, you are also the recordist. You are the recordist, you are the editor of the takes, you are the engineer, and you are the singer.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. Next question is virtual home studio. It is the new future of music. What is the equipment used in home in minimum budget?
Next.
I have
भाई ये देखो, इधर ऐसा हो रहा है काम,
ये
आलती
minimum
पालती
नहीं
मार
है
के बैठा
आकाश।
जा रहा
अब
है।
अपना
This is not
equipment दिखाओ.
This is
No.
not minimum.
What is there any website जहाँ पे देख सकते हैं या कुछ कर सकते हैं जहाँ पे मिनिमम बजट में इक्विपमेंट वो ले सके घर के स्टूडियो के लिए?
Amazon। हाँ, Amazon पे मिल जाएगा। क्या लैपटॉप चाहिए?
Any brand
iPad
you
पे
I
भी
think
होता है म्यूजिक।
if you have a laptop, a sound card, and a mic, whatever
That's
is
it.
your comfort range, that's all. And headphones.
I
And
would like to say
these days,
कि
this is the Apogee Hype mic. That's a USB mic. That's also doing wonders these days.
भाई अगर म्यूजिक बनाना है तो मेरे को तो लगता है आईफोन या आईपैड पे भी बनता है म्यूजिक, क्योंकि
Yeah.
मैं स्टार्टिंग लॉकडाउन में मेरे पास कुछ नहीं था तो मैं उस पे ही बनाया। एटलीस्ट एक्सप्लोर कर सकते हो, अगर आप स्टार्ट कर रहे हो तो यू कैन स्टार्ट, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, धीरे धीरे आप ले लोगे जो भी चाहिए।
थैंक यू। अगला सवाल है, शेयर योर स्टोरी। नो, आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड राइट नाउ। आप यूट्यूब पे देख सकते हैं। आई एम एन आर्टिस्ट मैनेजर बाय प्रोफेशन एंड आई एम सम ऑफ द एक्सक्लूसिव आर्टिस्ट हु आर वेरी मच न्यू टू द इंडस्ट्री। इफ यू कैन हेल्प शेयर सम ऑफ द एक्सपीरियंस, हाउ कैन आई प्रमोट देम? भाई बहुत मुश्किल है इतनी जल्दी समझाना कि आप कैसे आर्टिस्ट प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक you have to first fall in love with the artist and the artist has to believe in you, and then you have to understand the like for example जब मेरे एक बहुत ही अच्छे आर्टिस्ट ने मुझे समझाया था ये 2-3 साल पहले कि जब एक आदमी इंटीरियर डिजाइनिंग करने आता है ना, मिस्त्री भी अगर आपके घर पे आता है तो हर इंटीरियर डिजाइनर या मिस्त्री आपके हिसाब से आपको सोल्यूशन देता है। हर एक, क्योंकि मेरा टेस्ट अलग हो सकता है कलर का, चीजों का, वैसे हर एक आर्टिस्ट यूनिक होता है। हर आर्टिस्ट को अलग अलग चीजें इंस्पायर करती है, अलग उनके सपने होते हैं। फर्स्ट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट द आर्टिस्ट वांट्स एंड व्हाट इज द ड्रीम एंड वेदर यू आर एबल टू सी दैट ड्रीम टुगेदर और नॉट। इफ यू आर एबल टू सी दैट ड्रीम टुगेदर यू विल गेट द आंसर्स। पहला स्टेप और दूसरा स्टेप कौन सा है? सो ओके, वी विल टेक द लास्ट क्वेश्चन। आप लोगों से लास्ट क्वेश्चन, आप लोगों का सक्सेस मंत्रा क्या है? what is that one thing, one word which you feel that which explains that how would you be successful? और मुझे एड्यूटेनमेंट से बोला गया है कि हम चारों सिंगर को लाए हैं, जाते जाते एक चारों लोग मिलके एक गाना गाना है, तो
हो पाएगा क्या वैसा?
चोली के पीछे क्या है?
चोली के पीछे क्या है? सबसे पहले सक्सेस मंत्रा, एक वर्ड, व्हाट इज योर सक्सेस मंत्रा, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट थिंग यू फील?
ये पहले क्वेश्चन था, अभी ऑलवेज लुक ऑन द ब्राइट साइड ऑफ लाइफ हो गया। पीछे
कहाँ?
राजा मुखर्जी के पीछे।
yes. So Nakash, what is that one word success mantra for you?
यार मुझे ना दो लोगों ने जिनको मैं बहुत मानता हूँ एज इन माय फील्ड ऑफ व्हाट आई डू, वन इज AR रहमान एंड वन इज प्रीतम। आई रियली रिस्पेक्ट दिस गाइस अ लॉट, एंड दोनों ने मुझे यही बोला कि यू जस्ट हैव टू बी नेचुरल, बी लाइक नेचर, बी नेचुरल,
be real, to be very honest.
just so that's what I try. It's very difficult, but
no, you are natural, मेरे भाई.
thanks buddy.
Yes. Himani?
Self belief, I believe. खुद पे विश्वास रखना कि कर सकते हैं.
Very good. Nikita?
I was actually going to say honesty, which is pretty much what Nakash said, that you're just be what comes to you naturally, because I think that's what always works. There's no formula. Like for you also, how you said there's no formula in managing an artist. There's no formula in being an artist. You just have to be how you are. And as long as you're honest to yourself and you're not trying to be someone else.
Dev?
Belief.
Okay. So, कम से कम इस चीज पे हमारे चारों आर्टिस्ट एक ही बात मानते हैं, इट्स प्राइमरीली योर बीइंग द रियल यू एंड बिलीविंग इन योरसेल्फ. अभी एक लास्ट गाना आप चारों जन मिलके जो भी गाना गाना चाहें, उसके बाद हम इस शो को रैप अप करते हैं. मुझे सिंगर आ रहे, चोली के पीछे, व्हाई नॉट, लेट्स ट्राई इट.
सुर कौन देगा?
हिमानी विल स्टार्ट.
चोली के पीछे क्या है, चोली
के पीछे,
चुनरी के नीचे क्या है, चुनरी
के नीचे, चोली है मेरा, चुनरी है तेरा मेरा, ला 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 ला.
ऐसा गाएंगे तो लाइव शो, ऑनलाइन शो नहीं मिलेगा.
नहीं मिलेगा.
मैं एक चीज भूल गया था, मेरे एक और आर्टिस्ट ने बात बोली थी, एक किसी ने उनको बोला कि यार गाना गा के सुनाओ, शादी में गए थे, तो बोला कि भाई एक बात बता, अगर कोई फुटबॉलर तेरे शादी में आता तो उसको बोलता क्या फुटबॉल खेल के दिखाओ? तो सिंगर के साथ ऐसा क्यों है यार, जहां भी जाओ बोलते हैं गा के सुनाओ, गा के सुनाओ.
बट एक्चुअली मैंने एक बार,
मेरी मम्मी को बोलो,
मैंने एक बार एक फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट से फिजियोथेरेपी करवाया था हम लोग की एक पार्टी में. उसने मुझे गाना गाने को बोला था, तो मैं बोला कि मेरे को फिजियोथेरेपी करके दे अभी.
That's true. Even मुझे बहुत सारे shows like before and after shows, अच्छा, I have one wisdom tooth problem and it is aching. Can you check it?
चलो, super. Thank you Nakash, thank you Dev, thank you Imani, thank you Nikita for being so real, so natural, and helping us answering all the questions. Although you guys tried dodging it again and again, but I am a deep, so we got the answers, and I'm sure this session will be helpful to the students. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Over to you, Raja.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was such an amazing session that we just had. Thank you so much, Tarsim, and everybody in the panel out there. TM, if it was in my hands, I would give you the best panel discussion of this edition of Edutainment. But guess what? It's not in my hands. So I don't even know whose hand it is in, or if it's even a thing that even exists. But being said, सर मैं भी एक स्ट्रगलिंग नहीं मगर एक हसलिंग रैपर हूँ, मगर किसी को साइन करना है तो ले लीजिएगा सर, मतलब आई एम राइट अवेलेबल आउट हियर एज वेल. सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, विद दैट बीइंग सेड, अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर द पैनल राइट हियर. बस वी हैव टू मूव ऑन, सो थैंक यू सो मच. वेल गाइस, इट्स अबाउट टाइम कि there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log in on www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It's India's first 3D virtual education exhibition for event and design and media design right there. So this needs to make sure happening by your side and with your friends as well. I'll tell you one more amazing thing that we have right now. one, you have to register out there on www.edutainmentshow.in on our 3D virtual expo. Second, what you need to do is log in to enter the virtual expo. And third, you need to visit the stalls over there, look for some amazing cookies in the document section. Yep, do not forget to collect all 3 cookies and then send us the screenshot on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And guess what? 3 lucky winners get a chance to win some amazing Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. You know what? I need 1,000 rupees as well. So we will be right back.
Fashion is an extension of your style. It's an extension of your vibe. Let me be myself at the same time do something that's really crazy and creative. You want to have your own brand name. We make sure it's possible with a course such as ours.
Every year at Modart we have a fashion show. By doing this, they know that we never restrict them of any ideas that they have.
I tell them to hone their creativity in such a way that they're able to actually express themselves, plus sell themselves.
Go into fashion if you have the passion.
A place where I can learn and be myself.
I don't want to leave this place.
Hi, my name is Milind Dhigra. I'm a 4th year product design student at ISD. I'm going to be taking you on a campus tour today. Please come. On the left, we have the administration room of ISD. These are the people who are the backbone of this college and make sure all the processes inside this college move smoothly. As we move behind, again on your left, we have the faculty room. These are the brightest minds of this college. These are the 21st century people making sure that the coming generations are again moving forward and innovating in this world. And that's the entire philosophy of this college. As we move along, on the right that you'll be seeing is our memory lane. This is where we actually started this college, and this is the process how we actually started this college. On the left, we'll again come up with our workshop. This is where all the production, all the projects that we have and are given to us are produced. So we are fully equipped with metalworking and fabrication workshops.
Hi, I'm Zara Tyagi and I'm a first year student at ISD. Right now we're in the Student Learning Center. Here we get to interact with our seniors and work on different ideas and projects, and it's a great opportunity for us after the school gets over.
In fact, the colorful space we're in right now is nothing but our cool lockers. These lockers might look small to you, but they're in fact very spacious, and more than that, they're spread across all 4 floors of ISD.
Welcome to the 6th floor. This is the School of Communication Design and Strategic Design Management. On our left, we have the admissions office, which is the reason why I am here today. On the right, we have the Strategic Design Management lecture halls, where our students from 2nd, 3rd and 4th years take place.
Infrastructure that we've built, which is primarily known as the fashion zone. The fashion students here in fact love it. The zone was specifically created for one purpose and one purpose only. It was so that the classes that we have and different students from fashion design can collaborate within. And the entire purpose of that is to make sure that the students get to learn from each other, then learning from different kinds of books and different kinds of resources. It's not like we don't encourage that, but that purpose of learning from within and from each other increases the creativity of a student. These particular designs are actually created by these students, and these students are the ones which are crafting them, thinking about it, designing them, in fact stitching them as well. So the zone that we're in is not just used for classes. The zone, in fact, is also used for different kinds of fashion shows, fashion setups. Different people from the industry come in and showcase their own designs here. In fact, the ramp we're on right now has been used previously for different kinds of fashion zones.
On my right, we have the core administrative office. They are the reason for the functioning of all the schools. On my left, you can see the fashion communication and styling studio, and the work of the second, third and fourth year students is on display. On my left and on my right, we have the communication lecture hall. Thank you for joining us in this journey here at ISD. We look forward to having you embark your journey in design here as well.
everybody. The next panel discussion is the one you should be exactly where you are. Why? Because we are about to deep dive into NIFT, Alumni, a success story. Absolutely. So let's get to it. And to moderate the session, we have Ms. Meeta Ganguly, proprietor, Purple Peacock, creative merchandise and design, and the founder of The Edge. Joining her, we have Pratima Anand, founder and director, Pink Cow. Joining them, we have Miss Archana Nagpal, fashion designer, mentor, and educationist. Joining them, we have Shipra Singh Jadon, surface artist, knitwear designer, gemologist, and an educator. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Joy Mitra, founder and owner, label Joy Mitra. How are you guys doing today?
Very well.
Very well. All right. So this is definitely looking like a conversation that I do not want to miss. And Meeta, it's all yours. Please go ahead and start the communication that we are all looking forward to. Please.
We welcome how we have. I believe we have a lot of students watching this today, and most of them are students who are looking forward to kind of pursue design as a career, as their dreams and the dream to be a part of the design industry that is so we regularly we kind of follow and we watch and we look out for the upcoming and also the established designers that are already there. And we are extremely privileged to have four who are absolutely fabulous people who have their individual success stories that have today got them where they are. And we have Shipra, like Raja introduced. We have Shipra, we have Pratima, we have Archana, and we have Joy. So I would like to start with Archana.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Archana.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure actually to have you, Archana. And
thank you so
to
much.
Start off with,
likewise.
Yeah, to start off with, Archana, I would like you to share with us as to where your journey started. It's been many that you are here in the industry, and but I'm sure the dream, the passion, everything started much before. Probably, were you in school, were you in college when you realized that this is what you want to pursue, or is there another story to it?
Well, the story goes that your love for art and drawing has always been encouraged right from the school days. And every girl who spends time with her dolls, making garments for the dolls is where your mind kind of takes you. But anyway, it was something to do with the design. I wasn't definitely sure till my 10th grade. I did my 11th and 12th as well in home science with arts, and fashion was something which really occurred to me at the time of my HSC exams, and that's when I applied for the NIFT entrance exam, and very luckily NIFT was coming to Mumbai that very year. This was in '95, and we had to give our entrance exams. We prepared with all of that, give our written exam to do with maths and English and logic. It was a marathon of papers that we had to solve and get ready with. The best part about NIFT is that they don't really expect you to know about fashion and about design beforehand. All they want to gauge is how creative your mind is, how differently you think, how differently can you perceive things around you. So that is where, because in all our entrance exams, there was not one direct question which said design an outfit. How are we supposed to design an outfit or even draw a fashion figure when we're not trained in it? So it is the overall a very holistic approach towards tapping on creative minds, and that's when the examination happened and I got through. People do ask me, oh, it's very difficult to get through NIFT. I feel their pain because I didn't have to attempt it more than once. I totally feel that the competition levels are definitely much higher. People need a lot of coaching to get into the NIFT entrance exams. But I feel I belong to the blessed generation where we did our self-study and we could get through. And I belong to the pioneer batch of NIFT Mumbai. That is, we graduated in 1998. So we definitely have enjoyed a lot of privileges as far as the campus and the faculty is concerned. And that's how it is. Yeah.
So this was in Navi Mumbai, right?
This was in Dadar. It was in the administrative building of the Tata Mills compound. It was just one particular building where we had various floors of pattern making and sketching, and there was a little library with a little resource center. And our mentors, whom I'm still so grateful to, Mrs. Sharmila Dua, who's the Dean of NIFT Mumbai. I've invited ma'am today itself for the session today. I hope she's here. And the professors, Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni, and all of them, they're still with NIFT, associated with NIFT. And yeah, so we had a very small campus, but an ocean of knowledge which was offered to us.
That's true. What a beginning to start and then move forward.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
We'll also talk to Shipra, and Shipra, your story. Why don't you share with us as to how you started with your career and your dreams?
Sure. So for me, to be honest, it was a long process. It started with, just my grandmother's stories. And so my grandmother was a crown princess at a small province called Gada in MP. And I was brought up with, such amazing women around me. There's a lot of heritage, a lot of cultural background that I saw, a lot of jewelry that I saw while I was growing up, a lot of, folklore that I saw. My mother is a trained vocal artist. So there was a lot of music, there was a lot of art and culture in the house already. We were forced to read and paint when I was a kid, but slowly, as we started growing up, it just kind of inculcated as a habit. So it started like that. I was very keen on just joining NIFT. I was very, very sure. I didn't want to go to LCF. I didn't want to go to CSM. I just wanted to crack NIFT. So I did that. And that is how my journey started. Apart from NIFT, I also did gemology. I studied various courses. So I have actually been to 2 centers of NIFT. I've studied at NIFT Bombay, and I did my degree from NIFT Bangalore, 4 years in knitwear design.
Okay.
So that happened while I was doing NIFT. I was pretty clear that, I wanted to crack Will's debut when I was, doing my 4-year program. So everything was kind of pre-planned. I knew what I wanted to do because I was from a small town where a lot of people didn't know much about NIFT. So I never prepared for NIFT. To be honest, I didn't even know what's going to be like the entire structure apart from the sample paper that they used to give us. So to be honest, it's almost kind of, it's not really skill-based. If you go to see, now today, obviously, a lot of people are really, really skilled naturally. But it's a lot to do with your understanding of narration, your idea of visual literacy, for you to kind of create things.
Yeah.
Your ability to perceive things around you, your ability to read visceral senses. So it's a lot to do with that. If you can build that eventually, slowly, I think you don't really need to go to a coaching class also. I think it's just naturally, it kind of organically builds in you. So I did that. Will's debut happened. And after that, I started working with a lot of different brands. I worked with Madhura Fashion Lifestyle. I worked with Yash Raj Films. I worked with Kazo, H&M. And then I went to London for some time. I showcased at London Fashion Week. I showcased at a couple of other shows. Spent some time there, came back, and I thought education was my calling for some time. I thought the system really needs some change. We've been following the same kind of pattern for a while now. The design education, the way we look at things, the way we create curriculum, and the way we are, manufacturing designers. I wanted to kind of look at that bit and maybe change, bring in some sort of change with the learning that I have. So I spent 2 years in, just exploring the side of design education, and also, bringing out a little bit of change, whatever that I could from my end. So yeah, that's about it.
Wow, that's quite a interesting journey. I mean, when we look back, we see that all our passions started either, I mean, mostly from home, and it is like Archana mentioned. It was we love to play with toys and dolls and all. And I too remember when I was a kid. That's where we used to create these little outfits for our little dolls, and so much of creativity used to come out then, and then that has obviously taken shape. And in your case, it has been there, the cultural heritage that has been around you, and that has kind of been an important part of shaping probably where what you are and where you are today. Wow, that's quite an amazing story. We'll move on to Pratima, and we'll hear her story before we kind of move on to Joy. Pratima, hi.
Yeah, hi. Hi.
Hi.
Okay,
Hi.
hi. So I basically gave an I basically prepared for entrance exam in general, and I was very very clear that I wanted to do design. And again, as all the other people said, that NIFT exam is all about how you perceive the design, how you perceive the world around you. And NIFT was an amazing experience. And after I completed my NIFT, I worked with Sheetal Design Studio for 2 years. Then I got into then I realized that I really don't want to do a 9 to 5 job, and I just wanted to have some fun with getting excited with creating something. So I started doing styling because obviously I didn't want to get bound to a timeline. I just wanted to be very very creatively active with projects. So I did styling for a few years, and when I was on my family way, that's when I decided that I want to open a brand which is for girls. And obviously, like all the girls that we have, we always dream about our dolls and our princesses, and
Yeah.
it has
Little
been
bows
yeah,
and
it's and the good thing is it doesn't change with the world. It is a dream with a kid is born with. It's a dream with a girl. For some period of time in her life, she always has that. So I wanted to be a part of that in every girl's life. That is when I started Pink Cow, like the fairy princess brand. And hopefully I am being a part of their lives right now. When I hear any of my girls, they come and say, no, I want her to be there when I'm discussing my birthday outfit or my gown for this special occasion. So it's a
That's
lovely
it.
feeling to interact with these little minds, and to even understand that at the age of 4 and 5 they know what they want, which is such a brilliant thing.
Yeah.
So
In
yeah,
fact,
it's been a
today's
lovely.
kids, there's so much of exposure. Yeah, there's so much of exposure actually, to color, to designs, to patterns, to everything around us through
Yeah,
various
so
forms of medium.
yeah,
So that's
like
that's a
when
wonderful. So it's how beautiful the interaction.
oh
I can see
yes,
it actually on your face, the
yeah,
bliss,
I enjoy doing that. I
the
enjoy
bliss.
doing that.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
wonderful.
yeah. That's
And
how
it's
lovely. That's great.
the feeling of sharing your creativity with your client is something I think makes us all the designer that we are today. So I guess, and interacting with little kids and being able to convert their dream is something very exciting for me.
How lovely that is. Um, we'll come back to you, Pratima. hold on to your thoughts, whatever that's coming. Same goes with Archana and Shipra. We'll definitely come back. But let's move to Joy. He is one man amongst all of us. And Joy, okay, Joy, I've known you for a long, long time. You know, I really can't even recollect as to when was the first time we actually interacted. But it's always been my curiosity, and I want you to actually, though I know the story, but I want you to share it with everybody as to why was it, what happened, and why design and why fashion, and how did it all start way back?
First of all, it's so amazing.
Why not engineering? Why not engineering as a man? You know, because today's boys, it's lovely to see men in the fashion field. You know, it's not just a woman's thing. It's a man's world too. As we women are also kind of, you know, in a so-called, the typical man's world, so-called, like engineering, everything is changing. But you changed. I mean, you and your I mean, you all took those steps to enter the fashion world, which was absolutely, I mean, not too many men at that time probably were there. So what happened? What's the story? I'm not going to interrupt you at all.
Firstly, before I start my story, I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So firstly, before I start my story, what you said, I want to pick up from there, that why not engineering and why designing. I think being a Bengali and growing up in Calcutta, I think more than half of our population, they might be engineers and doctors and chartered accountants, but half of their life is all artistic. They are actually
Yes.
part-time writers and part-time singers and part-time designers. You know, the artistic the gene is so vibrant there. So I think I took it little more seriously than the rest of the population. I would put it like that. Honestly, like in my family, my dad, he's a chartered accountant, and my uncles, they're all doctors and engineers, and that is the, you know, most of our relatives, they would think that a son would grow up to become a chartered accountant or a doctor or an engineer. Typical, those very nice, but those are the norms used to be. But they all know how to probably paint, they know how to sing, they know, they are lovers of literature, and I have grown up in that. So, and probably that was more, I was always eager to get into that more than my studies. I was fairly good in studies, but I always thought that I want to get into something creative, and not necessarily fashion designing, but I always wanted something to do with creativity. So I was throughout my school days, colleges, I remember I was either doing fine arts or clay modeling or something or the other. I was a student of Ramakrishna Mission, so I was doing 6 years of fine arts there. Then I was doing something in Nehru Children's Museum, where we were taught clay modeling during school days again. So then suddenly I applied for NIFT, and as my other panelist, I think Shipra said or Archana said, I mean, those days I graduated in 2000, like I feel ancient now. Those days I just sat for it. I just sat for the exam and I got through. Like, it was, if probably if I would have taken it so seriously, then I would have not made it, just because I thought, oh, it's okay, let's sit for the exam, and I got through and I was like, oh, not bad, let me get into it. So it was actually that random. And NIFT was, again, NIFT was very new in Calcutta then, and I joined in NIFT Calcutta. I was the third batch. And what Archana was saying, I mean, actually it's nostalgic because Sharmila Dua was my mentor. So she was talking of Sharmila Dua. So it's funny, the world is small, and you know, you suddenly feel that, oh my God, so many things have happened. So yeah, I joined NIFT, and life changed. Honestly, I joined NIFT and life changed seriously, because before NIFT I was doing BCom honors, and I joined NIFT, and then after that I would always do something extra side by side. Like, you know, the moment I graduated, I joined Rituberi, which was in Delhi. So I was her, designer in her studio for almost 2-3 years. Then I joined Aki Narula, another very, 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 very talented designer. Now he's more into styling. And then probably 2000 year, I think the year 2000 was very important, because I also graduated and also India Fashion Week started, and I was very lucky to be a part of it since then. of course, as a assistant designer to Aki or to Rituberi, but since then it started. I mean, I was a part of the design process and the design team of Fashion Week, and it again opened a new dimension to my ideas, or what I wanted to become, or what I am aspiring to. And in the year 2007, I was very lucky. I was invited to be a part of Fashion Week FDCI. So that also happened like naturally, and my real thanks goes to Asha Bakshi ma'am, Sharma Dua ma'am. I mean, they are the ones who actually helped me to get there, and probably they are the ones who actually took my name and pasted there, so that I was invited eventually from FBCI to do shows. And since then, since 2007, 2008, I have launched my label, and I've been like all over the place running around. The work never ends, but it's beautiful. I mean, I have been doing shows across the world, whether it's New York. I've been discussing that with you. I mean, I'm just sharing. I mean, whether it's New York or London or Dubai or Johannesburg or Bangkok, we have been like it's beautiful, even in India, across the place. But the most interesting thing is, in between all this, my love for films with fashion never died. So in between, I would always take out time to do costumes and styling for films, for film stars.
Yeah.
So I had a
Yeah.
very good and long association with the late director Rituparno Ghosh. He's no more, God bless him. So I used to do a lot of costume and art direction, not only costume, also the art direction for his movies, and
Yeah.
that was a huge learning experience for me. So yeah, and after that, I have been doing small projects, film costumes and art direction in South India, also in Delhi, in Bombay, in various places. So that keeps me motivated, because I love the cameras and I love photography. So while doing designing, I think the creativity always transfers from one place to other. Creativity is creativity, end of the day. So yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah.
And
True.
yeah, that's what we are
Yeah.
doing.
What a beautiful. I mean, I'm going to come back. Yes, I'm going to come back to some more detail. I would love you to. I want you to share
Sure,
it with
sure.
the students. Now, this is more for the students. Joy, Archana, Shipra, and Pratima. What I want you all to share is that a lot of students kind of enter NIFT or any other. I mean, they are talking about NIFT, one of the most premier institutes in India. But people enter NIFT, children enter NIFT with the thought that I want to be a fashion designer. Now, I wanted you all to share with them that the kind of offshoots that actually could come out. Like, for example, Shipra mentioned how she went in for gemology. I mean, that obviously I know that she is incorporating it today together in her whole ensemble of the designing concepts and everything. I wanted you all to share the kind of lot of other things that could be an offshoot of learning fashion, and especially NIFT obviously has given you all the base whenever you all did that, and that probably has helped you all to also think and not just be restricted to what you all started off with, but getting into more, like Joy, you mentioned, it's not just designing clothes, but also costumes and also art direction and stuff like that, um, where Pratima is concerned, I'm sure she did not study just to make outfits for kids, but today she is her niche is that is what she is enjoying doing it. So why not share that with also the today's children who are looking forward to going in for fashion? We'll start with you only, Joy. A quick maybe 30 seconds of sharing, and then we'll move to the others.
I would say, I mean, first and foremost, everyone, each of us, especially the students, should know what they're looking for, what they want to become. I mean, nowadays students are more smart. They actually kind of more sure and clearer than what we used to be. But I still would urge everyone to be
I
more
agree.
sure and have the real passion, rather than not get into the mode of what's in and what's not. You, if you're good at something, or you are passionate about something, not, let's say, passionate more than good, you can become better once you work towards it, but you have to have the passion first. You have to have the greed to learn more. You have to have the passion to learn more. and then there's no stopping. And as I said, creativity. I mean, I know my Niftian friends are into jewelry, into furniture, into wedding, decors everywhere. Like creativity has no boundary. I feel creativity has no boundary. So once you know something, you can excel and you can go to the next. But again, having said that, you should not be running from one to the other. First you have to be good at something and then think of going to the next. That's what I believe. I mean, you should not be touching everything and not knowing anything properly. So that's it. That's what I would like to say.
So would we that would be saying like strengthen your base and then explore the others, right? But have your strong foothold somewhere.
Completely has to be.
Yeah.
There has to be a
Okay.
strong
Great.
root.
Great.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Archana, what would be your suggestion on this similar thing to the the students who are actually looking forward to pursue design? The offshoots, the variety, the all that, it's all out there. But what would be your that one guiding tip for them to start somewhere and then move on to what else? Archana, you can hear me?
So one
Are you there?
graduate from, yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I'm there.
Yes, you're clear.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Archana, I can hear you. Archana, I can hear you.
Oh, so very yes, I can hear you too. Sorry. Very fascinating stories from the other panelists out here. Each one of you have traveled the world and have your own popular labels. Fantastic to know that. I have worked, I would just like to continue from where I left. I did work for a couple of years for the fashion industry, launched a couple of labels. There was a brand called Barcode, which was launched by a company called Fem Pharmaceuticals, Fem people who make the bleach. These are the people who wanted to get into garments, and it was a campus recruitment where a team of 4 designers were chosen from NIFT. And that was the journey, that was the beginning of my designing journey in the industry. Very, very fortunate to have worked with Mr. Wendell Rodrigues, who was a consulting designer. Learned a lot from him. However, within a couple of years, I was I'd kind of decided that working in the industry, working for other brands and things like that, was not really matching with my temperament. And that's when I started. That's when I was missing the enthusiasm which I had experienced in my NIF days, working with projects, working on newer ideas. That's when I decided that I should try my hands on teaching. And I have been teaching for the last 21 years. I've been visiting faculty with various fashion schools, be it NIF Mumbai, NIF Bangalore. In Mumbai, I've worked with ISD and currently with INIT and Delhi. I've also guest lectured at Pearl Academy and with Raffles with a very long time, and so with more fashion schools of Mumbai where I have faculty, and that is which I enjoy the most. Absolutely, we are meeting students. We are developing new modules. We are interacting with the young minds. And when I heard the topic of this chat, that it's a success story, I thought, have I already reached there? No, I'm still at my learning stage, because each module, each that I'm working with students, I feel I grow by with them. And my success stories lies when my students become big in the industry, in their own launches, and when they have their own week launches. That's when I absolutely feel sad. This is it. This is very wrong. This is fashion team also, time you have not learned design, till the time you have not learned fashion, you cannot really share the education further. And that's where I wanted to just spread out whatever I have learned and still learn from the students as well.
True, Archana, absolutely agree. And I think it's nothing gives us much pleasure in sharing whatever we are learning. And learning obviously never stops.
Absolutely.
You know, it's a constant thing. And learning is the best thing about interacting and being in touch with the student community is this: what you exactly said just now is that you're learning.
Absolutely.
What we learned, so much has changed. I think the thought process is
Right.
different, the concepts are different, the way they look at style is different, and we are learning constantly. And I also is that I think we need to be open to change, changing with times, changing
Absolutely.
with thoughts.
Yes.
And design, yes, design styling is ever changing. What a wonderful, wonderful Archana. That's a beautiful, and what a
Absolutely.
long, I mean, that's a lot of experience. That's a lot of experience
Thank
that
you.
you have had,
Thank
and
you.
and you have interacting with so many other mentors in the industry and so much of learning. I can absolutely imagine as to the kind of exposure
Yes.
you have had.
Very fortunate to be.
Yes,
Thank
it's
you.
definitely
We're very
it's a
fortunate to be
blessing to
among.
be actually.
Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely, it's a
Absolutely,
blessing.
yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
Yes.
It is. Yes. Wow. So we'll come back again, Archana,
Sure.
for some more questions. But we'll move to Shipra. Shipra, what is it that you would like to share with the students as to how, because yours has been a very unconventional way of getting into design or getting into NIFT. And what is it that you would like to share with the students out there who are listening to all of us right now?
So there are a couple of points that I'm going to pick up from Archana and Joy. So the first thing is, like this entire panel discussion is about, success stories. I think all of us here need to know that, all of you who are listening, that, reaching a goal or looking for something in your life is extremely important. Being passionate about it and having that drive and zeal for it every single day is equally important. So you cannot just think about being a designer for one day and maybe like 4 days, and when you have a lot of work someday in NIFT, you change your plans. So the idea is to be passionate to a level where you really want to, live design. It's the kind of profession which you really live with. You kind of need to amalgamate your life with it. So it's not something that you can practice for a day. It's something that you live with and practice every single day. So one is being passionate. The second is, be open to learning around you. So at any point, you might go to, like, you see Archana, she's been working for 20-24 years. Joy has been working for ages. I am I've just been in the industry for 6-7 years. I'm just 27. So for me to, really look at such amazing stories and their long journey, I need to understand at any level, whoever I am, wherever I am, that I need to learn so much. There's so much that you can learn from anything and anyone. You could sit in Kashmir, sit with a tribal group somewhere and talk to them and just get to know so much about their culture, art, anything at all. So irrespective of wherever you are, whoever you worked with, whatever that you've learned, and whatever your thought process is, being flexible, your ability to incorporate things and learn from everyone around you is a very, very important quality that you need to have. So when you join in a particular course, let's say you've enrolled for leather design, you should still be open to exploration. Look for a lot of things around you. Look at surfacing, look at stories, look at, like Joy said, he's also been an art director. So you don't need to just look at one particular stream. You don't need to just look at glamour. Let me tell you all that when you are walking on the ramp,
Absolutely, yes,
it's like 2 minutes when you walk on the ramp and everybody's there and you're clicking pictures. But behind that, the entire process where we've spent 6 to 7 months looking at every detail, fine-tuning every outfit, looking at even small details like threads and every single stone. There's so much that goes behind one single outfit that you guys see. So I'm sure you'll learn a lot of technical details also once you start studying. But it's very important to understand being passionate and open to learning and flexible throughout. So the more you explore. So for
Yes.
instance, I'll just give you a small example. I study knitwear design. That means what we do is we program Shimasaki. It's a Japanese machine. We learn how to program a pylon, which is a circular knitting machine. And we do a lot of technical things, creating our own fabric, understanding the process from fiber to fabric. But for me, as a designer, I am more of, a storyteller. So what I do is I narrate allegory. That's my style. And it's not something that you plan. It's not something that I decide when I join NIFT. It's something that I discover about myself. And it's something that I kind of develop organically while I study so many different subjects, while I explore what I'm good at, while I practice things. So, again, one more point that Joy said, skill can be developed, right? But being passionate about something is that you really, really have to be, it's mandatory. So I think you should all just feel excited every day when you wake up, irrespective of what the situation is. Keep a small diary, put your thoughts, consolidate your ideas. And, from there, you never know where you're going to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that 2-minute glamour that you spoke about on the ramp, behind that, till the point, I mean, even when the model is entering onto the ramp, there is absolute chaos. I call it that organized chaos that happens behind backscreen.
Absolutely.
Sometimes I've seen designers who don't even get to see the shows, because they are so much into something else altogether. So yeah, that glamour part should not be actually, but yeah, the making and putting it up there probably is the dream, and and keep changing the discovery and everything. All of that is such a and of course the zeal and the passion that should always remain, irrespective of wherever and whatever you are doing. We'll go to Pratima. Pratima, yours is a very niche. You are actually doing a very, very niche work with the kids wear, and I always find that the smaller the outfit, the more difficult it is actually, and the more precision work is required, for those little tiny garments. Pratima, what would your guidance tip would be for the youngsters that are watching us today?
So, what I would want to say is that I think you need, for every student to understand what they enjoy doing is the most important thing in the long run, because we choose our careers with seeing different things, like how Shipra said, you want glamour, you decide, I want this, 5 years down the line. But if you don't enjoy doing that, then somehow after a few years struggle, you still tend to give it up. So the most important, and your passion only comes in when you really, so passion and enjoyment are two things which are bound to be tied up together. So your passion gets fueled when you enjoy something. So I think for a student to identify what they enjoy most, you might be enjoying 2 3 things, but to identify that one thing that gives you immense joy is something that you pick up, and then you build on that. You learn for it. You make it a living. You figure out how you can make it a living in the coming future, and you study and you do your whole research on it. So when you come out of NIFT, it's not like you have one option. You have so many options, from styling to designing men's wear, kids wear, women's wear, and doing films for that matter. There are so many options,
Yeah.
and as when you come out of this, but NIFT is some place which actually prepares you for everything, you know and as
Yes,
you
it
go
prepares.
forward, it
Yes.
prepares you for everything. It basically gives
True.
you a base of being your creative self. And one thing that I really liked about NIFT was that every teacher that taught me said, don't worry about what we are teaching you, worry about what you want to do and what you enjoy doing, and make your life with it, which I think was the most important lesson I learned with NIFT. So
Yeah.
today, even if I'm doing kids wear, I enjoy doing soft toys. So I'm branching out in soft toys. So whatever you might be doing, it is going to give you a lot of options. But the most important thing is to have the same happiness and same excitement of doing it every day, which is a challenge. Sometimes, there are things which are going to bog you down. There are things which are going to bother you, whether it is financial, whether it is, your family, something or the other. But as long as it is an escape for you from your everything else, and it is a bubble which gives you happiness, it's going to take you through, and it is going to make you successful in life.
Yeah, actually, taking that thought, I would like to say that we are probably going to be wrapping up now. We are wrapping it up, but the common thread, if we see amongst all of you, is that the common thread, I would say, is the be continuing to remain passionate and focused as to what you wanted to do. I mean, the focus, that the product would have changed probably over a period of time as you're on a process of discovering the field as well as the industry as well as yourself. Therefore your product may change, but the passion to pursue a creative aspect and the design part of it has to remain constant. That has to be there, and that should not waver. And all of you all have gone through, we have not spoken about the struggles today. We have spoken about the success stories, and that success, even if you have failed during those times, like Pratima, you rightly said, there'll be a lot of reasons. There'll be reasons of family where you'll be stuck probably. Investors, no money, nothing. What do I shut shop? No, but that's where the test is. That's where you just need to hang in there and do it and pursue your dream. That is what I would like to close this session with, I guess. Thank you so much, all of you. Shipra, Pratima, Archana, Joy, it's been wonderful actually having you all here. And yes, to kind of close it, I would definitely say that NIFT definitely does give you all. I mean, look at all of you all. You all have been such success stories in spite of all the upheavals that you all have gone through, your personal, and I'm sure you all still are going through your day-to-day things which can really pull you back, but you're still on it and you're continuing to be. What a wonderful journey, each one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us over.
It's lovely. It's wonderful having all of you here. And so, yeah, that's it. And let's keep in touch. I mean, we have to keep in touch like this through technology, I guess, until we get to meet physically, which I would definitely love to.
One small message which I want to give to the student crowd, if you may allow, just half a second, please.
Definitely,
all I want to say to the aspiring students of fashion design of any kind, that you are going to be entering a hobby profession. So the passion and the enthusiasm is going to be inbuilt. You just have to thrive on it, and I'm sure you'll achieve it all. All the very best to everybody who is wanting to get into this industry. Design is wonderful. Everybody's welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
It's a great choice of career, definitely. And and until we get to meet physically, get to see the students, I guess all of us, I think we need to stay home, stay safe. And that's it. Thank you so much for being there. I mean, we could not see the students out there, but I know they're there looking at us. Thank you so much. God bless you all. And our blessings are always there with you all to pursue whatever you all want to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meeta.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Meeta.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Okay. All right. With that being said, what a wonderful session that was, everybody. They definitely deserve a round of applause. So wherever you are, please share some warmth with them. While I'm in my studio, I'm going to do that with them for them as well. So that is the cheer that goes out to all the beautiful panelists and the moderator that we had right here. What I gathered from this session was there is so much for everyone right here. The grind, the hustle, innovate, create, passion, focus, and hunger for more is all that you need. And that is only going to come from within you. But before we go ahead, I would like to tell you guys to do something that's really important. there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. Guys, go ahead and do it. You definitely do not want to miss this. And something that's really important that you should also observe right now is a free aptitude test and career counseling by ecolintuit.lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, and Whistling Woods International, which is also on Edutainment Show Live. All you need to do is log in on vx.edutainmentshow.in. Hurry, there are very limited seats available. You know what? While you do that, I'm going to go ahead and do that as well, and we will be right back. How are you guys doing out there? It's a beautiful afternoon right here. And I'm sure all you students are waiting for the next panel to start, right? So let me just tell you guys a little bit about this. But before I go into it, as Coco Chanel once said, every day is a fashion show and the world is the runway. We bring you a panel on fashion today and tomorrow. Let's look at the future. And the same, I would like to call upon a few really amazing people that you've been waiting for. The moderator for this panel is none other than Mr. Neeraj Gaba, host and motivational speaker, fashion and lifestyle consultant. And the trilogy that will be joining him, Miss Neeta Lulla, fashion designer. I'm sure you all know about her. Miss Nonika Kalra, editor, Harper's Bazaar, India. And last but not the least, completing this trilogy is Mr. Gautam Kalra, fashion stylist and creative consultant. Wherever you guys are, give them a round of applause because I am definitely going to be doing that. All right. With that being said, over to you, Neeraj. All yours.
Thank you so much, Raja. Thank you. Thank you, Neeta. Thank you, Nonita. Thank you, Gautam, for joining us in this panel. It is such an honor that, I am sitting here and having this conversation because I know how much I'm going to learn from you all today. And thank you so much for agreeing to do this. Now, before I go forward, I was just going through and doing my research and I came across this very wonderful quote, and Nonita, it was in Harper's itself, from Bill Cunningham. It says, fashion is the armor to survive the reality of everyday life. Before we go forward, I'd like each one of you in 2 to 3 statements, just go ahead and say, what does fashion mean to you? Starting with Neeta.
So for me, fashion is a lifestyle that creates the aura, the persona of who you are and what you aspire to be. So fashion, like you just really said, is your front and it keeps you going. It's your alter ego that is always there to get you to where you want with a lot of conviction in what you want to look like and your personality.
Super. Thank you. Nonita.
Fashion for me is storytelling. And I agree with Neeta. It's actually the cinema of your life. When you wake up in the morning and you say, I want to wear black, it's because there's either politics or economics or something that you're feeling. It's a combination of these things. The colors you choose, the fabrics, the designers you're inclined to, it's all part of your personal storytelling. So fashion is maybe the most intimate way you have of wearing your heart on your sleeve.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you. Gautam.
Pretty much what they're saying, it's an expression of individuality. Each day I wake up, I feel different. The lockdown's especially been an amazing period because every day has been a journey. And I think what I wear, or there are days I want to dress up, there are days I want to underdress. So it really is a reflection of who I am today. And it's an expression of individuality, really.
Yeah, I think it expresses your internal story and it kind of manifests it on the outside. To me, that is what fashion is. Now, after we've done this, Nonita, you are with Harper's, you've been the editor for the longest times. How have you seen fashion evolve in India vis-a-vis its Western counterparts, European counterparts?
So, you know what? There are 2 ways of looking at that. We could look at fashion as the way through a Western construct, right?
Yeah.
And that evolved starting 2000 when the first Fashion Week happened, because then there was a schedule to it.
Yeah.
So I always say, an economist needs a budget to sort of check the parameters of the economy based on policy and achievement and GDP. Fashion Weeks gives you that schedule. So you can say, okay, season 1, season 2. And that's one way of looking at it. But I'd like to see Indian fashion is much older. And I think that's how we need to start viewing fashion. Indian fashion is its culture, its craft, its textile. And it's existed for a really long time. And I don't think we've done enough studies on what happened then. And, when someone like Neeta does a period film and she does the research on that, for me, that is fashion. But of course, magazines and everybody do a mix of both. We try and align our calendars and our seasonality with what's happening in the Western world, because let's get real. Fashion has to be without borders. The only way for fashion to be effective is if it's a global conversation. Because movements happen in that way. Economies evolve in that way. Now with this recession, we're all going to see clothing change. So fashion in the Western construct, India has actually been bang on. I remember when I was at L in 2000, I was very surprised that we would see a trend internationally and it would have a reflection. Countries reject and accept trends based on sensibilities. So dungarees never caught on in India, but we've been bang on in terms of trend. But our story for me lies in textile and craft.
Okay. Now, Nita, would you like to...
truck in their back, having a lot of fun.
I stay next to the hospital, so that's my...
Oh.
All right, fine. We're safe then.
Yes. Okay. Nita, would you like to add on something to that?
Yeah, so as Nonita said, we've been on the forefront of fashion latently or out there in today's times. I think since we are doing the edutainment show, I want to take this back a little to the students' perspective. In terms of fashion, India is now coming to the forefront rather than earlier, much earlier, where we used to get our inspirations, we used to get knowledge about what's going on and apply that to our sensibilities in India, But the thing is that why are we looking at the West becoming the foremost? That's because our inclination to education for the students in today's times is now gradually becoming more focused. Whereas in the Western world, wherever you go to Europe, you go to America, wherever they teach you the basics and they see what the students are inclined to. And there is a kind of a focus to teach them what they can pick up and grasp and they can master. Therefore, you see pattern makers, you see illustrators having a sensibility and core job. Today, stylists is a core niche that every student aspires to be because of the boom. So, and that is where styling is becoming so evolved in India. In the same way, if we can, get students to focus on the other aspects of the fashion field, whether it's illustration, merchandising, marketing, whatever, I think we will not be the ones who will be following, we will be the ones who are leading.
Okay, so somewhere you are saying that the way it is dealt abroad or the way it is dealt in the Western counterparts, it's much more organized, and that's where somewhere we lag.
Yes.
Okay, Nita, do you agree or disagree on something? Would you like to contribute something on that? Nonita, sorry.
It's really interesting. And I was talking to the head of Institute of Marangoni in Bombay, and she said that in each country, they focus on the particular country's strengths. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so, Milan will have a certain focus, Paris has a certain focus. In India, I think Nita's right. We've not allowed our students to develop a strong enough Indian voice. We keep taking syllabus and sort of cut pasting it, and then you'll have geniuses. Oh my God, from 2000 at Fashion Week, we saw one genius after the other. You saw Sabya, you saw Manish, you saw Rajesh, but they had to break away and create their own voice. I'm not sure if education helped them or hampered their way forward.
Okay. Now, funneling it further down, Gautam, the question is to you now. Funneling it further down, how do you see that whatever the preparations have been, whatever the education has been, how fashion in India has evolved, or how do you see it will evolve to tomorrow? Where, vis-a-vis tomorrow, vis-a-vis today, how do you see tomorrow?
Well, that's a very intense and many questions, but to try and keep it short, I think we've all known each other for a long time here. And like Nonita rightly said, the Fashion Week came and brought in a certain system of seasons and working in advance for the designers and collections. And, styling came in. When I came in as a stylist, I mean, people would literally be looking at me and saying, who's this guy? What does he do? And photographers kind of pushed us on and said, there's this guy, he's a style, they had to be educated. And I think then came the whole revival of craft and sustainability, which I'm sure we're going to talk about. Digital media, I mean, that's huge. Magazines came in, and now it's all about social media because it's so easy to reach in the digital age. And I think this lockdown is really going to teach us a lot. And we are already all focusing more on how to survive in the current scenario of the digital age, because you're safe, you're socially distanced, and you can actually, like I was talking to somebody the other day, I think to Tarun Tailiani, we were talking about, and I said, you know what, the shows probably, I mean, it's going to be difficult to do live shows now because of social distancing and corona, but the thing is, the reality is that people were anyway watching most of the shows sitting in their homes at night when they were free, so it was always digital. That I saw most of the shows that I wasn't doing, I would be able to catch it online. And I think going forward, keeping Corona in mind, I think like Nonita again had brushed upon this, there's going to be a lot about how to wear. Do you really need as many clothes that you own? You know, how do you rewear something, you know? And I think it's also been a lot about internalizing, and it's about comfort and ease, and, you know, just downplaying everything, what is actually real and what's not. So I think digital age is really going to get much stronger now, and we're all going to have to adapt to survive. And I think there's going to be major changes going ahead, and I think they were required.
Neeta, now, you know, because you've been there for the longest times as a fashion designer, as a costume designer, you know, you've done so many films, you've been awarded so many places. What was your yesterday as a costume designer, as a fashion designer, and what is going to be your tomorrow in terms of whether it is your couture collections, whether it is your prêt, whether it is, you know, the kind of fabrics that you use, whether it is the kind of demographics that you're kind of going ahead and selling to. How do you see the difference from your today, yesterday, and the coming tomorrow?
So if I have to sum up my yesterday in one word, yesterday was a carnival. I mean, everything was available. It was fun. It was hunky-dory. You could do whatever you want at the drop of a hat. You could get fabrics that you wanted, Indian fabrics, imported fabrics. Everything was available. The world was on a roll, and there was a lot of data available. In fact, there was a data boom, I can say, you know, good, bad, ugly, everything was there. Today, suddenly, you've got to take a back seat, sit down, and either get nervous and scared about it. But you know what? We as Indians are a very enterprising lot. We adapt and adapt and everything together at the same time. And we're ready for the kill. Like, despite the fact that, you know, there's nothing you can do about work, being a workaholic, the entire channel system has changed to different kinds of works. So whether it's a workout, whether it's cooking, whether it's painting, whether it's studying what you want to do, we're all doing that, you know, and we're all getting into that. So coming to what is going to be there tomorrow, we are kind of getting ready with and putting our minds at rest that tomorrow is going to be different, it's going to be good, and that's what we call it the new normal. The fact that tomorrow we will need to now learn, by default we'll be going into sustainability much faster, which we wouldn't have gone prior to Corona. We are getting into sustainability, and for Indians, the major aspect of sustainability is reusability. And we will be looking at how we can use our garments, reuse our garments, the outfits people buy. How can we as designers guide them to buy clothes which they can reuse, and heritage fabrics, hemp is becoming a big talk of the town. Pineapple-based fabrics, all plant-based fabrics are becoming big. And we're talking about it. So yeah, we are moving in a direction which is going to be positive, which is going to be introspective, and is going to have some basis of creating a heritage of our own once again.
Sorry, Neeraj, if I may just add to what Neeta just said. I think the word I was also looking for earlier, which she also brushed upon, is we are going to be making more conscious choices as we go forward. And I think we will. If we are irresponsible, we won't, but I guess we will. Yeah. And I also think that it's going to be survival of the fittest. Going forward, there was a lot of chaos. Everything had become a supermarket. Too many stylists, too many designers, too many this. And I think what's going to survive is people with passion, people who are not complacent, people who know their craft, who are good at what they do, because there really is, it had become too much. So I think there's going to be a lot of editing in everything as we go forward, which I think is a great thing.
I mean, while we're speaking about editing, let me give you the magazine perspective, right? I mean, there is no doubt that you have to be digital because you print a magazine, and how are you distributing it?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The quality of images that magazines demand need to be shot. You need teams. Nobody's meeting anybody.
Yeah.
So with digital, you can do this, all right? But you're right. We say digital, but I think we've already fast forwarded to a much further space.
Yeah.
What kind of digital? Okay, the age of Bollywood as an influencer is over because they don't seem real. People don't care. The age of the influencer who at this time of the pandemic is showing you 5 ways to wear a skirt when you're sitting at home, or showing you their wardrobes and their expensive clothing, people are disgusted by it. So what's going to survive is intelligent content. And that's going to be the most exciting part, because I will say this, journalism, fashion journalism in India has never reached where it should have. And, you know, I've always wondered about it because Indian journalists are at par with international journalists. Their writing, their reportage, their criticism, critique has been amazing. But in journalism and fashion journalism, either you have someone who's very bitter and very nasty and you can see a personal bias, or you have someone saying fabulous things. Magazines try to give you a sort of an edit by what they chose. Magazines, I think, by what they didn't write about or what they didn't include, were doing their editing without being nasty, because there are ways of communicating. So, you know, fashion magazines were the only place where you saw some sort of fashion journalism, but the sort of great writers the West had, or photographers, Bill Cunningham, you know, Anna Wintour said she would get dressed every morning for him. Yeah. He talked about never going to parties and shooting people, because he says there people have stylists. I want street style. And not the street style by some blogger outside doing outfit of the day. So I think we're going to fast forward to a period of really good journalism. But again, if you're asking for really good journalists, it'll be a handful. It won't be an all-over movement. But there will be standout names. Just like, you know, Gautam said, it's going to be survival of the fittest. I think it's going to be survival of the smartest.
Yeah, yeah.
People with integrity, people with honesty.
Yeah. Now, taking your point forward on smartness, integrity, and, you know, honesty, Nonita, the question again comes to you. Fast fashion has become a way of life. Do you see this going? How do you see this going forward? Is it going to be there, or is it going to be a part of our tomorrow? And if it is going to be, how much percentage? It's going to go down because everybody is becoming very conscious of what they should wear, or is it going to grow?
You know what? My prediction, and you can slap me for saying this, because the truth is, we'd like to think people will change. But as soon as things open, people are going back to exactly what they were. All right? The large percentage.
Okay.
They're already shopping on Zara. As we were sitting, Zara message saying there's a sale, fill your basket. As soon as it turns to 9 p.m., it's going to be a discount. It's going to happen. But, you know, not because people are foolish about consumption. It's because it's very hard to get good clothing at a good price. And that is the gap that our designers have always had. Either you're paying 7 lakhs for a lehenga, or you're paying 35,000 for a simple dress. And they can't be faulted. It costs them more, their volumes are low, real estate is expensive, there's no support from the government. But your average person doesn't want to spend 35,000 rupees. They want to spend 2,000. But what will happen, and Neeta and Gautam both touched upon it, while fast fashion will grow, I think people will choose better and they will re-wear. And we have used this word. You know, Bazaar launched the re-wear movement this year, and we talked about wearing your clothes over and over again. That's what will happen. And, you know, Neeta again touched upon it when she talked about pineapple fabric. The future is going to be technology, not sustainable. Sustainable fashion is not a thing, it's responsible fashion.
In fact, even for education, the future is going to be digital and technology. So we need to add in and touch upon digital mediums of learning. You know, not teaching the students, but teaching them something about digital, whether it's merchandising, styling, fabrics, whatever, coming up with new fabric textures and different forms of fabrics through digital mediums. This is what our students should be learning going forward.
Gautam, taking forward the discussion on that, technology and digital are going to be the tomorrow. Now, one has seen as democratic as technology makes us all feel, it also goes ahead and takes away our uniqueness. People, in the name of inspiration, go ahead and plagiarize because now things are easily available for you to go ahead and copy. What's your take on that, and how can that be contained in the coming tomorrow, if there is a containment to it?
I think copying is very flattering at one level. I mean, someone like me would never ever do it, and but I think that's always going to exist. But like I said, there's going to be a lot of editing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think this should be called out. I'm glad there's a diet sabya today. He's not always correct. He's 85% correct. There needs to be more diet sabyas. Yeah. Maybe Nonita should be a diet sabya, actually. She should open something like that.
You never know, maybe she is.
Maybe she
No,
is.
my language.
I don't think she has the time right now.
Not she cannot be that.
I'm just kidding now.
But I'm just saying that, look, the thing is that there's going to be all kinds of people. I can only talk about myself, and I can surround myself with people who are original and have individuality and who don't copy. But I think call out people who do, and but not everybody should have a voice, but too many people do. So I think there's nothing you can do. But I really think that if you're going to copy and you're going to do all this more and more, we really are. If let's say I was buying 10 garments today, and tomorrow maybe I'll buy 3 or 2, I'll really choose wise. You know what I mean? That's what I'm just trying to say. So people who want to copy will keep copying, but it's our choice. It's our responsibility not to buy them or not to promote them. So I really think that's what it's about.
Would you like to add on something, please?
Here's the thing. It's very, very simple. When you have the idea and it's your original idea, and I have seen this happen in magazines all the time.
Yeah.
I welcome other people to go out and copy it because I know how I do it will be different. Yeah. It's my baby. It's my idea. Gautam and I've had the pleasure of working with each other. By the way, neither are we married, nor are we siblings. And people have copied Gautam's work so much, literally at a point where it reached some places a mood board and someone flicked it. But what he did with it was different. And so I actually welcome it. I'm like, you go ahead and copy. If I can help you and maybe help you in a direction that you can think a certain way, go do it. Maybe it'll give you a place to find your own original voice. So I have this great confidence. I know Neeta's been copied endlessly, but when you finally want to buy something, you go to Neeta Lula if you're looking for a particular thing.
Yeah.
And for a lot of us, we want the discerning audience, the discerning reader. Because they're the people who will walk with us and educate more people. The person who wants to copy, best of luck. If I can help you, I'll send you my lineup.
Yeah. I also want to say that as a stylist, or Nonita as a designer, or Nonita as a journalist, people try to copy us. But when I see the copied versions, I laugh. It's very amusing because I've evolved anyway. Yeah. What I did in 2000, I don't want to do again, know? Yeah. And when I see people trying to copy some of my work, it's very flattering, like I said, but they never get it right.
They never get it right. Yeah.
They don't understand the model, the lighting, the set, the colors. Something is not right, and I've already done it. So I've moved on. So it's flattering. Keep trying and good luck. I hope they do a good job of it.
Now coming to that, because we are talking of now somewhere the whole merchandise is now out. You are getting to see it. Gautam through shoots, Neeta through her shows and stores, and Nonita through the magazine. Now, the evolution in fashion is happening in a manner wherein everybody is saying that, oh, you know what? We are over seasons. We are over fashion weeks. We are over anything which was very regular that was done. Everything is now either moving to digital, or people are saying that we may not even go ahead and do that. We may just go ahead and do that for a certain section of people who we think are, as we said, discerning. How do you see this developing, Neeta, for yourself as a designer?
There is a lot of talent out there. I see that digital, yes, is a new form of the new normal. And the fact that when you have so much information, people are bound to get regurgitated with the kind of information that they have. Therefore, what I feel, we cannot predict what's going to happen, but all we can say with a more positive attitude is the fact that post this, we will have the leeway to come up with something new, something different, maybe using fabrics that you've never used before, maybe using creative abilities that you've never used before. Right now, you are on the ground level, you're on ground zero trying to build up again. And there's a fear factor with that. Plus, there is the fun of restarting all of it again. Thus, I feel that the talent that's going to be noticed, people will want to see them immaterial, whether on a show, whether it's on digital, whether it's anywhere. They will want to see them for sure, provided you have. And the consumers become very intelligent, from the facet of seeing so much to not seeing suddenly, and to getting into intelligent buying. So yes, there is going to be a way forward where you will come back to the same thing of watching it digitally or on a platform that is available to you. But there will be newer platforms that will be available, and there will be a newer tomorrow.
Gautam, what's your take on this in terms of fashion seasons going fluid, fashion weeks maybe going digital, very limited for viewing?
Well, that is bound to happen with the social distancing norms. And like I already said, in particular, you're talking about live shows. That sounds scary right now to do. Yeah. And to be honest, I myself wasn't going. I mean, Nonita would remember this. Nita would remember this. Back in the day when we had one fashion week, and all of the media used to attend. There was a buzz. There was a this. Now we can catch it all online, in our busy lives. Yeah. So, and I never believed in trends per se. Although I have to say that if there are lesser shows, I have less business. So let's face it. But you know what? I never believed in trends ever. I thought India in particular, I always look at myself. If I'm always dressing, I'm not dressing. I don't even own a suit. I wear my kurtas that are stylized to my taste. I've always had to express myself the way I am. So I can talk about myself, and India has always been the core of everything I've ever done. Who I am and what I do. And I've always felt we were a summer country. This is a debate I had. I used to have a store called Grasshopper many years ago in Bangalore. And it really wasn't about trend, and it was just a form of expression. And I always thought we were predominantly summer. Delhi had a small winter. Then we evolved very hugely into a bridal market and maybe a resort wear market. But this summer, winter was never really a thing in India. I remember used to style back in the day for all these cool people, and there would be tights and fur and this and that. And I used to die looking at it because we were doing it in summer. I was like, we don't have this winter. Have you ever lived in Bangalore? Have you ever lived in Chennai? Have you ever lived in Bombay? Why are we going so nuts over it? So I just feel that this was anyway shouldn't have happened. So if it happens now, great. Just look at your markets. There's the bridal, there's the resort. When you go for holidays and destinations, and summer is huge and comfort is huge.
Yeah. Okay. Nonita, any different? Anything that you'd like to add on to this?
World over, designers are writing and exhorting people that let's go away from seasons, let's go away from fashion weeks. And I'm laughing because they seem to be writing to themselves because it is their choice. They chose to have 6 to 8 seasons from pre-this, pre-that. I mean, that was really silly. And it came from greed, and nothing good comes from greed when you're being creative. Forgive me, but I'm an absolute idealist. And I think that Gautam is absolutely correct when he says there was buzz when there was one bunch of fashion weeks, just once a year. Because you have something to say. You know what? I used to write a column once a month, and I actually told them they wanted me to do it weekly. I said, I have nothing to say every week. Once a month is hard. So for fashion, what's going to happen is, and we've been talking about this, it's going to be democratic. Smaller brands that can't afford to do shows will be digital. Bigger brands may come together and say, let's do a 3-day showing. It will not be run by outside people who give you a slot and turn it political and make it about this, that, and the other. It'll be a coming together of like-minded people. And I believe in the collective of cool, which will drive us forward. It's going to be a lot of collaboration. And I keep using community and collaboration because that's what we really needed for it to happen. So this is a self-correction. We're back to 2000. when it all started, and nothing gives me greater joy because everybody's voice matters. Everyone has a say now. And it's great. It's great that we can have this cleansing.
Yeah. Wonderful. Now taking this discussion to the next level. Now we all have discussed on what should be made, but at the same time, there is a market that it needs to be sold to. So the second section of the discussion is fashion market. Now, fashion market, as we know that, as we are evolving with our merchandise, so does the fashion market, whether it is resale, whether it is retail, whether it is wholesale, the kind of stuff that they're going to buy, the kind of stuff that will be sold. So my question to you, Neeta, is how do you see this fashion market of buying and selling evolving?
The fact that the consumer is going to be very, very wary of frivolous buying is going to evolve the market into a very different direction. People will want to know what they are wearing and what is the usage of it. And people are wanting to know the fabric that they're wearing is not something that is made by killing animals or will harm their skin. Therefore, you're looking at a lot of natural fabrics.
Fashion, as Neeta, responsible fashion, as Nonita said.
Yes, they are going to be very responsible, and that's what at least I feel as a designer. And for the aspect of this, I feel as designers, we should be now going to the forefront, speaking to our clients and our consumers, telling them what the collection is all about, educating them about why the collection, what the inspiration, and most importantly, of that particular collection, so they don't feel that they've bought an outfit and it's just lying. There should be a purpose to it in life. Whatever you buy, even if it is your bridal lehenga with a blouse, that blouse should be a reusable one. Which and you will need to guide them. As a designer today, and I've been doing this for the last 34 years, I guide my clients and my brides as to what they're supposed to wear it and how are they supposed to wear it later. Mm-hmm. And it's great when people come to you and say that, I bought an outfit from you 7 years back and I wear it even today the way you've told me and it still looks good, it looks fashionable. I think that is going to be the new norm. That's what I feel basically as a designer.
Would you like to add on? Yeah, please.
Timelessness example. So for example, I'm wearing something, Nonita, I've often seen like that. We wear something that you can wear differently and wear for, it's like when you invest in a bag or a black dress, which I'm sure Nonita has a lot to say about. So I'm going to give it to her right after this. You know what I mean? You can wear that black dress. Why the little black dress was so important. And I'm going to let Nonita take this. But basically, you can wear something if you're investing in a bag, a funky bag or something that's pink or blue, but if you invest in a black or a skin or a gray, it's got longevity. You will grow over time. I used to be very funky like this background at the back, and today I wear a lot of black. You evolve. So investing wisely was always that if you're going to spend 20 lakhs on a bag or 10 lakhs or 8 lakhs on a bag, then you know what? Classics. It goes with everything that you have. Yeah. So I think timelessness and, a conscious choices, responsible fashion, like Nonita said and Neeta touched upon, it's all going to happen. And I'm really going to let it go to Nonita now because I think she has a lot to say about the little black dress.
Yes.
No, I think that both Neeta and Gautam are right. There is going to be a move towards sort of a classic edit of your wardrobe, right? And I'll tell you a funny story. I bought a black dress in 2000 and I wore it for 7 fashion weeks for the finale. First 2 years, I changed the accessories, then I stopped. I wore it the same way. Nobody remembered. And that's what clothing is, right? Your clothing should take you to different places just through different attitude, through the different people you meet. And I think people are going to understand that clothing is not just #outfit of the day. Yeah. The frivolousness behind clothing, I think will change. Yeah. And you're seeing it in a really interesting way, driven by Gen Z. Let's look at the fact that they want to be in their track bottoms. For them, comfort is more important than anything else. Yeah. We suffered the bandage dress. We suffered the tight clothes, the exaggerated sleeves. They want athleisure. Yeah. That is going to be the big trend. Yeah. People want comfort. They don't want to change. We've spent so long here We no longer know how to go out. So they want something that they can sit in, they can go out in, they can spend an evening out. They want comfort. When was the last time you wore a pair of high heels, Neeta? I don't remember wearing high heels. Trainers. Trainers went from a street style thing to something that uber luxury brands started to do. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of listening in fashion as well. What designers will have to listen to what the customer wants. And Neeta already said that. She said that while she has to educate them, she's in conversation. What's going to be critical is the conversation you have. And it's going to go up and down. You're going to listen to a designer, then the designer is going to listen to what you want, and you're going to have this exchange of ideas. And clothing through technology will have a huge degree of leeway.
Wow. Now, taking what Nonita you just mentioned, that whether it is athleisure, whether it is sneakers or whatever, people are majorly going for comfort, which is combined with fashion. And what has been seen, coming back to India as a market, what has been seen is majorly these kind of offerings are coming from the emerging designer section. Now, emerging designers, for them, it is very difficult to sustain themselves any which ways. Most of them, not all of them. And Business of Fashion did an article on this saying that if the distribution channels, if the multi-designer stores that are there, they do not go ahead and support these emerging designers, it will be very difficult for whether it is inspiration, whether it is evolution, whether it is to go ahead and take care of what the market needs, for us to be able to go ahead and provide all of that. What do you have to say on this? How do you see distribution evolving when it comes to these kind of offerings? Do you think there will be an extra support that will be coming from anybody? Do you think, or would you like to suggest something on these lines?
No one is going to agree. Stores need things on a consignment. They need their 30%. They have bills to pay, staff to look after, electricity, blah, blah, blah. Designers always feel that it's unfair, and both sides are right. I think it's what has been missing in Indian fashion. The fact that it's an industry that employs a lot of people. It clothes us, it feeds our soul, it inspires us. But the government has never supported it. And you need this support. And the thing is that we've always had fashion governing councils, but they have never done the job that CFDA does. Okay, my friend Bib, who won the CFDA award, they gave him a studio to operate out of. They introduced him to retailers. They helped him do an accounts course. They hooked him up with PR people. We have enough wealth. We have enough governing bodies, representatives who have a fashion week in every city every 3 weeks before the pandemic. But nobody has stepped up and said, this is what needs to be done. An incubation cell, even the incubation that's done, is so superficial. It's done for 3 weeks. Then people are taken to London. They meet the Queen and everybody claps. And you drop the designers. And I blame everybody. Magazines do their best. Magazines do their best by promoting them. Stylists like Gautam, I've worked a lot with Gautam. He will never use international brands. He likes to push Indian brands. He'll mix it with an international brand. He'll show you how to wear it with jeans. Neeta is as homegrown as you can get. But I don't think anyone has assisted her. I don't think a single governing body has called and said, how are you managing for rent? Can we as a body go out and talk about what is going on? Can we help you with better trained staff? It's ridiculous, the fact that fashion gets zero help, even from within fashion.
Okay. I think hats off to the Indian. Sorry, Neeta, go.
As an academician, there's one more point that I'd like to bring to what Nonita said. And I think the entire scenario in India, vis-a-vis helping the next generation to kind of support them because they're coming up with such amazing designs. We in India still have a slight stigma, and we still feel fashion is frivolous a little bit, because we don't apply a kind of a logistic to fashion as yet. Even when senior designers who've achieved everything are supported financially to grow more, it's about, okay, what's your top line, how much have you made, and on that we give you this and we give you that, whatever. But where does the younger designer go? And that is coming from understanding that there is no focus. I keep harping on this all the time and speaking about it, that even a pattern maker outside the country is an educated pattern maker. But we don't have that. We have Master Gs who will work the way they want to work. So can we have people who will be educated on these technicalities that will bring up the level of fashion and the seriousness? We still don't have it. And I feel, after teaching so many students, after interacting with so many people, I feel that still there is a stigma that, we are not sure about the new generation. It's just about their designs, which are amazing, but what about going forward? Are they able to make those clothes, and are they able to provide and supply the kind of content that's required?
Is there supply chain also in place? Yeah. That's a big question mark that's there. Yeah, so, Gautam, you were saying something. Sorry.
If you support them, they'll do it.
No, I also feel like what everybody else is here is talking about, that the government hasn't supported. And, and they really haven't. Like, I was talking to a designer in London the other day, and he said, the government's given me, based on my 3-year profits, I'm getting £2,500 without asking for it. My entire staff over here, whether you're karigars or whatever, they're all being paid their 100% salary by the government. Now, it's unimaginable here because they think fashion is like a bad thing. They have enough money. But I know each day I speak to designers, as I'm sure all of us here do. And my heart is breaking when I'm listening to their stories about no migrant workers, no darzis and no karigars and nobody here. And then the corona rules, and then you pay them salary. But I'm just saying, somewhere going forward for the younger designer that you're talking about, which is also what Nita's saying, besides the government, definitely, or corporate investments coming in, which right now, I guess, with Corona, but it should have been done 10 years ago, but it wasn't. But I'm just saying, if there was a body which did, let's say there's a, Net-a-Porter, or in India, we have a Purnia's pop-up shop. It's not just about taking the clothes and retailing. Great, you do. But somebody needs to also hold their hand in terms of marketing, in guiding them on price points. Maybe if they pulled in their resources and went to a certain, body or a factory where the cost comes down. So 10 young designers produce at the same place, and then because you really need to keep your selling points in mind. And very often the prices that the younger designers sell, they're not big brands, so they shouldn't be making very expensive clothes. There is the Zara's, which people want to buy because it's cheap and fast and whatever. And a lot of their minimal clothes that they make are sustainable. They're very expensive. Someone needs to pull in the resources, have investment, and guide 10 young designers producing at the same factory, retailing it through via somebody who guides them. So there needs to be more of this system, I feel.
No. And I completely agree with you, because emerging designers, they do not have their sales number that high until the time economies of scale are not arrived at. They will not be able to bring down their costs. Until then, the costs don't come down, they will not be able to sell them at cheap.
They'll have to pull in their resources.
They'll have to pull, So that's, I think, the evolution that's coming in. Nonita, now taking this forward, now, we all are talking of responsible fashion, sustainable living, and knowing, but we also know all of this comes at a cost. Now, we have all these fast fashion brands that are providing with different silhouettes. They have, like, we talk of 2 fashion seasons, they have 12 seasons, because every month there is a season that they come out with. How do these designers cope up with this kind of, thing, and still follow what needs to be done, which is sustainable, responsible fashion?
By making better clothes. Here's the problem. So many of the young designers, when you turn their garments around, they're a mess. They don't last. And I think, Gautam will verify this, I only wear Indian designers. I've spent a lot of money, but I only wear Indian designers because I have great pride in them. But it's embarrassing how you have sent something for dry cleaning and the color runs, or the finish is appalling, and I still go out and I still buy it from the store because I don't want the discount. I want the store to see that their clothes sell. We have to make better quality. And I think that they have great sensibility, great taste. There's a bunch of people who are very out there. Then they're your classics, like bodice, which I'm wearing and I wear all the time because she's worth that extra money.
Yeah.
But give me the finish, give me something impeccable. And the truth is, I don't think they're lazy. It's the lack of guidance. And this is what our design councils, Fashion Week board should be doing. It's not a one-off thing. You need mentorship programs. You need people who are guided forever. Do you know how long a photographer's assistant works with them? Years. 3 years, 5 years.
5 years, yes.
Till they get one tiny shoot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? That's how long you need mentorship.
Yeah.
Nita, you've been teaching students. You know how raw they are. I've met your students as well. They're so raw, it's unfair to expect them to even create a label and most labels die between 2 and 3 years.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen next gen, they come like stars, they vanish next season.
Shooting stars.
And now, unfortunately, the recession or this pandemic, some of the best brands are shutting down because again, there's been no support.
Nita, would you like to say something? Because you've been involved with the education bit for some time now.
So when Nonita was very rightly saying what she was saying right now, I feel the core missing aspect is focus. You know, if Nonita can go out and buy a particular brand for a bodice, why can't we have the Gen Next understanding the core element of their sensibility? You know, like if you make a white shirt, a simple white shirt, focus on the damn white shirt. Just make it with an interesting collar, interesting sleeve, and just make those little changes, because that is what's going to be difficult to achieve and get. And you may, over the years of making it, master it. Therefore, if me or Gautam or Anita wants a white shirt, we'll only go to that particular brand. And we know we will get value for money because the cost of production goes down. Plus, we know we get quality because you're only focusing on that and you can focus on the quality of that particular thing. But with the fashion intelligence boom, like I call it, over Pinterest and Instagram, everybody wants to copy everybody and everybody wants to do everything that everyone's doing.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's where we're losing quality, quantity, and focus of what is our core strength and interest. I mean, just make just a trouser, a flare pants. Say, I'm going to make just flare pants. Now the length can vary, the style can vary with pockets, with your flaps or whatever you want. But then people know they can go to you for a flare pant. So that focus area is missing.
Yeah, so that polishing the uniqueness, what they should be doing is what is lacking, and they're trying to do everything that is available out there. Cool. Gautam, do you have anything to contribute on this?
Use Google, don't abuse it. You know what I mean? If somebody gives me a brief, if someone gives me a brief, you know, I use Google because my client expects me to show them what it is because they can't understand sometimes when I'm speaking. I think of what I want, then I Google that thing because somebody else needs it. I don't need it, but my client wants to see it. But I never look at an image and then go backwards. So I think what Nonita said was quality. What Nita's saying is timelessness and longevity and focus. And I'm saying so, and because I see I saw one bodice, I was there, styled her first show at Lakme. I did many of those young designers. We were there for Sabya's first show. You know, they were all new. We were new ones. And then you see hundreds of people doing the same thing. Or sometimes see senior designers trying to copy other senior designers. And I think it's a shame. I think have your voice. And you know what? If you're original, people will want you. If you're just another wannabe, then why would I want you anyway? You know what I'm saying? And going ahead, this is going to happen more. So, so just be original.
But again, coming to what Nonita said, that, in terms of the numbers of sales, like you highlighted a bodice. Now, how many bodices are there? I'm saying there are other designers as well who bring out quality products. However, they're not selling as much. And at the end of the day, then they end up shutting shops.
Because you don't have a goddess with a bodice. You don't have someone who's focused on making those with fantastic quality.
You really think there is nobody? Barring a few, there are not many designers who bring out qualitative products and still are struggling?
Younger designers.
They're not producing quality. Of course, they'll struggle. There are people who don't.
If they're producing quality and still struggling.
Yes, of course.
You don't think so? Nonita, what do you think? And Gautam as well. Designers who are producing quality, the emerging lot I'm talking of, the new designers.
Of course, Neeraj, how is everyone going to be successful? Life isn't fair. It's very simple. Not everybody does well.
Yeah.
Either you missed the spirit of the moment, you're not marketing yourself well, you're missing your price point, your retail
These are the points that I want you to highlight. These are the points. That's why I asked you the question. Please highlight, because all these students need to know.
Just talent alone and a great collection will do nothing for you.
Nothing for you. Exactly.
You need to have all your dots lined up. That's why I said you need first accounting so that your math ties up, right? Yeah. Secondly, marketing.
Yes.
Great product. You have to deliver. Your promise of delivery has to be true. You may have the most beautiful images on Instagram and I touch your shirt and it's awful. I'm returning it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what makes true success is that capturing that ineffable moment, that inexplicable thing that becomes the trend before it is the trend.
Okay. Gautam, would you like to say something?
Pretty much what she's saying, you like you said, you can be creative. You can be a chef. You can be a great chef. So I just want to get out of fashion for a second because I've had a restaurant and I've seen this. You can be an incredibly talented chef, but you don't know how to market it, or you don't know how to present your food to people, or how to get the customers in by having value for money and the right price points, and having had probably, like Nonita earlier said, and is just having the experience. Work under someone before you open your own restaurant. You try to go out there. Otherwise work for somebody. You know what I mean? If you're going to do it on your own, you better have all your dots in place.
Yeah.
So I agree with what she's saying. I think a lot of brands back up because they said they're too expensive. They don't know how to market the imagery, maybe overselling something. And when you touch the product, it isn't. And the price points very often are really high. That's why I'm saying that somewhere people need to learn the craft, and the government or somebody needs to invest in pooling their production so the costs go down. And somebody's there to guide them in that process, because they're very raw when they come out of these schools and they suddenly think, like I've known of people who work with Manish Arora for 3 months and they think they've become Manish, or they've joined me for a month, they think they've become me, or Nonita or Nita. I'm sure we all have this story about this younger generation being in a huge hurry to achieve.
Yes.
So they need to calm their horses down and they need to invest their time in learning under somebody, learning the craft, keeping their eyes and ears open, and have faith and have patience, which I find very
Instead of saying, Gautam, earning your stripes, maybe they need to earn their white hair or lose a little hair, because it comes with experience. Experience should not be dismissed.
But this, even I have experienced, a lot of young people come with this feeling of entitlement, that even if they have done a little bit, they think that they're entitled to everything. A lot of times they come and they ask that, oh, you know what, if you can do, why can't I do? Then the only answer you end up giving them is, darling, because I have maybe 20, 25 years behind me. So let's put in a little bit, and then maybe you'll also have an overall growth there. Now, because now we have to wrap up the session in some time, I would like to just understand from you guys that are there any, now forget about COVID, our industry any which ways was going through troubled times before this as well, like Gautam had pointed during a conversation which I had over a telephone call. How are there any smart practices that you think need to be employed with regards to whether it is your production, whether it is your sourcing, whether it is your going ahead and doing marketing, whether it is presenting, like you're saying that, marketing and all these things become very important. Any smart practices that you'd like to go ahead and share with these students so they know that, okay, you know what, maybe these are the things that I need to take into consideration if I really want to get into fashion design. Nita, I'll start with you.
I think as of now, for students who are out there, who are learning and who are going to go out there in the world, keep your eyes and ears open, more than Google. Read up a lot. Whatever books you can get your hands on, if you can access a library once they shut down, when you're back on the scene and you can go to a library, access books, read up, because that will kind of enhance your inspirations, and it will also give you more imagination to do something new and something wonderful. Do not use this time to bring your morale down. Listen to a lot more people, digitally, and talk to people, talk to your friends, not only to help each other to stay calm and to stay out there with a lot of focus, but also to be able to learn new things. And keep sketching, keep drawing, keep coming up with new ideas, because this can be a data bank that you can keep for yourself for later. You never know. It's a highly creative aspect. So when combined with digital, creativity and digital will you will come up with something new, something different that the designers who have started long back may not come up with. So that is what you can bring to the industry, and I think that's what's required.
Okay, thank you. Nonita.
Form collectives of cool. Find your people. Pool your resources. Gautam said it. I'm just putting it, I'm dressing it up. But find your tribe. Pool your resources. Learn to speak a common language. Like Neeta said, be there, talk to your friends, be each other's support structure. It creates a movement. And with that movement, you can create a new audience and you can move forward. You need that momentum, but find your tribe.
Any smart practices, Gautam, I'm coming to you. Any smart practices at Harper's that you're planning to put towards this fashion evolution in coming times?
We've done a bunch of stuff, and I think that whether it was creating the rewear movement, which we call a movement because you see it in the pages of the magazine in a fashion shoot, you see it at the front of the book, you show it by example. We created this whole trend of conscious beauty where we wanted people to think about clean beauty. What we wanted people to do was think about how they consume. And our whole conversation has been think about how you produce, think about how you consume, think about the future. So adding meaning and adding purpose to what you do, it actually helps. That's what causes longevity. I remember asking the creative director of Hermes, I said, how is Hermes going to survive in a world where everyone just wants the latest Apple phone? And they said, by being 100% honest.
Okay, lovely. Gautam?
I think, like Nonita said, finding your tribe, awareness. I think one thing is very important. Like, if you see Nita's body of work, it's legendary. When I first worked with her at Lakme, I was a bit starstruck. She had done Chandni and all these films. You see, Lambi Race Ka Ghoda is what people here are on this fossils, maybe. Nonita, I've been a massive fan of hers. I think what people really need to do as students, and this is something you can do on your own time. It's very easy to say, oh, I know it all and I complain. But you know what? It is your own passion, whether you read. And I think right now, if you're going to look for a job, there's very few out there. There's going to be even tougher. Times are going to get tough. So one of the things they should do is styling itself has evolved so much. Let me talk about styling a little bit. They're different. Each of it, there's a celeb styling that has evolved. There's the film styling. There's the editorial stylist, the commercial stylist, the television, the print. So please be aware. You can't just write to me. I may be good at one or two of the kinds of styling, but for example, I don't really do much of celeb styling. So if you need that, you need to know each of us who exists, whose sensibility resonates with you. Similarly, magazines. What are the different flavors of Vogue versus Harper's versus Elle versus this? Or designers, Neeta versus Tarun versus Bodice versus that. You need to really, this is your own homework. Because I get flooded with resumes where I'm like, why are they coming to me? They should go to somebody else. Do they realize that it has evolved so much? So choose the right magazine you want to work with, the right stylist you want to work under, the right designer you want to work under. And nobody else has to teach you this. This is your own passion. And I think a lot of students join fashion just because they think it's glamorous. It's a lot of hard work. It really is a lot of hard work. So at least do your homework. And you know what? Those people who really love it probably know each of us, or the ones they want to know, as in within our departments. And they really need to study a lot of what is the difference between each magazine, each designer, which kinds of styling it is. It's not just a stylist anymore. It has evolved so much, and I've seen it grow. So it's 7 types of stylists. Who do you want to work with? So do your research, be passionate, and apply to the right person.
No, what? Thank you all so much, because you have shared such wonderful details about what these students are always looking forward to, because like we discussed in the session, that our education system when it comes to fashion is not as evolved as one would want it to be. Yes, our whatever the government norms and policies and regulations are going to be there, that's their call. One can only go ahead and suggest. However, one can work on themselves. So please go ahead, all the students, like everybody on the panel said, please find your uniqueness. Be diligent in what you really want to do. Do your research properly, because these are the only things that will go ahead and make you a responsible buyer, seller, citizen, human being, everything. So when it comes to fashion today and tomorrow, we all know that tomorrow is going to be all about responsible fashion. Responsible fashion being that you really need to know what you're wearing, why you're wearing. Everybody would be looking into that. So please go ahead and find that responsibility in every aspect of your life, because fashion is not just only on the outside. Like somebody mentioned on the panel, clothes don't wear you, you wear the clothes. So you need to shine in them. That's the most important bit. Thank you so much, Nonita. Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Neeta. Thank you so much for coming and joining in. And what else to say? Back to you, Raja.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was such an amazing session that we had. Thank you, guys. All right, everybody out there, there are so many golden nuggets you can actually pick out from that. Thank you, Neeraj, for being such an amazing moderator. Guys, it's only right that we have another round of applause for our panel and the moderator right there. So please go ahead and feel free to show some love. Thank you so much. Well, everybody out there that you can hear me, I'm going to tell you something really important that you need to do right about now. Register yourself on this exciting virtual event that is happening simultaneously right about now. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It's India's first 3D virtual exhibition education event for media and design. And if you need to do that, go ahead and tell your friends to do it right away. And there's something really interesting that's happening there as well. Register to our 3D virtual expo on edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter the virtual expo. Then what you need to do is visit the stalls and go ahead and collect the cookies in the document section. Absolutely. Go ahead and collect the cookies. And after you've collected all 3 cookies, go ahead, send us the screenshots on edu_giveaway@eventcapital.in. And guess what? 3 lucky winners get a chance to win amazing Amazon vouchers worth 1,000 rupees each. While you're doing it, let me do this myself. I need those vouchers as well. So I will see you and I will be right back.
You didn't choose to come here today. You decided much, much earlier, when you made your first pencil stroke, when you chose your favorite color, the day you discovered what is beautiful and what is not. This is why you are here now. Your talent brought you here. It's time to begin.
everybody. Up next. Yes, up next. This is a really interesting one. So wherever you are, I give you 2 seconds to settle down. 1, 2, let's go. We have a panel discussion on content creator, most popular career choice of Gen Next. And for the same, I would like to call upon the moderator of this panel, Mr. Sudeep Lahiri, VP, Content Operation and Strategies, One Digital Entertainment.
Yay!
And you know what? He's been a part of so many viral videos himself on a low key. Sometimes I think it's due to him these videos go super viral, man. But joining him is Miss Dolly Singh, digital creator. And joining them, Mr. Viraj Ghelani, content creator. Joining them, Mr. Nikhil Sharma, Mumbaikar, Nikhil content creator. And last but not the least, well, we all do know him as the president of Dombivli. Yes, this is none other than Mr. Nikunj Lotia, Be Unique content creator. You know, wherever you are, guys, wherever you are, what you need to do is get your hands together because the studio audience right here is definitely cheering on for these guys.
Guys, sorry, Nick just had some internet glitches just while Raja was giving his name out. And we are hoping he comes back very soon. The first step towards having a great internet career is that, I mean, Nick is example that you don't necessarily need the internet. You might have a fluctuating internet, but yeah, you can still be a great creator. I'm still waiting for Nick to come. Can someone call him, please?
You know what? When they were announcing our names, मेरे mind में था कि Nick चिल्लाएगा, पर साला कोई चिल्ला रहा नहीं है. तो मजा नहीं आ रहा.
No, it's so good to see you guys.
इसका आदत है ना, ऐसा वो ताली मारने का.
Yeah. But I'm saying it's so good to see you guys here. Dolly, Nikhil, Viraj, and obviously Nick. He should be back soon. You know, thank you for being the amazing creators that you are. You guys are so good at what you do. You guys are absolute inspirations in every field, in every kind of content that you guys create. Nikhil, obviously known as one of the most hardworking creators that YouTube India has ever seen. We have Viraj, whose sense of comedy is so amazing. His timing is so amazing. Dolly, multiple creators. I love your what Didi is that? That one. The one who did the Eid video, I forgot her name.
Zeenat Bari.
Zeenat is so amazing, man. I want to meet Zeenat in person someday. Nick, the president of Dombivli is here. He actually decided before we start this panel, he decided that he'll make an entrance a little later. So that's what he's just done. Oh, we've lost Viraj. So Viraj is just trying to be another Nick. And that's why he said that, fuck it, I'm just going to pretend like my internet is not good.
Can someone tell Viraj to be unique?
Yeah, he should. They should. But yeah, let's jump into this. Today, the panel is all about, discussing YouTube as a career. You guys have reached success. You guys have seen it all. You all have started at, zero, and today you guys are where you are. And it's so amazing to see you guys excel the way you do. So if I trace back to your journey, and I know everyone knows about your journeys, I'm not going to talk about your journey per se, but the first moment when you started, I know Nick made a video and he didn't even monetize that video, and that video got like millions of views. And I think that has always been a regret, right? He talks about that in all panels. That happened, and then Unique became Unique, right? He became a creator. Nikhil became a creator. Dolly became a creator, and so did Viraj. Where did it all stem? Like, what was the first thought? Ki chalna ek video banate na? Was it like that, or was it a calculated? Nikhil, I think in your case, let's start with Nikhil. In your case, it must have been a calculated decision because you left a high-flying job, a comfortable life, and you decided to take the step. What was the initial there?
Which is actually high-flying.
No, actually, I was sitting in my office, and I was watching everybody's video, and I was like, "Hey, YouTube!" I saw Superwoman's video that YouTube was in real life. I still remember. Usme she told that I thought YouTube career hai, bhai. YouTube mein to people it's a work. So I was like, "Chalo, kuch karte hain." So my first YouTube channel was not a vlogging channel. My first YouTube channel was actually something else. and I was making that video. I did not like it in my office only. And then one day I decided to चल एक ride पे जाते हैं. My friend got a new bike. I was sitting, वो broomstick पे camera डाल के I made a video and I uploaded it. And I personally, as an individual, I liked that video. I was like, चलो यार, चलो इस तरीके का video बनाते हैं where I'm talking about my own life. And then I eventually it worked out. थोड़ा slow pickup किया. And then I was like, you know what? Let me focus on this channel rather than the other channel.
Right. And that's how it started.
That's how it started.
Dolly.
I mean, I was fashion blogging for the longest time. It had already been like 3 years of me fashion blogging, and I was making some videos here and there on YouTube, but barely. But with IDEVA, when I was doing my internship and then joined them as an employee, we started making videos very randomly. And we did not have any actors, any producers, directors, or anything. So all of the people who were in the team, so I was a stylist and a writer with them. And we all of us just got together and started making videos because of a contract. And that's just how it began, very randomly. In fact, initially, I wasn't even proud of what I was doing, so I would not tell anyone. I would just like, okay, it's a part of my job, let it be on the side. I'll just keep to my fashion blogging. But then it picked up, and then I was like, okay, I think I enjoy this. That's how it began.
Viraj started off writing, didn't you?
So I was a fan of attention. So मेरे को ऐसा
I thought you'll say me, but yeah.
So I was a fan. I don't want Nick to talk in between because वो हमेशा मेरी मारता है. So I was a fan of attention and मैं TVF की वीडियोस बहुत देखता था, बहुत TVF देखता था. मुझे लगता कि और मेरे अराउंड ना पब्लिक सिर्फ TVF की बातें कर रहा है. मुझे लगा फक मेरे बारे में बात करना चाहिए लोग यार. तो मैं ऐसा started writing about I started acting exactly the way TVF actors used to act, and then I thought, fuck, I want to do something like that. And then
Viraj, kids watching, huh?
Yeah. So
also, Viraj, you're also a kid, so.
Sorry. So वहां से चालू किया देखना बनाना थोड़ा बहुत Snapchat कर लिया था. फिर कीकी चैलेंज मैंने सबसे पहला वीडियो बनाया था. ऐसे जस्ट पब्लिक बनाता था बिकॉज ऑफ द ट्रेंड. मैंने बनाना चालू किया कि लोग बना रहे ट्रेंड में मैं भी हाथ चालू कर देता हूँ. एंड इट गॉट वायरल बिकॉज आई पोस्टेड अराउंड 10,000 फॉलोअर्स पे एंड फिर आया 20,000 फॉलोअर्स नेक्स्ट डे. सो आई थॉट इतना सारा फॉलोअर्स मुझे एक दिन में आ रहा है तो आई डोंट वांट टू लूज देम इन अ डे. सो आई स्टार्टेड मेकिंग वीडियोस बिकॉज द फॉलोअर्स आर कमिंग. So this is how I want to creator बनना है और मुझे करना है. मुझे अटेंशन नहीं मिल रहा था इसमें से कि hey nice video big fan full of oh shit fan है.
So it's overall. So you're saying getting attention is like an addiction, right?
Somewhere, yes. Somewhere.
Right. Nick is probably Nick is featured on Wikipedia as one of the most famous people in Dombivli, by the way. And
Fact.
when you go to the Dombivli Wikipedia page, famous personalities में भी Nick का नाम आता है वहाँ पे. Just letting you know. Nick, how did it go for you?
It went like really well. मतलब मेरा Forbes में भी article आया था. I know we forgot to mention it, but yeah, keeping that. अरे यार मतलब I used to be a class clown पहले से ही, ठीक है. So I have Karan with me, he's a friend of mine, or मतलब he's staying with me right now in content. And I remember my first ever video, and we spoke about it yesterday actually. The first ever video that we shot was when we didn't know about YouTube. ठीक है, हम अपने दोस्तों को ऐसा बताने के लिए ऐसा वीडियो शूट करते थे. ऐसा मतलब छोटा सा वो कैमरा रहता था ना उसमें, where I'm acting like David Blaine and I'm talking about you know what, I am David Guetta. He's like अरे David Blaine है, so I'll show you magic. और ओम करके कुछ तो ऐसा फालतू सा वीडियो बना रहे. हाँ मैं समय हूँ और मैं ये प्रतिज्ञा लेता हूँ कि मैं कल से सिगरेट छोड़ूंगा. ऐसा वीडियोस बनाते थे before we knew what YouTube was. ठीक है, this is the first time I'm saying this because कल ही बात हुआ हमारा, तो मेरे को it's fresh in my mind. And फिर मैं काफी YouTube देखने लगा. I used to consume a lot of YouTube when I was working as a bartender, and I used to watch a lot of people from the West. I used to watch Key and Peele, like one of the biggest sketch comedy channels. It probably comes on Comedy Central, so it's like a TV show. And then I used to watch this channel called Life According to Jimmy a lot. तो फिर मैंने बोला यार मतलब I think I should try doing it. तो मैंने फिर एक चैनल डाला Not So Funny करके. उसमें मेरा और first video was with Karan. The video was about types of laughter और मैंने वो 4-5 वीडियो डाला. It didn't go well. So it's funny how you know विराज का मेरे को सुन के ऐसा लगता है कि अरे 10,000 से 20,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स हो गया. So I remember even after Mocha, like which went like super viral. B-Unique subscriber, forget Not So Funny, उसको तो बहुत time हो गया था. B-Unique का एक साल में even after Mocha and lot of videos getting viral, मेरा subscriber count था 13,300 after 1 year of B-Unique. तो हम लोग मतलब OGs हैं हाँ विराज, just like letting you know. वो टाइम पे ना प्री जियो एरा में सब्सक्राइबर्स आना बहुत डिफिकल्ट था. मतलब वायरल हाँ I'm sure we met at क्या था वो उसको क्या बोलते हैं यूट्यूब नेक्स्ट अप मी एंड निखिल एंड आई रिमेम्बर निखिल का 100,000 मेरे सामने हुआ. नेक्स्ट अप में था और उधर ही उसका कुछ तो 100,000 सब्सक्राइबर था, मेरा तभी 60,000 था. तो वो टाइम पे ना वो मजा भी बहुत आता था. मतलब 100,000 मतलब बिगर मार्क, मतलब मिलियन भी अभी इतना नहीं लगता है. अभी ऐसा मिलियन भी व्यूज आता तो इतना नहीं लगता है, लेकिन वो टाइम पे 100K मिल गया ना, मतलब यार वीडियो चल गया. तो स्टार्टिंग में थोड़े मौका वीडियोस बनाया, वो काफी वायरल हो गया. बट और मतलब रास्ते में भी लोग जानने लगे, पीपल टेकिंग पिक्चर्स एंड यो ये दैट मौका गाय. तो मेरे को वो दिमाग में ना बैठ गया था कि एवरीबॉडी टेलिंग मी एज रिकॉग्नाइजिंग मी एज दैट मौका गाय एंड नॉट निक.
राइट.
तो फिर मैंने मौका क्रिकेट के ऊपर सब बनाना छोड़ दिया, which was a bad decision at that time, but now I think about it, it's one of the best decisions that I ever took. Right. It took me 2 years for people to recognize me as Nick rather than the मौका guy. फिर वो 2 साल मतलब ऐसा हो गया ना, प्री जियो एरा में मौका में 3 मिलियन व्यूज, और अगला वीडियो में बोला अभी तो किल करेगा, मैं अभी स्केच कॉमेडी डालेगा 20,000 व्यूज बाद में. फिर वो 20,000 से वापस मतलब स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम द स्क्रैच हो गया. एंड देन you know what it is, मतलब फिर तो वही फ्लो में आ गया and I kept making videos.
Correct. But now when you look at new creators, obviously a lot has changed, right?
Yeah, I can see that, man.
So obviously this is an internal joke where Nick will always refer to Viraj as a new creator and he's a new kid on the block and he's just trying to make it
4 साल हो गए अब तो मुझे.
Right. So this is an internal joke, guys. Please don't pay much attention to this. This will keep happening throughout the panel. So
but when I do it, please pay attention क्योंकि मैं पहली बार करूँगा ऐसा कुछ.
Right. So anyway, once we start talking to the new creators, that time we'll again talk to Viraj. But before that, my question to you is: new creators are now creating content, and how is the process different when you look at it from a third person's point of view? Nikhil?
I think some of them are doing really well. A lot of people are coming up with this new ways of expressing themselves. There is a new creator called some girl named Najma, where she comes up and she does this sketch. You should say
Saloni.
She criticizes a few things, and then you see most of them are actually going into controversies. They're talking about what's happening here, what's happening there, and they're being the judge. But what I see is that कि नए creators लोगों को एक अच्छा benefit है कि they have seen कि there's a platform which I think people who have started before the pre-Geo era, उन्होंने बना के दे दिया वो platform, सब set करके दे दिया. Like Vines है तो Vines it will work, जो कि भुवन और आशीष ने पूरा पक्का करके दे दिया. अगर 2 मिनट का sketch काम करता है तो निक ने प्रूव करके दे दिया कि 1 मिनट का वीडियो भी millions and millions of views जा सकता है. प्राजक्ता ने प्रूव करके दे दिया कि अगर दीवार के सामने भी खड़े रह के वीडियो बनाएंगे so that will work. Vlogs, obviously a lot of people are coming up in this vlogs दिखने में सुनने में easy लगता है, but vlogs is like a cigarette, you have to give your audience daily. It's not a wine, it's not a whiskey कि हाँ भाई हम अच्छे से बनाएंगे देंगे. No, it's a cigarette, you have to give them daily. Miss करोगे तो फिर वो problem, हाँ वो it's ऐसा है. So there has been said, but I still feel that it is just 20-30% content which is explored, और 80% content और आ सकता है. And new creators उन लोगों को बस है कि हाँ ये चलता है ना तो मैं इसी पे फॉलो करूंगा. इट इज लाइक दिस कि पहले जमाने में सब लोग दिलीप कुमार का हेयर स्टाइल कॉपी करते थे. दिलीप कुमार का हेयर स्टाइल रखेंगे, बाद में अमिताभ बच्चन का हेयर स्टाइल रखेंगे, बाद में शाहरुख खान का हेयर स्टाइल रखेंगे. सो इट इज लाइक कि भाई खुद का कुछ क्रिएटिव करना ही नहीं है. नाउ व्हेन वी सी देयर इज रॉक, देयर इज विन डीजल, देयर इज सो मेनी क्रिएटर्स बॉल्ड. इंडिया में भी बॉल्ड का स्टाइल आया नहीं है, बट यू लुक गुड सुदीप.
नहीं यार ऐसा मत. सुदीप लुक्स गुड.
No, I'm just letting you know. It's a thing. It's a style which comes up slowly. That's how the content works. When I started vlogging को कोई पूछता नहीं था. I remember when Ashish came with Vines, Ashish Chachani Vines, सब बोलते थे कि तू भुवन का कॉपी कर रहा है Vines का टाइटल लेके. अभी ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, अभी कोई भी किसी का भी कॉपी करे, आई थिंक ऑडियंस डोंट केयर, कुछ भी करो, एंड उसके वजह से बिकॉज ऑडियंस डोंट केयर, ऑडियंस को सिर्फ तुम कंटेंट दे दो, वो जो नए क्रिएटर्स कुछ नया करने की इच्छा जो रखते हैं, एंड व्हेन दे स्टार्ट मेकिंग वीडियोस दे डोंट गेट रिस्पॉन्स, लाइक व्हेन आई एम प्रीटी श्योर व्हेन निक सेड कि वो मौका मौका से ये हुआ, तो अभी क्या होता है, कुछ भी अगर चीज चल जाती है सब उसके ऊपर वीडियो बनाते हैं, that particular title. We saw that when YouTube, TikTok happened, everybody was making only that. There were four videos, five videos just on that. So, and when in my case, when the Ladakh series worked, when I Ladakh gaya tha, everybody started making the Ladakh video. Everybody started making the wines, जो भुवन और आशीष बनाते थे, सब लोगों ने वो concept लिया. Everybody started becoming a gamer because of Carrie Minati. So they were like, yeah, ये चलता हम यही बनेंगे, कुछ नया ट्राई करना ही नहीं है. तो वो जो कुछ नया नहीं ट्राई करने का जो प्रॉब्लम है, वो I think new creators में है. That's what I feel. And
Right.
there's still 80% content which yet to be explored.
Sure. Dolly, has the process really changed?
I agree with Nikhil. I mean, the thing is that they have too much information. So they are coming at a point where they have a lot of information in their hand. They know what has worked for certain people, probably will work for them. So they try to follow that lead. And they also have too much information in the sense that they know it's a business. They know they can earn good money at some point and this and that. And that's why they want to jump into it. So, we came into this profession. I came in by accident. I was doing fashion blogging as a passion. You all started because it's a passion. So that passion, I feel, sometimes lacks because they know that it's also a great business prospect.
Right.
So I'm going to do this because people are doing so great. I'm also going to get viral. So that whole mentality, I think, doesn't work. At the end of the day, your passion has to still be there. Only then can you make something out of it, which I feel these new creators sometimes forget. And obviously, we have seen a lot of creators come up and fade away also.
Sure.
So it's just the consistency. It's just at the end of the day, do you really want to do this? Like, are you really bringing yourself to the table or not? Because if you're not, you can't survive, man. Because right now it's a game of vultures. You can't fight it unless you really bring on something new. So I
Right.
feel like that. I know you have too much information, but keep it, like, be yourself in front of the camera. Don't try to copy, like Nikhil said.
Right.
Don't try to do what everybody else is doing.
Right. But at the same time, Nick, जो निखिल बोल रहे हैं ना, I think it's a great point. And I don't know if you agree. The point that he's making is that it's easier for creators nowadays because there are established verticals. When you guys started off, there was nothing. There was no benchmark for success. There was no benchmark ki this is right, this is wrong, this will work, this will not work. Do you think people actually have it easy now?
Yes,
definitely, man.
Yeah,
I
but
totally agree with Nikhil. And I remember, like, back in the day, it was to bring up something like, I made series such as Men Will Be Men, such as Bro Code. So if you type Bro Code, I don't think my videos would be seen there right now. Because, now that they know that the title works, and like, you put like a clickbait picture on it with Bro Code written on it. And a lot of people are copying so much from the West is that, सिर्फ normal English video को वो लोग हिंदी कर रहे थे और कुछ भी change नहीं कर रहे, and it's working. The problem is that it's working. But my theory about this is that, Sudeep, off the head, after our batch, you can say, like, me, Nikhil, we'll leave Viraj in this one. So
2017.
Nikhil,
2017.
I'm joking. Viraj is sweetheart. So, people like us, there are many channels which have more than 1 million subscribers, but off the head, you can't name 10.
Sure. So you're saying you were the first wave of creators that made it big, and obviously you hold a different kind of a position in the creator ecosystem. There might be other creators who are bigger numbers or who are getting bigger, but you guys have stayed true to the content, and that is what defines your success.
Have fun doing it.
Right.
The people that are missing the most is that they are not having fun doing it. Okay.
Right.
So I'm not a huge fan of vlogs actually. Okay. But I'm just saying, I just started watching this channel called David Dobrik. Okay.
Right.
And I kind of enjoyed his lifestyle because my lifestyle was very similar. Nikhil knows it. Like, when I go out, we are like, out all night, we're partying with friends and stuff like that. He goes home at 9 o'clock because he doesn't drink and stuff. So I like watching content like it. But why I feel that his content works is because he's always having fun. He always has a smile on his face, and people would like watching people having smiles. Like, no matter if, hate works, but if you try doing this, where you are having fun, you're enjoying, you're having a smile on your face, people will love watching this too, and that way you're educating the crowd too, and not just making content.
Right.
You know, you're educating the crowd that you can have fun too. You don't have to,
Exactly.
you know, hate each other to like each other. Like, you know,
Sure.
to get views or whatever. Like, you know, you can have
Sure.
fun doing it. Nikhil has fun doing it. So I've seen Nikhil's vlog where, you know, because I was in it, I remember when we went to Japan, and it's a very difficult job. You know, I felt that it was very, kya hai, matlab, camera nikal ke to karna hai. But I did it once and I realized, no, it's not a good, you know, it's not an easy job. It's a very difficult job. He puts his heart out to it. Like, you know, abhi bhi log criticize karte hain, ye bahar ja rahe, ye bahar ja rahe. Kyun bahar ja rahe ho, pucho. No, I know why he goes, why, you know, exactly, kyun bahar ja rahe ho, wo nahi dekh rahe.
Right.
Because I know he goes out to, like, you know, feed people who are not, like, you know, who are a little underprivileged. वो सब नहीं देख रहे कोई.
Right. No, obviously,
like,
I mean,
you know,
the people have started finding reasons to hate, and that is the chalo. We will get to that. We will get to that very soon. What I also want to acknowledge, and you guys will agree with me, is that while Viraj might be the newest creator amongst you guys, what he has is a solid shoulder on whose back a very amazing, great channel was created. He was an I think he's gone in the internet. I'm just praising him for no reason.
See, the internet also doesn't want you to praise him.
No, so on a serious note, Viraj is one of those guys which you guys have not done. I don't think you guys have done. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Where he has been the back-end support system for the longest, where he's created one of the most popular identities online, which is Filter Copy. He's been in that core team, right? And now he's graduated towards becoming a creator. If he was around, I would ask him how that is different for him now, but he's not. So we'll get to that.
No, I would like to say, as Viraj, I would like to say, no, I'm joking.
Is he coming back, guys? Anyone? Is he coming back? Because I really want to ask him this question. You know, it is very interesting because you worked so hard. Viraj is back. Viraj, can you not keep going away?
I don't know what the hell is happening.
Right.
Dude, you know, you went off and we all were praising for you for the past 5 minutes. So you'll not hear any of it.
Again.
Right, he's
Let's
gone.
keep it that way.
Right,
He's
he's
stuck
gone.
again.
Oh.
Yeah. Viraj, are you there? Can you hear me? Okay, it's just
So I'd like to add about...
Like I said before, that you don't really need... He's come back. Viraj, I'm going to quickly ask you a question. Can you please respond to this immediately? You've been a part of a very successful channel. You've been a part of the core team of a very successful channel where you work from the back as a support function, and you've created amazing content, and you've grown a channel to where it is today. After that, you have now become a creator yourself. How is that? Was it easier to create Filter Copy and now it's easier, more difficult to create yourself?
It is easier a lot of because you know half of the things how it works. Can you hear me?
Yeah, fast.
We try not to, but yeah.
Okay, so it is easier because you know how things work and you've been around these big people around you and you know कि कैसे काम करना चाहिए क्या नहीं करना चाहिए. But now still till today also I am being called as Filter Copies Viraj. So वो नाम निकालना difficult हो जाता है फिर. You know कि वो Filter Copy वाला बंदा है. You know, so now if I want to start my own YouTube channel also, it will always be like कि वो Filter Copy वाला बंदा. तो वो Filter Copy वाला बंदा. You know, it becomes that way.
Right.
But you know the process, the editing कि कहाँ joke land करना है, कहाँ पे edit cut करना है, कहाँ process है, वो सारी चीजें आप जो इतना time से बना रहे हो 4 साल से वो तुमको मेरे लिए तो बहुत easy हो जाता है.
Right.
क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि यहाँ पे लोग हंसने वाले हैं, मुझे पता है यहाँ पे लोग को गाली देने वाले हैं, मुझे पता है. And if you want to have fun with the crowd, तुम वो जानबूझकर ना गलतियाँ कर दो बीच में. तो comment में लोग गाली लिखते रहे, I saw script का paper वहाँ पे, I saw mic दिख रहा था वहाँ पे. Sometimes we planned these things to get more comments. You know, so
right.
I know how and exactly when, where to do all this stuff. So it's easy for me, and
right.
I'm grateful कि मैंने ये सब सीख लिया पहले because I was working as if it's my channel only.
Right. Dolly, did you face the same thing? Were you one of the IDEVA girls?
I still do today only. I posted something about company and IPs and all, and everybody was like, "Have you left IDEVA?" And it's been 2 years. Like it's been so long. I left them.
Sam, you have left IDEVA.
Yeah. Sorry?
You left IDEVA?
Yeah, dude, I have.
You left IDEVA?
Yeah, I still do their IPs, but I am been doing my own thing for 2 years now.
Dolly is just messing with you. He obviously knows.
I'm just messing. I obviously know.
Nick. Don't take my case. You're supposed to take Viraj's case. Anyway, yeah. That I understand what Viraj feels. Exactly what he feels.
And you know, when you were asking this question, Sudeep, कि मतलब कि कैसा लगता है नए creators को क्या करना चाहिए, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए, and I was back in the head, I was thinking, should I talk as a new creator, should I talk as an old creator? तो मुझे समझ
You've seen both, right, Viraj? You're probably the only one here who's seen both.
Yeah.
And it's phenomenal. I have a question from an anonymous attendee to Nick. Nick, how do you get so many amazing, funny ideas so regularly?
So,
मैं भी उसको हमेशा पूछता हूँ.
Honestly, what I feel is because I don't watch content. I don't watch content at all. Like, you know, बहुत कम content है जो मैं ऐसा देखता हूँ. It's because I feel that the more you watch more stuff, like, you know, from my field, I'm saying, if I watch comedy videos, there are two things that can happen. One thing is, if you watch it and you feel that it's full of shit, and then you'll think about कि यार क्या चल रहा है दुनिया में, ये video को इतने अच्छे views क्यों आए? So it's not going to help me. And the other thing is, if you don't, you know, if you like it, if you love it a lot, even if you don't want to, your subconscious mind tries to imitate it.
Yeah.
So I used to watch a lot of Key and Peele, और फिर मतलब मैं ऐसा उसके जैसा वीडियो बनाने लग गया. But that was catered to the crowd from US. और यहाँ पे मैं ऐसा नहीं कर सकता हूँ because it's not relatable. That's when I realized that. So I just travel a lot. I meet a lot of people. और मैं observe करता हूँ चीजें कि क्या है. जैसे कि अभी ये Zoom call पे मेरे को एक idea आया, तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ. So the more I talk to people, the more I meet people, and the more I look things around, I feel कि यार अपने around ही बहुत कॉमेडी है. मतलब सबसे बड़ा कॉमेडियन तो वो है ना जो दोस्तों के बीच में जोक मार रहा है ना, तो उधर भी इतना कॉमेडी हो जाता है ना. तो me and Karan is here, and we were just talking about all the things that we did in the past. मतलब मैं क्या नहीं किया हम लोग ने, पता है क्या, ये तो YouTube तो बस it's a new thing. I feel like I'm in a different life right now.
Right.
We were just talking about this one किस्सा where मैं सोमाया का मिस्टर फ्रेशर था, ठीक है, और मैं सोमाया में कभी गया नहीं हूँ. Real life not even joking. No, I'm not saying कि मैं एडमिशन लिया और गया नहीं. मैं था ही नहीं सोमाया में, मैं जेजे में था. तो मैं मतलब I used to get kick. मतलब ऐसा घुस जाता था कोई भी लेक्चर में, किधर भी चला जाता था. ऐसा कोई किसी का फुटबॉल टीम में आईडी बना के खेल रहा हूँ. तो ये सब ना मेरा लाइफ ही इतना फनी है ना. माय फ्रेंड्स आल्सो रियली फनी. हम लोग ख्याली पुलाव बहुत पकाते थे पहले, तो अब कैसा ना वो अभी ख्याली पुलाव का मस्त मतलब अच्छा बिरयानी बन रहा है. तो और मैं स्टोरी टेलिंग स्किल्स तभी से हो गया कि हम दोस्तों के कट्टे में बैठते थे एंड इतने स्टोरीज बनाते थे ना हम लोग के, समझो इतना कुछ हुआ ना तो उसको इतना बड़ा के बोलते था, फिर मैं कुछ बोलता था, करण कुछ कंटिन्यू करता था. और हमको कैसा आदत था एक दूसरे का ये करना, ब्लेंड करने का. मैं कुछ बोल दिया, कोई 4-5 साल बाद इतना हो गया ना कि आई कुडंट डिफरेंशिएट बिटवीन द फैक्ट यार ये सारा सच में हुआ था मेरे साथ या ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ. ठीक है, इतनी बार बोल दिया ना मैंने लोगों को,
गुजराती
हमने इतनी बार अलग अलग चीज ऐसा फ्लो में बोलते गए समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. और अब जो मेरे को वो टाइम पे जानता था वो तो बोलता है ये तो नहीं किया, तो इसका तो सच्ची हुआ रहेगा. So no, there's no difference between. So that's how my storytelling kind of developed. यार अभी हंसाना है लोगों को. मतलब you want to be the. I was not a very good looking guy. अभी भी नहीं हूँ ऐसा.
No, you're a very good looking guy. नहीं, Bionik भाई, you're a very good looking guy. Please, ऐसा मत.
यार बहुत क्यूट दिखता है.
यही सुनना था, मतलब यही सुनना था मेरे को, मतलब ये.
Bionik भाई तो very smart.
यही सुनना था मेरे को.
Bionik is beautiful.
ना स्टोरी मेरे को. This is what I wanted to hear.
हाँ, Nikhil भाई, one question for you.
ऐसा तो I felt like.
हाँ बोलो.
खत्म करने.
I was very skinny, तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है ना कि ग्रुप में जो तुमको ब्लेंड होना ना, if you're not good looking, if you want to blend the group, you have to be something extra. तो मेरा extra was my sense of humor back then. तो उसके लिए मेरा the humor comes from that side.
Right. Sorry, Nikhil, next question to you is, obviously you have also seen yourself evolve with YouTube, okay? And YouTube as a platform or digital, the ecosystem as a platform is ever changing. Do you map your next 5 years, or if you had to, like right now, yes, I'm sure you do because you are so calculative and you're
yes, I'm doing it since day one.
But if you had to now look at this ecosystem and predict what is going to happen 5 years from now, 2025, what would you tell creators who are joining today that this is happening for the next 5 years, you should be prepared?
कोरोना खत्म होगा कि नहीं वो पता चले.
No, you what you should do is that there's still not many audience. They're there on YouTube now. Mostly बॉम्बे में बोलते हैं साउथ बॉम्बे ऑडियंस ज्यादा यूट्यूब पे नहीं आती. ऐसे बहुत सारे लाइक टियर 3 सिटीज की लोग जो है इतना यूट्यूब पे नहीं है. So you have to plan your content really well. The thing is that sometimes you need to look yourself in the mirror and it's like मैं क्या चीज अच्छे से कर सकता हूँ, मैं क्या निक के वीडियोस अच्छे से बना सकता हूँ, क्या मैं कॉमेडी स्केचेस कर सकता हूँ, क्या मैं सामने बैठ के लोगों को मोटिवेशनल स्पीच दे सकता हूँ संदीप महेश्वरी जी जैसा, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ. दे नीड टू मैप बिकॉज की ऑडियंस इज गोना चेंज. जो आज से 3 साल पहले ऑडियंस थी वो अभी नहीं है, वो दिखती ही नहीं है. राइट निक, राइट डॉली?
Yeah, definitely.
आई डोंट नो, यू डोंट सी
बहुत
दैट
change हो
ऑडियंस
गया.
एनीमोर. पहले पहले ऑडियंस अलग थी, उसी हिसाब से आज से 5-6 साल बाद ऑडियंस चेंज हो जाएगी. अब वो किस तरह चेंज होगी? देयर इज 2-3 वेज. या तो ऑडियंस बहुत सोफिस्टिकेटेड हो जाएगी, अच्छी हो जाएगी, रिस्पेक्टफुल हो जाएगी, कि दे विल अंडरस्टैंड कि भाई ये क्रिएटर हार्ड वर्क कर रहा है बट मुझे पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, सो आई विल जस्ट लीव अ वेरी पॉजिटिव कमेंट सो दैट एटलीस्ट फ्रॉम माय साइड आई एम गिविंग दिस क्रिएटर अ पॉजिटिव comment and I'm leaving, or they will become a troll. If they're becoming a troll, then you yourself as a creator has to become very strong कि सामने वाले को लगना चाहिए भाई मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता. स्टार्टिंग ऑफ विच आई लाइक व्हाट समटाइम पीपल थिंक कि मैं इस बंदे को डिसलाइक दे दूंगा तो इसको मैं शराब दे रहा हूँ, इसको बहुत प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. दैट्स व्हाट समटाइम पीपल थिंक. बट आज से 5 साल बाद शायद वो ऐसा नहीं होगा. द मेंटालिटी विल चेंज. How it will change, what kind of content will work, will the travel content will work, what kind of as technology making tech videos will that still work. कुछ हैक टाइप का वीडियो आ जाएगा कि अपने फोन को पावरफुल कैसे करें, अपने फोन में यहाँ पर टीवी कैसे देखें या कुछ भी करो, एक्सरे कैसे बना दे, दैट टेक विल वर्क. बिकॉज आज से 3 साल पहले जो आज हम ट्राइपॉड यूज कर रहे हैं, आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर आई मेड अ वीडियो अबाउट रिंग लाइट and that was like, oh my god, ये क्या है, ये कैसी रिंग लाइट है, आंखों में
मैं था ना वो
रिंग
वीडियो
आ
में.
रही है. Yeah, and my title was I finally bought a ring. That was the thing. It was a ring light. But now everybody, thanks to YouTube and thanks to all the digital platform TikTok and making Instagram videos, the ring light became popular. उसी हिसाब से बहुत सारी चीजें पॉपुलर हो जाएंगी. You have to start from now. मौका when Nick made मौका there was something amazing. कुछ नया चीज हो गया. So what do you want to be? Do you want to be someone who can, because see, the depression will rise. Now, thanks to internet, thanks to cheap internet, thanks to everybody coming on internet, now what do you feel that कि मैं अपना एक वीडियो बना के डालता हूँ, not as Mumbai के Nikhil, as a creator, I put up a video. Now, not necessarily, this is very important for all the creators who are watching, not necessarily आपने जिस audience के लिए वो वीडियो बनाया है, that audience will comment. Sorry?
10-12 बार बंद हो चुका है अब तक.
क्या बंद हो चुका है?
क्या हुआ?
क्या बोल रहे हो विराज?
विराज बोल रहा है.
He is internet explorer.
101 कांदिवली.
अच्छा मैं कंटिन्यू करूं?
हाँ प्लीज.
ओके सो फॉर एग्जांपल मैंने एक सर्टेन ऑडियंस के लिए वीडियो बनाया है. लेट बी टेक वीडियो, मेकअप वीडियो, फैशन वीडियो, व्लॉग वीडियो, कॉमेडी वीडियो. बट वो ऑडियंस को 50% मेरी ऑडियंस केटर कर रही है और 50% सम अदर ऑडियंस जो कि उनको ऐसी टाइटल थंबनेल देख के अच्छा लगा बट दे डिड नॉट लाइक द वीडियो एंड दे फील दैट आई डोंट लाइक दिस गाय, आई डोंट लाइक दिस गर्ल, शी इज एक्सपोजिंग वे टू मच. ये अपने आप को डेढ़ शाना समझता है डोंबिवली में रह के, ये साला पता नहीं अपने आप को हीरो समझता है, ऋतिक रोशन है क्या. And they will start commenting really negative comments because that's, see the thing is that as the depression increases, as the internet increases, as people are growing, as our life is becoming just show off, depression बढ़ रहा है. उसी हिसाब से लोग कमेंट करेंगे and then you'll feel bad. Then as Nick said कि मैं दूसरे का वीडियो देख के वो बनाऊंगा, तो आज से 5 साल में ये चीज बदल जाएगी. The next 5 years it will change. You really have to. अभी देखो अभी कैसा होटल मैनेजमेंट, अभी there's a management course. अगर आपको बिजनेस करना है वो एक कोर्स है. उसी हिसाब से जब YouTube पे आना होगा there will be a proper tutorial कि आपको exactly क्या, and I can bet my life off ये अगले 5 साल में हो जाएगा. The smart जो क्रिएटर होगा वो आएगा, वो घाई नहीं करेगा. He will wait.
इधर बोल मत, वन डिजिटल बना देगा.
तुम्हें पता नहीं हम बना रहे हैं कि नहीं. We might be making it.
See the best part of YouTube is that कि आपको मूवी और टीवी इंडस्ट्री की तरह कोई डायरेक्टर प्रोड्यूसर कुछ नहीं चाहिए. अगर आप में दिमाग है, अगर आप ये पूरी ऑडियंस समझते हो कि, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज, मुझे कौन सी ऑडियंस चाहिए, मुझे Tier 1 चाहिए, Tier 2 चाहिए, Tier 3 चाहिए, मुझे अमेरिका की ऑडियंस चाहिए, मुझे सिर्फ इंग्लिश स्पीकिंग ऑडियंस चाहिए, मुझे देसी ऑडियंस चाहिए. वो फॉर मी आई ऑलवेज लाइक कि मैं जैसा हूँ ना, जैसा मैं हूँ, मुझे वैसी ऑडियंस चाहिए. जैसा मैं एज निखिल शर्मा हूँ वो ऑडियंस देखे मुझे, जो वैसा, और वैसे ही लोग मुझे मिलते हैं when I meet somebody exactly like me, like कॉलेज में थोड़ा लूजर टाइप, एक इंट्रोवर्ट बच्चा वैसा टाइप, तो मुझे वैसे लोग मिलते हैं एंड आई फील लाइक कि मैं कहीं ना कहीं उनको मोटिवेट करता हूँ. सेम है निक को भी वैसे लोग, निक और मेरा अपना पर्सनालिटी थोड़ा सेम है, तो अपने को सेम लोग मिलते हैं. And that's, जो आगे वाले क्रिएटर होंगे ना अगले 5 साल में, they will understand that because probably some creator who's going to be a star in the future watching this video and they will taking notes, okay तो ये करना है and probably बहुत बड़ा
किधर है
चार्ट
पेन
बनाएगा
विराज
वो.
तेरा?
हाँ. And then अगले 5 साल में this is going to be a very big deal. You know how Nick started, how I started, it is just like Bollywood को 10 साल लगता है इवॉल्व होने को, YouTube को 1 साल लगता है इवॉल्व होने को.
Correct.
तो अगले 5 साल में हम probably will be, you never know, we'll be bigger than Bollywood.
Sure.
Whatever it is.
I think you already are. I think you already are. Yeah.
No, but
you already are.
Dolly, next question is to you. It's from Atul Sharma. So he wants to start fashion blogs now, but he's wondering if fashion blogging is still a successful thing to, like, it's a good thing for success to do in 2020. Do you think trends have moved on, or is there always options?
If you're talking about blogging as in writing a blog, तो वो तो जब मैंने शुरू किया था तब भी नहीं हो रहा था यार. People had stopped reading, and I would write every week, like twice a week I would write a blog, and it was hard to find people, but it did give a lot of satisfaction. Even if it was 5 readers reading the blog, it was great. So if you are thinking of writing it, I feel like there's still people who really genuinely love to read, and reading is what they would prefer instead of watching a video or seeing a photograph. If you're talking of what fashion blogging is now, which is overall making videos also, photographs also, Instagram, all of this, then I think it's a great time. Fashion blogging or any kind of blogging right now is amazing. Blogging, photographs, any kind of creative thing right now. People just want to see something new on the internet. They just want to get blown by any kind of content. So I think if you are looking to get into that, then amazing. And now fashion is also evolving so much. There's slow fashion, there's fast fashion, there is this, there is minimalism, there is all of these new trends. So what you want to get into, you can have your own niche, you can find your own audience. No, I mean, it's not late at all.
Right.
Start it.
Oh, that's nice. That's great.
So anybody who's saying like about like, is YouTube the right thing to do right now because I'm starting right now, मैं बोला यार इतने लोग नए एक्टर आते हैं हर साल, इतने नए क्रिकेटर्स आते हैं, इतने नए फुटबॉलर्स आते हैं, सभी अगर मतलब ऐसा थोड़ी है ना कि एक ही जनरेशन करते जाएगा ये. This is going to be passed on.
मुझे भी तो आने दो.
Any time is the right time to do it. Any time is the right time to do it.
Right. Viraj, tell me, I'm actually scared of asking you a question because you'll suddenly disappear in the middle of it. But I'm still going to ask you that today, when you are starting off now, you are obviously now in a market which is completely cluttered. No, I didn't mean it that way, Nick. What I mean is right now you're in a cluttered place, right? Like every video is done. Like there could be any thought that you have, most probably it's only there on Nick or Prajakta's channel, especially when I'm talking about comedy videos. And there are like 500 creators who are creating content weekly basis. And so do people, are they running out of ideas? And if not, if you are creating a content piece which could have the same title as Nick, but is a completely different video, how do you differentiate yourself?
See, I've read it somewhere. So whenever you try to make a video which is already there, you're not copying that video, because whenever you try to make a video which is already there, you are adding your own touch. तुम अपना चीजें डालते हो, तुम कितना भी ट्राई करो ना, I can't make video like Nick. I just can't make video like Nick. But whatever I'll do it, I'll maybe like act like Nick, but तो भी मैं वो touch तो नहीं दे पाऊंगा. So if there are people who's made videos on thanks guys. Thanks.
ये निक को बोल रहा था मैं, मतलब अच्छा रोडी सैल्यूट दे दिया इसने.
So you can't literally do act like anyone ऐसे, तो आप कॉपी नहीं करते हो, आप अपना टच हमेशा डालोगे. Because see, there are videos on रक्षाबंधन, हर साल रक्षाबंधन में वीडियो बनता है, हर साल वैलेंटाइंस पे वीडियो बनता है, हर साल कुछ ना कुछ होता है, ब्रेकअप पे वीडियो, बॉयफ्रेंड, अनोइंग बॉयफ्रेंड, गर्लफ्रेंड, सब बनता है. But the way you do it and the way you also, because see, Nick का और मेरा content मुझे लगता है कि somewhere I would like to become like him in future, because he also doesn't watch a lot of videos on internet and even I don't watch, because मैं observe करता हूँ चीजें. And he's also a good observer, and I feel.
अरे थोड़ा इंस्पिरेशन तो अलग बोलना, सेम क्यों बोल रहा है?
चुप. अरे वो मेरा यही तो है. I observe a lot of videos. I observe a lot of people around me, और मुझे लगता है कि मेरा जो ऑब्जर्वेशन है वही मैं मेरे वीडियोस में डालता हूँ. इसलिए like I don't know, मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पे मुझे अब तक कोई हेट आया नहीं because it's literally relatable videos.
Right.
Honestly, मेरे को अब तक एक भी हेट नहीं आया. ना people tell me कि हेट खाली एक दो बार आया था कि ये fuck call reply करना. I'm not kidding. मतलब fuck क्या हो गया? तुम लोग rips are big fat. कभी it's that way only. Because observation है. Because if I eat a मिर्ची, वो तीखा लगने वाला है मुझे भी और उसको भी तीखा ही लगने वाला है. तो उसमें क्या तुम अलग बना लेगा?
Right.
बहुत गंदा एग्जांपल था, but see, मैं बहुत विराज का मार दिया. But on a serious note, I would like to add this that Viraj is an amazing guy. ठीक है? अरे don't laugh, dude. I'm genuinely talking about him. अभी
तो मैं भी हंस रहा हूँ.
You know what I don't know. You know, I'll tell you. This is for all the upcoming YouTubers. I'm not joking. Sudeep, please, I'm not joking. See, what I like about Viraj is very listen to this. This is very serious. What I like about what I like about Viraj is he's very consistent. So I'm not saying I like all Viraj's videos, but ना वो इतना वीडियो डालता है ना, because पहले ना when I started out ना, मुझे पता है कि मेरे को जो थॉट आता था मैं वो बना देता था, and I let people decide कि ये अच्छा है या बुरा है. फिर एक टाइम बाद ना तुम ऐसा लगता है तुम बहुत शाने हो गए अभी, अब तुमको पता है कि लोगों को क्या अच्छा लगता है. वो जब तुम्हारे पास थॉट आ गया ना, उस दिन समझ लो तुम गए. फिर ऐसा लगता है ना, you start judging your ideas, but then you should think this that इतना साल तक तुम इतना बड़े हो because you backed your first thought. तुम्हारा थॉट अच्छा है, तुम्हारा थॉट फनी है, तो वो बना दो. And that's what Viraj does. कि विराज इतना सोचता नहीं है और वो मतलब डायरेक्ट बना देता है and let people decide. And that's what I feel everybody should do. कि यार अच्छा लगा बना दो. 100 जन को दिखाने मत जाओ, खुद को पूछने मत जाओ. तुम इधर तक आए क्योंकि तुम फनी थे, तुम्हारा थॉट फनी था. अब तुम सडनली कैसे शाने हो गए कि यार मेरे को लगता है ना कि ये वाला जो ऑडियंस है ना उसको ये ऐसा लगना ही, जो जैसा लगना है वो उनका काम सोचना है. वो भी तू सोचेगा तो वो लोग क्या करेंगे.
Genuinely बोला ना विराज. You know, yeah, मेरे को यही बोलना है. The thing is, you should let your crowd love you the way you are. You should not become what crowd likes. मतलब तुमको ना वो दिखाना चाहिए. Because see, if भुवन बाम बोलता कि मतलब ये कैरेक्टर बनाओ क्या लोगों को अच्छा लगेगा, नहीं. भुवन बाम ने 4-5 कैरेक्टर बना दिया. अभी वो लोगों पे कि उसको पसंद करना है कि नहीं करना. भुवन बाम तो करते जाएगा ना. वो थोड़ी सोचेगा कि फक मेरे को थोड़ी ऐसा बनाना चाहिए, पब्लिक को हंसेगा कि नहीं. We started liking because the
बच्चे लोग देख रहे हैं विराज, बच्चे लोग देख रहे हैं.
अरे यार,
which is 90% of your audience anyways.
Right. Okay.
YouTube पे कभी किसी ने कुछ देखा ही नहीं है. किसी ने कैरी मिनाटी का वीडियो देखा नहीं. क्या बात कर रहा है.
कैरी को क्यों खींच रहा है बीच में?
क्यों
अभी व्यूज लाने के लिए उसका नाम मतलब बीच में.
मैं व्यूज के लिए कर रहा था, व्यूज के लिए.
Okay, now I'm what we were discussing in the waiting room and Nick brought it up is the new culture of hate, where it is cool to hate, it is good to hate. Hate is equal to freedom of speech. If I want views, if I want attention, I will hate. These are a few things that we discussed. What do you guys think for new creators now? You guys have obviously gone through the entire rut. You know what to do with hate, when to ignore it, when to take criticism, how to differentiate between hate and criticism, right? You guys know it all. For new creators, Dolly, how do you deal with the toxic hate that is there all around us nowadays?
Yeah, to be honest, I anyway I look down upon the haters. Like, to me, they don't exist. Like, I don't acknowledge haters in any form. I feel like if you're hating on someone, you are as a person, you must be so bad and shallow that your existence means nothing to me. And because I also come from a history of getting bullied and history of getting called out and all these things from school, college, all these things, I think I've also built such a thick skin by now that the internet hate which people are doing behind their keyboards and their screens, it doesn't really get me as much. Thankfully, I'm safe there. But for people who are now joining in and trying to create content, and obviously the culture of hate is growing every day, I feel like it's very important to be so self-aware of your content and to be so safe in your own space and assured that what you're making should make you happy first. Like, that should be the bottom line. If it makes you happy, if you are satisfied with what the content you are putting out, then I feel like, I mean, you are obviously doing it for the audience, the opinion matters, but hate doesn't. So you have to try and know what hate is and what criticism or feedback is.
Sure.
So you need to be able to, differentiate between the two, because don't let hate get to you, because once that starts, then it's a never ending cycle and you'll just start doubting yourself, all of that. There's no point in that. But please come ahead, because this hate is gonna go away soon. I have full faith in that, because we're gonna bring the change. All of us creators, all the nice people out there, it's definitely gonna go away. So please don't
Right.
be scared of what is happening right now. I'm sure this is just a phase,
Right.
and we're gonna get through this.
Right. Nikhil, how do you deal with it?
Hate is something which will eventually get to you. Unfortunately, uh, hate is very dangerous. It makes you a very, very bad person. Doesn't really matter. You have all the money in the world. You live in a big house. You have a big car. You have a good motorcycle. You travel a lot. But hate will eventually get to you because you are in social media. If you stay away from social media, which we can't because it's a job, maturity is it plays a role. जैसे अगर मैं अपने आप को बोलता हूँ, अगर आज मैं 20 साल का होता तो probably मैं जो अभी करता हूँ मैं नहीं कर रहा होता. Probably hate would have destroyed me. It would have made me a different person. As a creator, it is good and bad when you get hate. How? It grills you, and either you'll be burned, either you'll be a better person. You'll be a better creator. And somewhere down the line, hate makes you popular. If you look down upon history, जो भी आज famous actor बैठा, hello,
विरा या तो तू जोक मार या तो मत मार, आधा आधा बोल के मत निकल जा बीच में.
He only does this when Nikhil is talking.
Because he can't do it when I am, right?
Nikhil.
Okay. Yeah. So when you look down on history, hate create controversies. And when hate create controversies, and then when you deal with it, you come out as a better person, as a famous person. But when I talk about us, our digital people, it plays with the mind because हम लोग सिर्फ 20 दिन शूटिंग करके ऐसा 8 महीना सिर्फ अपना कंटेंट पे काम नहीं करते. हम लोग every day we are thinking of our content, and which is very dangerous. Future में I think almost all the creators has to go and meet the psychiatrist. अपना mental इलाज कराना पड़ेगा. Today we saw what happened with Sushant Singh, and I think that will also happen to a lot of creators, not in terms of suicidal thoughts, in terms of being depressed. As Nick said, as Dolly said, hate will eventually get to you because no matter how much you talk about guys, hate nahi karna, ye nahi karna, why some there will be a bunch of people who will come and who will spread toxicity. Like when you think everything is going right, कुछ एक topic आएगा, and that topic will work, which Nick said that shouldn't work. And then all the new creators will think, अरे यार ये topic को 5 लाख view मिला है, मैं भी बनाऊंगा, मेरे को 5 लाख view मिलेगा. And then slowly and steadily वो एक toxic environment बन जाता है. लोगों को मौका मिलता है, इसको मैं बुरा बोलूं अभी. And then that eventually will get to you.
Correct.
Now you have to you remain with two options. Either you talk about it, you don't talk about it. As Dolly said that you basically you ignore, because you can't get down to their level because you're a creator. You're here and there's a lot of audience down. If you reply to someone who's hating on you, then someone who's loving you will say, यार ये तो सिर्फ जो लोग इसके खिलाफ बात करते हैं उन लोग के बारे में बात करता है, जो अच्छा बात करता है उन लोग के बारे में बात नहीं करता है. So as a creator, you have a responsibility to respond to someone who's trolling you in a very subtle way, where अरे मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है. The moment they'll think that you're too strong for their hate or whatever, they always come up with this new tactic. अभी एक नया है कि I was once upon a time I was your fan, now I'm no more your fan. Once upon a time I used to like your content, now you're horrible. ये सब बहाना रहता है, ये सिर्फ नया नया कमेंट लोग ढूंढ के लाते हैं. They try to get into your head. As a creator, you have to be the hate proof. Let the hate come in because you can't stop. You can't stop coronavirus lockdown. You can't stop hate with अरे मुझे तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता बोलते. Hate will eventually come in. You have to be immune to hate. How? It should never get into your creativity. मैं ये नेक्स्ट से सीखा, मैं ये काफी क्रिएटर से सीखा कि भाई कितना भी कुछ भी आया ना, अपना वीडियो डालना बंद मत करो, अपना क्रिएटिविटी बंद मत. जिस दिन तुमने वो रोक दिया ना, that means hate has won. So the only way to deal with it is that try to understand what's wrong with it. You have to take criticism. People, and you know what the best part? अगर लोग तुम्हारे बारे में अच्छा के अलावा बुरा नहीं बोल रहे, you are doing something wrong. There has to be people who will talk bad about you. ये तो बहुत जरूरी चीज है.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, but you're talking about hate, you're talking about depression and this and that. And Dolly, I'm so sorry for bringing this up, but I remember that on your last birthday, you had a complete episode where you broke down, and it was just so heartbreaking to see you like that. How does a creator recover from something like that? Like, what is the process if someone is going through an issue like you did? And I don't want to talk about the issue. I don't want to know what happened. I'm just saying that to see you like that was a heartbreak. How does one get away or get out of a situation like that?
See, I feel that's it's not a creator thing. It's a person to person, and I feel like these days we all have anxieties, we all have stress. I think it's just such a universal thing that has become that we all suffer from so much stress in our lives. So you deal with it the way I think it's very individual. How I deal with it is I shut myself down for a few days, which is not healthy at all. I wouldn't suggest doing that. Talk to friends, talk to people. With hate, actually, recently when Kusha and I were a part of a roast by this guy, and I remember so he used certain words in his video while roasting us. And to, honestly, I did not respond to that roast because again, it really did not mean anything to me. But then I saw the video. I even laughed at the video. I was like, oh God, okay. And then I did a deal with Netflix where I was making videos for their Instagram. And whenever they would post those Instagram videos, now their audience is obviously way different from my audience. All the comments on those videos used to be the exact same words that were used in that video. So you can link those people to the same video. You know that this is the audience coming from that roast video and trying to take you down. Because on your page, it might not be possible. You have so many followers, it will just get like, pata bhi nahi chalega.
Imagine how much free time they have.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine? They came on the Netflix page to troll me with the same kind of words. And that actually got to me a little bit because for me, it was a big project. I was doing it for Netflix. It was the first time. And to see the comments mostly hateful, obviously did bring me down for a while. But then you have to get up, man. Like Netflix did choose me for a reason, right? And they had nothing to say about it. So I feel like you have to have faith in yourself. It might take a week. It might take 2 days. It might even take a few months to get over this. But please be strong and get help if you have to. I feel like it's very personal.
Well, it's a good thing because you mean a lot to them. You mean a lot to them. That is the reason they are finding ways to talk about you. You are important to them. You should feel happy about it. Trust me on that.
I remember
Nikhil, you have consistently deflected hate. I mean, hate has never bothered you, and you actually are one of those creators who gets the least amount of hate. And I know very few at my fingertips that I know, touch wood, who gets like the least amount of hate, which is a good thing. But I've always seen you talking to the friends. You're always giving the best advice on how to deal with a situation like this. Where does that come from? Observation?
Yes, observation. And see, I've seen a lot in my life, right from young age. I've seen a lot in my life. Early heartbreaks, my father passed away, money issue, financial issue, बहुत problems, like lot of problems. And when I come to YouTube and all these problems,
Right.
it's like you're asking a soldier who's to come सड़क पे fight
Right.
करने का, उसको तो कुछ भी नहीं लगेगा ये
Right.
चीज. So but yeah, I do get little amount of hate, but then that little amount is also big because उन लोग मेरे life और मेरे personality पे point
Right.
करते हैं that I'm like this and
Right.
like that, and that is the reason I'm very scared because I love my mother a lot, and if someone will say what about my mother, भाड़ में जाओ, career भाड़ में गया, ये मैं तो ये करूँगा. When I'm at Shannon and I'm going out and someone, because see I'm a man and I don't care about my career or what you talk about my friend. एक वीडियो में मैंने बोला था तुमको मेरे बारे में बात करना है, बात करो, मेरे दोस्तों के बारे में बोलना, थोड़ा आईपैड में घुस के मारूंगा तुमको. So this is me, and then now I can't talk about it like this. And once किसी ने मुझे बोला था कि तुमको कोई बोलेगा तो क्या करोगे, बोला मैं तो ऐसे करूंगा. So you get criticized. Ki, look how shameful he is saying that in front of the camera, but this is how I am. You will do the same.
ब्यूनिक भाई आप क्या करेंगे?
अरे देखो, honestly what I feel is कि ये जो जितने भी creators हैं ना, वो इस सर्कल में इतना घुस गए हैं ना, they've forgotten their friends, I guess.
Exactly.
अभी मेरे साथ करण who's there with me, वो मेरा फर्स्ट से मेरा बेस्ट फ्रेंड है, ठीक है. हम लोग साथ में चिल मार रहे. तो ना ये भी सोचो कि यार तुम एक हिसाब से ना, आई डोंट परसीव इट एज अ जॉब, बट एक हिसाब से तुम काम कर रहे हो. ये छोड़ के भी एक लाइफ है तुम्हारा, ठीक है. ये छोड़ के तुम्हारे दोस्त है, उनके साथ चिल मारो, उनके साथ काम का बात मत करो कि अरे ये क्या वो क्या, बंद करो सब. थोड़ा टाइम ना जस्ट स्विच इट ऑफ, chill with your friends, have a drink, have chai on Mumbaikar Nikhil's given this month.
मेरे को ही नहीं मिला सोच वो को.
Okay, we are out of time. I'm getting like dirty messages from Prashant. Guys, everyone who knows Nikhil's fans, Nick's fans, Dolly's fans, Viraj's fans, if we have to end this conversation, it's because of Prashant Verma. Find him and please let him know what you guys think of.
Please hate him.
No, please, no hate, no hate. No hate.
Please show him some love.
Send him hearts.
Send him hearts. Having said that, one last round is I'm going to start with Viraj. One reality check for new creators and one advice for new creators.
He made himself.
First is be yourself and just don't try to become like someone else.
Right. That's the advice. What's the reality check?
Reality check ये है कि ऐसा जरूरी नहीं कि हर वीडियो चले. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं कि तुमको 1 million आज मारा कि तुम्हारा नेक्स्ट वीडियो 1 million ही चलेगा. So learn from that कि मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि everything is a new learning every day.
Right.
ऐसा जरूरी नहीं कि तुमने आज 1 million मारा तो पब्लिक बोलेगा फक अभी नेक्स्ट वीडियो तो 2 million मारना चाहिए. वैसा कुछ अरे यार sorry. But it's not important that every video is a hit video, because when you make a very shitty video also, you get to learn a lot of things from that shitty video.
Sure.
Okay, why did you make it? So that's it. It's okay sometimes तुम्हारा video 20,000 पे tank हो गया, it's fine. Sure. It's great. In fact, you learn to, because अगर आपका दुनिया चांदी दिखना ना 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, तो तुमको failure समझेगा नहीं. You should learn how to handle that failure also. Sure. So that is a good reality check from my side. And always share your experience and do not share your imagination, because experience is relatable.
एक ही चेक बोला था रे ब्रो, एक ही बोला था.
ब्यूनिक भाई
तेरे ने भी बोल दिया रे.
ब्यूनिक भाई
बी यूनिक. नहीं, जस्ट आई फॉर ऑल द न्यू क्रिएटर्स इतना याद रखो, यू शुड हैव फन डूइंग इट, बिकॉज तुम इतना स्ट्रेस लेके सोचोगे ना क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है, तो वो जॉब हो जाएगा. फिर तुम जॉब ही करो ना, यही क्यों कर रहे हो, मतलब यू आर डूइंग दिस बिकॉज यू लाइक डूइंग इट, राइट?
दैट्स द एडवाइस.
हैव फन डूइंग इट.
दैट्स द एडवाइस.
रियलिटी चेक इज तुम जितना सोचते हो ना, लोग तुम्हारे बारे में सोचते हो उतना नहीं सोचता है कोई. कोई नहीं सोचता उतना. वो मतलब यार ये सोचिएगा, ऐसा कोई नहीं. सब अपना काम कर रहे हैं, इतना मत सोचो, करो.
नाइस. डॉली,
reality check would be that I know a lot of people get into this because it's the new thing. It's internet, it's getting famous, it's the numbers. But I would still suggest, please see if this is actually your passion or not, because your passion might lie somewhere else also. Don't waste your time just because it's trending, just because the world is doing it. This is not it. It's at the end of the day, it is also another job. So make sure you try it only because of that. Advice would be, again, be consistent. If you really started, if your heart is into it, be consistent. Nothing else matters.
Wow. Nikhil.
Nothing else matters.
More views doesn't mean you're a better creator. Don't focus on views, because even if 10,000 people are watching your videos, even if 1,000 people are watching your videos, you're impacting on their life.
Wow.
You're impacting on their life. Always experiment. Don't hesitate to experiment. ऐसा मत देखो कि अगर ये क्रिएटर ये कर रहा है, नया क्रिएटर, मतलब मेरा दोस्त ये कर रहा है, उसको चल गया तो मैं भी वो जानबूझ के वो करूंगा. Don't do that. I've seen a lot of my friends, a lot of my colleagues buying motorcycle and going away, and they're not enjoying it. I've seen a lot of people trying to be like technology, not being successful. So dude, experiment. Just experiment. करो, बहुत important है. Find that sweet spot where you enjoy. Nick ने एक बहुत ही important चीज बोला. Have fun with your friends. Don't leave them alone. Because वो तुम्हारे real friends है, वो तुमको बोलेंगे देख भाई अच्छा नहीं, देख भाई खराब है. And have faith in yourself. अगर तुमको लगता है अगर तुमको तुम्हारे बनाई हुई बिरयानी अच्छी लग रही है, तो वो अच्छी है. भले किसी को पसंद नहीं आए, वो बनाओ, वीडियो अपलोड करो. स्लो एंड स्टेडी यू विल विन. ये जो ऐसा जाते हैं ना, वो ज्यादा वो खुश नहीं रहते, वो प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है. ये जो व्यूज, ऐसा पैसा, ऐसा सक्सेस, ऐसा प्रेशर, वो उससे 10 गुना ज्यादा सर पे आता है. एंड देन यू विल गो मैड. स्लो एंड स्टेडी विन द रेस. बड़े बुजुर्ग बोल के गए, वही करो.
Okay. Thank you. I've got a lot of, sorry Viraj, we will connect after this. You kept dropping off and that's why you get less time. Sanchit Arora is saying hard stop please. So Raja, please take over. Thank you Dolly. Thank you Bhunik Bhai. Thank you Viraj. Thank you Nikhil. Thank you guys for being here. It was so awesome having you and having such a heartfelt conversation. Everyone who watched this panel, I hope you have picked up some really cool, important life lessons. because these are very difficult to come by, because obviously you see the people who are sitting in front of you. Thank you, Raja. Please take over. Bye.
Thank you so much, Sudeep. This was an amazingly moderated session as well. Thank you so much, Dolly, Viraj, Nikhil, and Nikunj. A loud of applause for all of these guys. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after such an insightful session that we had on the topic that was the most requested and the most awaited one, I'm going to tell you something really important. You ready? Yes. There is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual exhibition education event for media and design. This message needs to go out to all your friends out there, so make sure you let them know. And apart from that, we also have a free aptitude test and career counseling by ecolintude.lab, Raffles, Marangoni, Silica ISDI, and Whistling Woods International on Edutainment Show Live. All you need to do is log in on vx.edutainmentshow.in. Hurry up, because we have very, very, very limited slots available. And with saying that, I haven't registered, so I need to go and do that as well. So matter of fact, we will be right back. everybody. Moving further, we have a talk on understanding fashion styling by Instituto Marangoni. And for the same, I would like to call upon Miss Akanksha Rora, celebrity fashion stylist and unit leader at Alumni at Instituto Marangoni, Mumbai. You know, everybody out there who's been waiting for this session, it's about time you tune in to the screen because this is going to be really insightful. So be where you are. Akanksha, all yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Raja, for the lovely introduction. And thank you so much for having me this evening. Let me just take a moment to introduce myself. I am Akanksha Rora. I am a celebrity stylist and I've been in the industry for about 7 years now. I started as an intern at Cosmopolitan magazine, and from there I started assisting stylists to who were basically styling for celebrities, and from there I also ended up doing costume styling for the movie industry as well. So this has been my journey so far, and I've been associated with Instituto Marangoni for about 3 years now. All right. In some way or the other, I have enjoyed my journey with them simply because I am on the forefront of training the new fashion leaders. Before I actually dive into the entire topic, I know that there are a certain amount of questions that everybody seems to have as to what exactly is the role of a stylist. And I know that in some way it is not really explained properly to people, because there is a confusion that usually happens between what is a designer and what is a stylist. And I completely understand, but I know the fact that the roles are completely different, and that's something that I'm going to put a highlight upon today. All right. While addressing this topic and while diving deep into it, let's just first try to understand what exactly is fashion. All right. I'm going to be showing you a little bit of a short presentation, not too long, but something that will just help you, give you the key points to actually give a little kind of a push start as well. All right. Now, if you see, when we talk about what exactly is fashion, all right, fashion is something for a lot of people just starts and ends when it comes to clothing. All right, but fashion is more to do with a lifestyle that you create or you choose for yourself to live. And that is something, the products that you use, the beauty products, the jewelry, the accessories, the kind of the kind of selections you end up making. Fashion also does not end only on products, but it's also more to do with the kind of behavior that person has, the body language a person has, and a lot to do with personality and moods as well. All right, all of these factors kind of involve and amalgamate together to give you fashion towards the end. All right, if you ever go online and you try to understand what fashion is, they're just going to tell you that it's the latest, it's a popular style of clothing, hair, decoration, or behavior. It is something wherein you make into a particular form, and that's what, as a stylist, you end up highlighting as well. All right, let's move on. I'm going to be showing you a little bit of a video, all right, a video wherein you can understand what exactly is the industry that you are entering. And also it gives you an insight about the entire environment that goes around as well. Once you've seen the video, I will then just sit and dissect what exactly are the teams inside and who are you going to be working with and who's responsible for what. All right, I'm just going to start with the video now.
Imagine the fashion industry as one big office. A vast room buzzing with the brightest lights in the business. So frenetic that you barely have a moment to breathe.
Who's the bossiest? Who is the sportiest person in fashion?
Who is the funniest person in fashion?
Yes, that's a very good question. Perhaps unanswerable.
Charlotte, just the girl I wanted to hear from.
Darling.
Take close attention. You'll see designers drawing, stylists selecting, editors reigning.
L'entreprise de la mode. Une machine globale.
Just who is the most flamboyant person in fashion?
But in this world of fashion, the only question that matters is, how much do you want it?
Le rush de la création. Who's the dreamiest boy or girl we have around us? Or maybe, who's the toughest person in fashion?
Well, it's not me. Hi, Katie.
Hi, I'm so sorry I can't be there.
This is a world where every fleeting moment is spent finding perfection in the chaos. And the price of admission is nothing less than everything you've got.
Want a little bit of a killer cheekbone and bring out your fabulous facial framework.
All right, babes, I gotta run.
Would anyone in their right mind ever choose to exist in this universe? Only the maddest of men, the driven, the dreamers, the lovers and the fighters.
This is a complete and utter disaster.
Hi, I'm Stephen Jones.
I'm Karina Wattfeld.
I am Virginie Mouzin.
I'm Susie Lau.
Hi, I'm Derek Glassberg.
Edward Enninful.
Hello, I'm Alexa Chung.
Hi, my name is Nicola Formichetti.
My name is Renzo Rosso.
My name is Tim Blanks.
My name is Alex de Vitak.
Hi, I'm Binks, and this is ID.
Explore.
All right. Now, if you end up seeing throughout the video has multiple amount of people who are responsible for doing some amount of work. And it's usually a team effort when an actual fashion editorial comes into place. The team, the entire team includes, you have the editor-in-chief of the magazine, you have the fashion director, the art director, you have the model selection or the modeling agency that you're mainly kind of talks with, you have the hair and makeup person, you have the model, you also have the fashion stylist itself has a team which is either an intern or an assistant as well. And together, so many people are responsible to create a fashion editorial. All right. And usually the fashion stylist and the photographer are very much in link in trying to understand what exactly the final product is going to be like. Okay. But how exactly is this process even created? That's something that we need to understand, and that's something that we need to look into as well. All right. Fashion stylist. If you ever go online and if you ever try to type the entire word on Google, it is going to give you this particular definition, which you actually see it on the screen right now, which says someone who selects looks for editorials, movies, advertisements, press conferences, red carpet. All right. But let me just break the bubble. A fashion stylist is much more than just responsible for the selection of garments or for selection of garments for a particular event. All right. A fashion stylist is actually a storyteller that basically depends on narration. All right. The narration, which is mainly visual in terms of language. All right. Now, a fashion stylist is not only responsible for the looks, but it's also responsible for thinking forward, which means the looks that the fashion stylist ends up creating does not only benefit a particular season, but a season which is going to be following as well. Because images are something that can be, that you can preserve for a long period of time. And the images kind of help you understand which era or which decade were they a part of as well. Because a lot of the work of a fashion stylist mainly depends upon the history. All right. History is because our inspiration, our influences, everything comes from the past. All right. This is something that I've always said, that for a fashion stylist, the memory is the most powerful tool. All right. Memory, which mainly comes with nostalgia, because unless and until you don't have a certain memory for a situation, you will not be able to form an emotion which kind of revolves around it. And that is something which is very important when you're deciding what kind of a shoot or what kind of a image that you have to see. All right. Now, a fashion stylist is not just looking at history, but it can take inspiration from art. It can take inspiration from the trend that is going on, a trend that is already taken before. It is going to take inspiration from what the PR agencies are going through, or what kind of new products they're dealing with as well, simply because you have a PR person who is a barrier or is a spokesperson between a brand and a stylist as well. All right. Now, let's just move forward into understanding the details. For a fashion stylist, details are the key factor. There are the 4 points that are mentioned in the presentation, which is find inspiration, develop concept, build a portfolio, organize shoots. All right, which is going to divide the first two together and the last two together. All right. When we talk about find inspiration or developing a concept, now the most common sentence you must have found was, you can find inspiration in anything and everything. Now, as monotonous as that sounds, it actually makes more sense when it comes to a stylist as well. All right, because a stylist is dealing with a narration which is not just limiting itself to what the designer's clothing imagination is, but it's going way beyond that because it's creating a connection with the audience. All right. Now, when you ask me what's the difference between a designer and a stylist, it's the detail factor. Now, the designer, of course, puts in a lot of efforts when it comes into designing a particular theme or a concept, or focusing the pattern, draft, illustration, everything that makes your entire vision a whole picture into a garments collection. All right. But the entire communication pattern then comes to the fashion stylist. All right. A fashion stylist will just understand the brand better, understand the target audience, will understand how exactly the bond needs to be created so that there is a certain amount of USP which is created between the brand and the customer as well. All right. And the layering factor and everything determines on the whole that how much further can you push the target audience as well. All right. And of course, the brand collaboration is very crucial, simply because you are mainly working with the aesthetic of the designer. At the same time, you're working with your own signature style as well. All right. Now, when we come to the fine inspiration developing concepts, we are mainly looking at, let's take an example. Okay. Let's say that I take one celebrity or an artist from the 20th century. Okay. Let's say from the 70s and the 80s, we end up taking Prince or David Bowie. Now, David Bowie and Prince, automatically you have a particular image that is formed into your head that this person, they wear sequins, bodysuits or metallic bodysuits, have face paint on their face because that's the kind of makeup looks they would go for. They would have a lot of platform heels, and though they were men, they were actually wearing, they were into many gender fluid fashion. All right. Now, this is a particular image that comes into your head in terms of fashion. When you think about their lifestyle, you think about them performing on stage. You think about them, having a lot of paparazzi around them. You think of them wearing, they are known for their lyrics. They're known for the music. And all that jazz is what you think about. Let's say if you push your imagination a little further. All right, you've taken inspiration from David Bowie or Prince. Now you start to develop a concept. Now your concept can be an amalgamation between the 20th century and the 21st century. Okay. Now, 20th century, you've taken the key elements of what they were known for, but you now decide that you want to in some way show them in a much more normal setup or much more as a menial job setup. So they're actually dressed the way they are, but they are in a surrounding which is completely a paradox from what the 20th century highlights. Okay. And in order to do that, you have to, of course, understand the key points, which means if you are doing an interpretative, adding an interpretative value, you have to look at the model selection. You have to look at who exactly is going to be the videographer or the photographer who's going to do this particular shoot on a film. Okay, you have to make sure that the clothes that you find are as close to the identity as possible. You are again going to make sure that the makeup of the hair person is completely perfect in terms of understanding what kind of details need to be looked into. Okay, then your imaginative power comes wherein you're doing a location recce, because you are now putting an entire, you're putting a memory of people of this particular artist into a very normal surrounding. Let's say they're doing a job of a sculptor or a tree cutter or a carpenter or something on these lines. Now, of course, you need to have that imagination to be able to pull it off as well, and a little bit of confidence and patience to be able to explore this particular side of narration. All right. Now, when this ends up happening, I will just end up showing you what exactly is the final product. I'm just going to play a video one more time.
My world is empty without you, babe.
right, when you end up seeing this particular video, all right, you must have noticed that it is definitely all about the details, because everything, every costume, every kind of makeup, every kind of the way the hair was styled, everything just reminded you of that particular artist. And that's something that is very important for a stylist to understand, is that when you're paying a tribute to somebody, you cannot lose out on the essential values that make or create their personality. All right. Now, this was about the building concepts. Then mainly comes the portfolio and organization of shoots. All right. Now, building a portfolio is another very key element when it comes to a fashion stylist, because you need to be able to create a visual language to display your work. All right. Now, that is mainly possible if you decide to work under somebody and get trained as an intern or an assistant. That way, you get an immense amount of exposure when it comes to understanding the role of a stylist, which does not only it does not really sum up in a more glamorous aspect, but it's more to do with how exactly you're managing the stuff as well. Okay, your management, of course, when I spoke spoke initially, I told you about the coordination factor between the various people in the team, but it also mainly focuses on understanding the kind of clothing that you're going to call for, or pieces that you call from designers as well, wherein you're going to be doing inventory, you're going to be doing you're going to be handling your own accounts, you're going to be doing packing a lot of cartons and shipping them as well. So there are a lot of behind the scenes that are very crucial, very important. So you need to be very rough and tough when you are actually training yourself as a stylist as well. And the amount that you end up working, even if as a freelancer or a full-time person, you will automatically create a lot in terms of your portfolio. All right. Now, this is one way to go. The other way to build up your portfolio is to create visual references and make them into a form of a mood. All right. A mood board, what we usually end up calling it, wherein there is one aesthetic that you end up following. And with the help of images which are currently present, you can just amalgamate and kind of make a collection of them, and you can already display them as well, because that your mind map is basically what you are setting with regard to a concept. Okay, organization of shoots, this is something that you have to be very forthcoming towards, because it also because the load of a stylist also depends upon the communicative power that you have and the networking that you can create for yourself. Okay, so even if, let's say, you have to be, of course, very much outgoing when it comes to approaching different photographers or makeup artists and kind of telling them, do you want to collaborate and kind of do a shoot with me? I have a concept in mind. Okay, it could be a well-established photographer, it could be somebody who's like a startup like you. Okay, automatically you can create a barter for yourself and you can move ahead as well. All right, so these are key important elements that you need to focus on when you're deciding a career in styling. Let's just understand a little bit about clothing, or how exactly a statement can be created. If you see in all these three images, there is a distinct amount of statement in all three of them, not necessarily in same part of the area. Okay, in the first one, when you see towards the left, you have an image wherein a model is wearing pinstripe shirt, and with pinstripe shirt, she actually has a corsage or a corset which she's wearing around it. It's a cotton based corset. All right, which is basically covering her upper torso, and it is in a gray color, which is contrasting to the color of the background of the shirt, which automatically creates a focal point. All right, so the outfit, which could have been more simpler, is now much more uplifted and highlighted as well. The second one, you see there is ruching up on the sleeves, which is mainly the added value. You've just ruched up the sleeves of the trench coat, pulled down the cuff, and you've just tied a belt around the elbow, stopping the ruching to actually fall down. So automatically you've created a texture for yourself. The one on the right, you see, is a model who is wearing a black suit. All right, a black formal attire, and you have a crisscross white corset belt, which is wide, and then you have a knotted red belt, which is thin, and it's a pop of a color. Automatically, you know that there is a simple outfit which automatically has a little bit of a oomph factor which is added to it, and that creates a highlight around the waist. So it accentuates the kind of figure that you're mainly wanting your client to have. All right. Next, we look at again the left image, you see there is a lot of distraction which is happening. Okay, you have 3 models. First of all, you do not really know where to focus on. You have a lot of prints, motifs, everything which is, it's a clutter in its way. At one point of time, that was not really considered as a fashion statement, but of course in styling everything changes. All right, when you see the entire image right now, you know that in some way it is balancing out and it is working as well. So the fact that there are 3 models or there are a lot of textures, it's not really stopping that image from looking a successful fashion editorial or a fashion campaign. All right, now how this is done is basically understanding the balance. Understanding the balance with the help of color. That is extremely crucial because you have warm tones and cool tones which are basically balancing it. All right, so the maximum dominating factor is the warm tones, and then there are cool tone factors which are mainly your blue, the purple, blue, and the green. Okay, so this is something that you are that you can basically understand. You can understand the balance of the situation as well, and then you have different textures and different motifs and the enlargement of motifs and little little details of the fabric selection. So all of that kind of matters. It's just that you need to see where exactly the balance is. All right, the second image is mainly the sandal with just a fishnet socks. Automatically, if you have a simple outfit on top, suddenly you have this little statement element at the bottom. It creates a lift in the outfit as well. Now, the most crucial one is the one on the right. Okay, it is actually a beauty editorial wherein it is a norm. It's something that people understand and why exactly a stylist is required when it comes to a beauty editorial. Okay, it is right in their own way because they are mainly focusing on the eyeshadow and the lip color, which is very clearly visible in the image. But of course, just like the trends are discussed in terms of clothing, you also have makeup which is discussed in terms of clothing as well. All right, now if you see this particular image and you see the hair of the model, it automatically reminds you of 70s Bollywood actress. All right, so you know in some way that the 70s is the highlight in this point. Then suddenly you see that there is a fan, a lace hand fan which she is carrying, and also she has a earring which is completely elongated as well. All of these factors kind of take you back to the 70s. So you know that this is the main highlight point of the trend. And in the beauty industry, of course, with the pop color in terms of eyeshadow and lip color and the entire accessories around it, you know the 70s are making a comeback. All right, so this is something, again, a stylist needs to be able to communicate better in a better form as well. And that is why in a beauty shoot, a stylist is very much required because they're thinking of the seasons. All right, and they're thinking of beyond the seasons as well and not just stopping there. Because when you look at a magazine, you flip through a magazine even after a couple of years, and you need to be able to relate with the fashion as well. And of course, fashion does have a tendency of repeating itself. All right. Now, the most important thing for you to understand is the amount of fields that you have in fashion styling. All right. Now, these are just a couple of them that are pointed out. Some which are which have been ongoing for years, and some which are completely new to the market and something that you were not really aware about as well. All right. For example, if you see over here, there is runway styling, image styling, still photography, celebrity, interior, food, and wedding. When we talk about India, we are very much acquainted with celebrity styling and wedding styling. Okay, it is something, it's a market which does not seem to be going down. It's a market where the stylists are always going to be required. So if you ever want to play safe, I think these two are the go-go situations for you all. Okay. Let's talk about runway styling. Again, one of the most important aspects of fashion styling. Runway styling is mainly to do with styling the models in backstage. All right. The key to understanding this is, a lot of times you would say, the why is the stylist required when the designer is very much aware about the clothing that they've created. But the idea is that when the display of these clothes are happening on the catwalk, you are not only focusing on displaying the collection of a designer, but you're focusing on them being picked by the fashion buyers or the VIP clients who are actually sitting for the show as well. And that is something that, of course, the fashion stylist needs to pay attention to. And that's how the entire layering, accessorizing mainly takes place. Okay. Then we come to the image styling. Image styling is more to do, it's a way that you do a fashion editorial or a fashion campaign, but it's always with a prop which is not really dominating figure, but it is very important for the message that you actually conveying to the audience. Still photography styling is mainly to do with products. Okay, your shoots are going to be absolutely product centric, no models, no emotions, no figures, nothing at all. It is just the product in the center, and that's your major focus. All right. Then we come to celebrity styling. Celebrity styling is mainly to do with understanding the character study of the person or the client that you have. Now, this does not mean that usually you end up having multiple clients, but you cannot really put in the one idea of a style on each and every client because they're all different. So of course the personality study is very important for a stylist, and of course understanding the body language and the body type is very important for a stylist. Okay, now after that we come into interior styling. Interior styling is again one of the very new upcoming markets of sorts, simply because interior styling, just like the interior designer mainly looks after the construction of the furniture or the selection of the furniture pieces, etc. A stylist is mainly looking at the atmosphere, is looking at the mood that the particular surrounding is creating, and is also looking at the fabrics, the tapestry, the curtains, or the accessories that are going to be on display in the house, in order to kind of visualize, in order to communicate the mood much more better. All right. Then we come to food styling. All right, food styling is one of the most upcoming markets at the moment, simply because food is something that people relate to the most. Food is something that you have, even let's say, there is some amount of stress also that's happening in your life, and you do tend to turn towards food as well. So in some way or the other, food styling has hit the right spot and has required and is looking for more and more stylists. All right. Now, the reason why this particular industry became a huge hit was because the restaurant owners and the brands kind of trying to understand that food display is much more important if you want to be on the top of the game because of the competitiveness in the market. All right. I'm just going to show you one example. Look at this one. There are two particular images that you see in front of you. The first image is of an onion ring with a solitaire diamond on top. All right. In a way, it's sort of a food pun. All right. Onion ring is the most common food item that you will ever find. But because of the contrast, the image that it is created, and in case if this type of styling is, is kind of in recognition with a particular brand, if ever you have a craving for it, you will go and look for that particular brand to have this item as well. So in a way, it ends up creating a recall value as well. Also, it creates a much more better position or recognition with the food item as well. All right. On the right one, you see there are macaroons, and there are the yam yam sticks that you have, which is basically creating a bar stool. So again, it is an imagery which kind of helps you be a little more imaginative. It is also helping. It's making your mind a little more curious because you're just looking at a green color with a chocolate filling. So you know that it could be a matcha and a chocolate flavor. It could be hazelnut chocolate and green tea flavor. There are a lot of emotions, a lot of thoughts that actually come to your mind with regard to the food item. Okay, so automatically you will run down to that street and actually go and look into the selection as well, and that is something which is very, very important to be able to create a connection. All right. Okay, now then of course we come to wedding styling. Wedding styling is very important because we have a lot of demand in terms of the theme weddings today. So you can either be a part of the groom's family and style the groom and the and the family, or the bride and the family and both of them together. You are mainly looking at the themes. You're working with a decorator as well, and events decorator, because you need to understand what kind of clothes and contrast needs to be created. You mainly personal shopping with them. You are looking into the hair and makeup and the entire look for the bride on the whole, so that she or he is not stressed on their wedding day. All right. Okay. So this is just, I'm going to stop the presentation part right over here, because this is exactly the information which is required for you to understand what exactly is the role of a fashion stylist. And it does not really stop only at selecting pieces or selecting clothing for a particular event for them. Okay. At the same time, we are only not looking at celebrities or editorials or campaigns or commercial ad campaigns. We are mainly looking for people in the corporate sector as well. Today, we are looking for people who are waiting to be groomed on day-to-day basis as well. And in that way, a stylist is very important, because you're not just playing one role, you're playing multiple roles, and based on that, you are actually understanding or creating an image for the person towards the end. All right. I hope I have kind of looked into all the pointers that you would have. All right. And once again, thank you so much for Edutainment Show for having me. And yeah, thank you and good luck to all of you with regard to your fashion styling and with regard to your work.
Okay, everybody, that was such an amazing session that we had. Thank you so much, Akansha. Not just for our viewers, even I absorbed so much amazing knowledge from this fabulous conversation, and the 70s and the 80s. Who doesn't, right? You know, I mean, I'm sure we all absorb something or the other from that entire time. And with that being said, it's only right we share a round of applause with Akansha right there. So I do have my studio audience right here. I would like to make sure we celebrate this moment with you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, there is an exciting virtual event which is happening simultaneously. You can log on to www.edutainmentshow.in and register there. It is India's first 3D virtual education exhibition event for media and design. And not just that, you know, what you need to do is register on our 3D virtual expo on edutainmentshow.in. Log in to enter the virtual expo, obviously. Visit all the stalls and look for cookies in the document section. You know why? Because if you collect all 3 cookies and send us the screenshots at edutainment_giveaway at eventcapital.in, 3 lucky winners have a chance to win some amazing Amazon vouchers of 1,000 rupees each. With that being said, let me go ahead and do that as well, because I definitely want these vouchers. So I and we shall be right back. Thank you.
I can't stop the nothing I can see but you when you dance. Feel good creeping up on you, so just dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance. Ain't nobody leaving, so keep dancing. Everybody say, I can't stop the
everybody? We are back. And what a way to be back, right? Because coming up is an amazingly interesting workshop that all you guys have been waiting for. Yes, this is the User Experience and User Interface Design Workshop powered by Edit Institute. And for this workshop, we have none other than Shilpa Joshi, Project Executive at Edit Institute. Welcome her with a round of applause wherever you are, because I'm going to be doing that right about now.
Hello, thanks a lot.
Shilpa, all yours. Please go ahead, take it over.
Okay, thanks Raja for the introduction. It was really nice. So hi everyone over there who are watching. Okay, so this is Shilpa over here. I'm from the Edit Institute. We are going to see a small workshop on UX and UI design, right? I think everyone is ready over there, right? So you must have heard regarding UX and UI designs. You must have, as it's a booming industry right now. Okay, so your friends, family, anyone or relatives who might be working over here or heard about it, what's going on now. Okay, so let's move ahead and see what exactly it is. Okay, so what is this UX and UI design? So before moving to the presentations and all, I just wanted to tell you one thing, which is there is a slight difference between a UX and UI design, right? So UX means a user experience, okay, right? So what you are experiencing using particularly any website, what you are experiencing when there are different things like washing machines, you are using ACs, like other home appliances, nowadays are dishwashers and all. So what the experience you are having from the user end, right? The behavior of it, the habits, what they are having, what the needs of the users are, which are studied. Okay, those all things are studied and documented over in the UX, right? So this UX is completely related to logical thinking, and it develops a concept for particularly for any of the mobile app development. Okay, so all the concept part would be happening over here, right? Okay, then next let's move to what is UI designs, right? So UI stands for the user interface designs, as we all might be knowing about it. So we will talk regarding the particularly mobile app development designing part over here. So UI, if you see open many of the apps, what you see on the splash screens, the onboarding screens are there, we have product screens over there, then we have payments options and feedback screens. So what are designed for the screens are with the icons. There are various advertisements, banners, offers, right? We have buttons and clickables. Everything comes under this UI designs. Okay, so your concept is going to get in a shape or in a form through this UI designs, right? Okay, then let's see, there are few products what we daily use over, like we use Facebook, Instagram pages, right? The social media, we have LinkedIn, we use YouTube. So why these products, IT products, are really famous for? So it's the combination of both the UX and UI designs are working fine and great with them. For example, if we take of a Facebook, okay, Facebook is a platform, right? The social media platform where we have friends, we have family members over here, we have different businesses which work as and all. Okay, so what the thing is, it is the only product which has been developed for them, right? And as a user, we put our, what we can say, we share the photos, we share the videos with them, right? We put the stories, what we are doing and all. So these things what we are putting as a user is the content, right? And only the product is famous because of their IT, what we can say, IT product, because of the UX and UI part, both the things. Okay, so understand the things. Then we have Ola, Uber, which are the other things, or Swiggy, Zomato, right? So it's only the products are getting more used because they give you a good user experience, right? So in the IT product examples, we will see some of the responsive websites and the mobile app designing, how it works on. Fine. So on the screen right now, let's take an example of WhatsApp. It's a very common platform that everyone uses. I think from a student from age group or maybe of 5 years to the senior citizens around 60, 65 years of age, everyone is very good in using this thing, the software. Why the thing is, it's because it's very simple, right? Okay, anyone can see the icons, anyone can share the photos, the videos, the status, right? So it's a large age area who uses this product. Okay, so in this, the UX part comes is what you experience while using this particular app, right? And what all screens, what you see with all the icons and the clickables is a part of UI designs. Okay, right? So let's see the UX and UI placement, how it is going on. So especially because of this COVID lockdown situation, you must have noticed there are some of the companies are getting removing the resources and some things which are happening and all. But this is the industry where UX and UI is playing a key role, where we have shown from the Edit Institute, right? The requirement has increased from February to May by 60%. Okay, so the requirement in the COVID situation, in the lockdown situation, still it is getting increased. So there are many peoples or the users, the students who are coming to us, okay, who have time in their hand, they want to upgrade the things, learn new things which are going in this industry, which are coming over here. Okay, so these are some products that we'll be learning in the course actually. One is the responsive websites, okay. Second is the mobile app design, and there is new thing which is coming, which is called as web applications. Okay, so web applications, especially if you see the landing pages of makemytrip.com or yatra.com, if you use net banking pages, this all comes under web applications. Okay, right? So, and today we are going to see how we are going to design specifically a mobile app, right? So let's begin. So what's the journey is for designing the mobile app design? There is a lot of process which goes behind whatever apps we use. Okay, so first thing is there are three important tasks which are done. Is the first is the low fidelity wireframes, second comes the medium fidelity wireframes, and third is the high fidelity wireframes. Okay, we'll be seeing what it is and what is covered before doing these things. If we take the first initial stage of any of the mobile development designing part of the UX, it covers many things. It's like we will be developing an idea. Okay, we will see in our daily using where the gaps are, right? We will be from that gaps we will get the ideas and we will brainstorm regarding those ideas. From if we finalize one of the idea, the next step is we will be going to the stakeholders. Okay, the owner who is going to budget us, right? He will tell what is the goal and the objective of developing a particular app. We will go to the subject matters experts, right? They will tell us the information regarding in and out, how the app should be working, all the information and the details what it should have. Okay, the next is the user research. This is the most important thing over here, as we will come to know who the target audience is over here. So it's not only knowing the age group, but what they are doing in and out. Okay, 24/7. We'll be studying everything over here. From that, we are going to create the user personas, the ideal users who are going to use our mobile app designs. Post that, we will have IA, it's an information architecture. Okay, information architecture is like what all information we had got from the stakeholders, SMEs, from the users, from the market research. All this content we are going to put in a particular way. Okay, in the navigations, in the menu bar. Okay, in the categories over here, what we see in the app. So, which is the most important content that we will be putting with the labelings and the sub labelings to it. Okay, it's majorly comes in how we are going to organize and structure all the content what we have received from them. Okay, when this is finalized, the next steps comes to the user flow chart. Okay, so we will be visualizing how the user is going to travel in my app, right? How the flow of it would become, right? So everything which is in our mind, we are going to put on the paper using this making the low fidelity wireframes. Okay, so what is this low fidelity wireframes is whatever concept we are having in our mind, we had visualized something of the app that will come on the paper. We will be making a black and white sketches of it. Okay, this is the first step where our app is going to be on paper and take a sheet. Next come the user journey. So what all clickables are there, wherever he can click and what all screens it would open, that would be doing in the user journey. Okay, next come the user testing. This is the most important thing where our low fidelity wireframe which is on the paper, we are going to test with our target audience, going back with our stakeholders, with the SMEs over here, their settings. So we'll see if there is any confusion which is happening in the low fidelity wireframe. Are there any improvements which are required to do these things and all? So we'll be noting the things and getting all it sorted at the initial stage of our mobile designing app. Okay. Second is the medium fidelity wireframes. So what is this? Whatever we are did on the paper, we are going to convert it in the software. So you must have heard there are other softwares, wireframing softwares like we have Adobe XD, Sketch, Figma, we have Mockingbot, right? These are the wireframing and prototyping softwares. Okay, so there are some rules and principles we are going to see over here in the which is called as usability principles. Okay, so using these usability principles, our design we are going to convert using Adobe XD in the medium fidelity wireframes. Again, the testing would also happen at this stage, right? Okay, if the things are fine and going well, it will be get converting to the high fidelity wireframes layout. Okay, in this high fidelity wireframe, what all things are required majorly is the elements of designs you would be going to know. Then what are the principles of designs are, we will knowing the color theory, the branding part, how the typography we have to use in our designing app. Okay, then we'll see what is the latest trend like material design framework. So this material design is what Google has launched in 2014, right? And those using those design frameworks, we are going to use design these Android apps. So whatever app you are seeing right now on the Android phones are based on the material designs. Okay. So this is the example on your screen right now. There are low fidelity wireframes on the left hand side, right? It looks like a basic sketch. What all content your first screen would be having. Okay, this all comes after we had done with the UX part. Second come the middle image, what you see on screen is the medium fidelity. So all the content which was on the paper has been converted using the softwares, right? The wireframing softwares, which it has specifically tells the location, the font, the size, the colors, combination, what it would have. Okay, right? The positions, the compositions of your particular screens. And if we get finalized these things, then we will moving to the high fidelity wireframes. Okay, so a high fidelity wireframe will have all the color combination, the actual images, actual content, the fonts which we are going to use over there. So it is very tedious process actually, but if we are going through all these three steps, okay, our final product would be in a good position to come in the market. Okay, right? So these are the three things what we had seen, and what we are going to see today is the usability rules and principles for the UR designs, which we'll be doing through confusion index, and we'll see a low fidelity wireframe, how we are going to do, and in Adobe XD tool that we are going to use for prototyping, Okay, we are going to convert the same design into a high fidelity wireframes. So let's move ahead. Okay. Right. So let's see what the confusion index is. Okay. So now on your screen, you can see a scale or the index, which is from 0 to 10. All right. Okay. So a confusion index is, if you go in the industry, there will be many people who would ask you to use the app. Okay. If you are an internal team member or you are specifically in the testing part, right? They will tell you that some particular task, the tasks are divided into three types: the large, medium, and the small task. Okay, so they will tell you a particular task, can you please select the product over here, or can you please the products which are in wish list, can you convert it into the add to cart, right? Okay, so these are some of the things, small tasks that they will ask a user to perform, right? From that task, the user will see how difficult it was them for to do it, right? They will see the user interfaces, right? Then they will see the clickings and all the actions, if they are performing well or not. Okay, so confusion index is based on those things. So whatever your task is, are you able to do it, right? Was it very user friendly when you are using that particular app? Okay, so if there is no confusion in your mind while performing that task, right, so it means your design is more usable. Okay, so what I'm going to show you, okay, right on the screen, just a minute over here, is if you have I'm going to break these things over here. So if your app is very good in design, there is no confusion in the user's mind, your rating should come between 0 to 5. Okay, so I should have a good smiley face over here. If your design is not that good, not that usable, if user is not satisfied with the things over here, your design can come from the index of 7 to 10. Okay, right? If it's okay, and there are some things which the user is able to do with some of the difficulties which can be solved initially, right? So it can come from 5 to 6 or 7 around it. Okay, so is this concept clear to everyone? Just put yes or no in the chat so we can move ahead. Raja, is there everyone who can put in the chat? Can you put the confusion index over here in the chat if you have got the concept or not? I want just a reply from any one of you. Okay, let's move ahead. Okay, on the screen right now, there is one e-commerce design app, Bazaar. Okay, so what the thing is, if you look at this particular app on the right hand of the screen, you will see it's very difficult for as a user to handle it. Okay, so as we see, there are locations are not perfect, right? We can see the hamburger menu, which is over here. Okay, we can see some banner and the offers at the bottom. We have this app name over here, right? Plus some of the products which has been in displays, right? So what I want to say is, there is a lot of confusion if you see such designs in your mobile app, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to solve this issue with the rules and principles of the usability. So let's see. The rule is, don't make me think. Okay, so what it means is, you don't make your user think a lot when he sees your mobile app designs or a website, right? Your users should be comfortable enough to use it. right? So the rules for it are, first is follow the conventions. So what does it means? There are already, as I said, Google has launched the material design in 2014, and those are the conventions or the standards which are followed for the Android phones all over and ours. Okay, so we are going to stick with it, right? We are going to stick with the convention because it becomes easy for both designers and developers to make your work get faster, right? So this is one part. Second is follow the visual hierarchy. So visual hierarchy is what is more important. We are going to prioritize it and lay out, put the things in the composition of the screens. So we'll see it later. And third is they break up the screens into clearly defined areas. Okay. So let's see the first conventions. So you do not need to experiment with the new models that are very different from the conventions, right? So if I want to say, usually the settings icon is of the gears, right? In whichever app you see, in that gears, if I use a truck tire, the confusion in the user's mind would get increased, right? So we are going to stick with the conventions, and for the gears, we are going to use the same. For the settings icon, we are going to use same the gears, right? Then stick to the convention because the users are used to use them, right? If you don't, they will be more confused and they will tend to think more. Where should I click? I'm not getting what I am looking for. Something like that, it would happen. Thus, we are going to stick with the conventions, and that we are going to apply for this Bazaar app over here. So what we did is, here were the conventions and the icons, right? So those we had moved on the top. Okay, on the right hand screen where the arrows, we can see the hamburger menu. On the left hand side, we can see the search and the more options on the right hand side, which are done. Next is all these categories for the men's fashion, electronics, and furnitures, right? So all these things which are over here has been moved to the top, right? Okay, so this is how we are trying to solve the issue by following the conventions over here. Let's see next, second hierarchy, visual hierarchy. So what is this visual hierarchy, right? So at present on screen, you see there is a big yellow square on your, right? Most of the users' attention would go at the square. If I add one more square, the same color combination and size and texture everywhere, what happens? The user's attention gets divided. Where should I look for, right? So now what I did is I'm going to reduce the size as per the importance of the message. So it can be a text or image, anything. So you have to arrange your elements visually as per the importance of the message it has, right? So in our Bazaar app, what we did is we had moved this banner to the top. So usually what people comes and looks on the e-commerce app is what all sale which is going on, what are discount or offers they get it. The first thing is where the attention goes is at the banners. Okay, so we had moved the banner over here, right? So usually people tend to read from top to bottom or from left to right, right? So the importance is over to these banners, thus it has been came up. Next is break up the screens into clearly defined areas. So what it means is we have 7 rectangles over here on the left hand side, okay, and those rectangles has been positioned in not in a proper way, okay, so it doesn't look that good to read or see the images or the content. Okay, in other case on the right hand side, the same content, which are the rectangles, are put in a more organized or structured way. So what we see in the newspapers also, right? So what the thing is, the newspaper has, it would have this one as an image over here. It would have some text written as a heading. Then we have the subtext or the body text over here, right? Plus we have the advertisements on over here, then the second news or the photos which appears. Okay, so this is how the content has been divided as per the importance of that messages, right? The same thing is going to apply in the app. So we are going to arrange the element as per the importance of the message, and we are going to break the screens where users are very comfortable to see your images and the text which we are going to put on. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do it for our Bazaar app. So all the content which was over here, you can see the size of the images were not in a proper form. Okay, and those we are going to put it on the right hand side in the more organized way. So you can see the size and the height would be similar of every product which is going to be displayed over here. Okay, so it becomes easy for user to understand and reach to the product what they are looking for. Okay, so this is how we have tried to put, and the third rule over here. Okay, so here we had tried to reduce the confusion which was there in the user's mind by using all the three rules which are there for the usabilities, right? So this was the previous screen. On the left hand side you can see which is there, and by using the rules how we are converted our design in a more organized way, so it should look like it's a proper app which is going on, right? So I have one thing to show you, which is low fidelity wireframe designs, how they are done. So this is actually some activity we also do perform with our students and all. So let's see. So low fidelity wireframes are the black and white sketches which are there on the paper, what we do. And there are some UI elements are also shown in the boxes format. So whatever boxes which are there over here, it says there is some image which is going to appear, maybe a brand name, the logo, the profile picture, the text, what is there is put in these lines over here. These are the buttons. CTA means the call to action buttons, where customer or the user who comes should click over there. Okay, so this is how a low fidelity wireframes are done. And a small activity over here is we will see how in the industry, if you want to go and work or start your own company or as a setup. Okay, so what the thing is, the client will be providing you with some of the content. Okay, so the content would be in such format. On the right hand of the screen you can see there is one content which is done for the shoe factory. Okay, this is how the content would be provided. So what it has is the name of the app, what it should be. Okay, then we have the categories, we have women, men, kids which are there. Okay, plus there are types of shoes, the which types of shoes, there can be one section, then selected by the occasions. So it has formal shoes, casual shoes, party wear shoes, wedding shoes. Then we can select with the brands also. Okay, plus there are some of the icons which are laid, like hamburger menu, the search icon, the cart over here, and the banner which is displayed at the bottom. So this is how you will be receiving the content, and this content which will you be receiving, you have to use these rules to make it more look like in a mobile app designs. So let's see how we are going to move ahead and do the things over here. So I'm going to show you using the Adobe XD. Okay, so same content what we saw is going to convert it into Adobe XD using all the frames. So I'm just going to share one more images with you, just a minute for that. I'm going to share here. So first rule, what we are going to see is that we are going to follow the conventions. So by following the conventions, what exactly happened is all the icons over here had came at the top, right? So you can see over here how the hamburger menu, the name of the app, okay, the search icon and the cart has been placed. Second, at the bottom, we can see the sections which are there for the particular e-commerce app, like women, men's, and kids has been placed over here. Okay, so this is the first rule what we applied. Then let's see this by second rule how we can modify this design. Is we had put the banner at the top, right, beneath the categories over here, and in the third, by using the third rule, all the things at the bottom, especially over here, they had came in a more grid format over here, right? Okay, so everyone would have a particular clickables, right? So we have seen how the things are working with it. Next is this is how the low fidelity of your wireframes would be looking at, and this low fidelity we are going to convert in the high fidelity like this using the Adobe XD. So I'm going to share the screen of the Adobe XD with you. So it might take a minute to just open the files. Okay, I hope you are able to see the screens. It would open in a minute. The files are very heavy over. Right? I hope you are able to see the XD screen, right? This is the Adobe XD software, where there are three important things what you should be knowing is there are here what we can do is first of all on the left top side you can see we can design the elements over here. We can do a prototyping over, right? So we can see actually the interaction which can happen, and we can share these links of the interactions with our clients or with our internal team members with us through these links. So that these are the important three things in Adobe XD. Okay, then comes on the left hand side panel all the toolbars which are there over till here. Okay, so all the basic tool, pen tools, text tools, then these are called as the white area. What you see are known as artboards. So we can add and just zoom in, zoom out over here. So here we have some of the plugins which are already there over here, plus layers and all the components of how we are going to create. Fine. On the right hand of the screen is the details of the particular tools what we are going to use it. Okay, so this is how the UI of Adobe XD is, and through that we are going to convert our shoe factory app designs into high fidelity, right? Okay, so I'm going to start over here. I'll just zoom the thing so you are able to see. So we are going to use the conventions, right? So now the screen, if you see on the right hand side over here, the width is 360 and height is 640. Okay, so I'm going to use create a status bar which would have a width of 360 and height of 24. So this is the conventions of material design what we are going to follow, and I'm going to press it shift and move ahead. So you can see these pink lines which are called as guidelines. So this will help us to make it quicker. So I'm going to change the color over here. I will just move back and click on the fill option. Okay, I'm going to select this color and remove the border for it. So I just and click it, right? So this is the status bar of our app, which should have the height of 24 pixels. I'm going to copy the same design. I'm going to click Shift and Alt to copy it. Okay. Here I want the app name, the hamburger menu, the categories and all. So I'm going to change the height. It should come into 104 pixels, right? Okay. And I want a different color, a lighter color of than the top color which is there. So I had selected this color over here, and I had kept the things ready for the icons for you. So I will just move inside. Okay, so the margins which are from the left and right side of any of the mobile app designs would be 16 pixels for you, right? So next is what we saw. We have the categories, right? So I'm going to put the text over for you on the screen, which will say, it will have, first was women's, right? Then we'll just format these things. So I will change the font over here to Roboto, which is the default for. Change the font size to 14 medium and the color to white, so it will be noticeable on this blue background. Okay, so just move ahead over here. Then we have men's. So I just press Shift and Alt and moved, and to get the duplicate of this text. So we will have men's section over here. So this comes in the center now, and we one more have for the kids. So I had we'll put over here, right? It should come to know our content was related to women's and all the products which were there. So I'm going to put a small highlight to come to know where our user is right now. Okay, so here I'm just putting one line. So I'm removing the outline for it. Okay, so it can become, okay, we are on the women's category sections over there. The next thing which was there on the wireframe is the banners. Okay, so I'm going to get one of the banner which I had designed over here, and just drag and put it over here, and we have the banner which has appeared, right? So for the sale, the content should be same what was there in the low fidelity or the client what they had provided to us. Next, we have the text for select by occasions. So I'll just put the text select by occasions. Okay, and change the color. It's white right now, so we're not able to see. Okay, here comes it, and the font size will make it into 16 on the right hand side panels. So here comes it, and we'll just place it. You can see there is smart guideline which tells it's aligned with the banner. Okay, so select by occasions. Then we have over here, we'll make grids, right? So this grids would be into 80 by 56 in height. We'll put a color to it. Okay, I will remove the border. So click it, and I want a 4 occasions for where our products are going to be used. So I'm going to use on the right hand of the screen over here which is called as the repeat grid. So same design and pattern is going to get repeated. Okay, so I'm going to click it. After clicking, you can see either you can drag it vertically to get the same design, or you can do it horizontally over here. So I want 4 of them, right? So is it going, we can adjust the distance over here, right? Okay. After this, the content which was there was formal shoes. Okay. So we have one, we will align it center, align to this text, okay, and we will fit it over in this first box and change the color to white. So we have first is the formal shoes. Then after by clicking of Shift and Alt, I'm going to create the next copy of it, and it should say it was having the casual shoes, right? Then we have the party wear. So we can party wear shoes like that, and we have the wedding shoes. This is all which content we got it from the client that we are going to put. So fourth comes the wedding shoes, right? Then we can copy this again by clicking Shift and Alt, and we will write what types of shoes were there. So types of shoes, right? Then there we will use the grid format for it to put over. So we'll have 168 by 80, okay, and we'll change the color by clicking over here. We'll select the color which was there used on the brand, so it will be balanced well. And I'm going to use the repeat grid again, okay, so you can see, and adjust the in between distance by clicking over here by smart grids. So just move it a little bit up so you can look in the one section, and we are going to put the text over here. So I'm copying the same thing by clicking Alt and Shift, right? And it has been went behind, so we can arrange it to send to back. We got the text over here, and here we can see the shoe types. So, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a graphic of it, so it will be easy for a user to understand. So here is it. Okay, just a minute, we'll do it again. All right, so here we got the shoe type, right? And the next we can put is the heel type. So likewise we can put the other shoes also options. Okay, so here it goes. The icon I'm going to copy by Shift Alt and change the text over here by heel type, right? So I'll just adjust it, the typography, we can make it over here. So these are things what we are designing right now. Each boxes, these are called as cards. Okay, so this is how the cards are placed for, and what we are left is, I think, with the brands, right? So here it goes with top brands what they have. So double click on it and change the text, what all top brands which are there. We'll just put a circular designs for it, so it will be easy to scroll vertically and horizontal. 64 by 64, right? And I'm going to use same repeat grid because I have 4 brands which were mentioned over there. So after clicking on it, just drag it, right, and adjust the in between space. Okay, right? Okay, I'll just move this content a little bit upside so it will not, it will look more proper. It will have the breathing space especially. Then the brands what were there are Bata. So I'll change the font's color, right? So we have one was Bata. So here by the smart grid, we can align the things. Then second was Liberty. Okay. Then we were having, which was there, is the Paragon. think it's working slow. It's hang just a minute. It will, I think, retain back. So this is how we can create the brands like Bata, Liberty, then Paragon, Relaxo, what all other brands which were mentioned in the low fidelity one, right? So this is how the process for particularly app designs is. If you want to design the things, there are many things which I said as go in the background, right? So this is how it will look. Okay, it's back. So we'll just complete the thing what we are doing. Okay, so okay. So it's done almost. Paragon. Okay. And okay, I think it's hanged a bit, but still to make it a complete, let's try once and relax. So yeah, it's done. So this is how our design of high fidelity would be looking for, right? Okay, so what we saw is the content what client is going to provide us, or maybe if you're working in a team, right, it may be a UX person who would gather the things and put it on the paper and tell you this is how all the things should come in a particular app. Then from the UX perspective and the UI, what you have to do is you have to do other things over here, right? Okay, so we had seen from the low fidelity to medium fidelity, and that design we are converted using this in the using XD in the high fidelity one. So I hope you had liked these things what we did. This was very quick what we start and did the things. There are other many things in material design which are there for iOS and Android which we should learn and come to this industry which is booming right now. Okay. So that's it from my side. If you have any questions to ask, you are ready. Like, okay. I will just move to the session where we were there and we had covered, see all the things which are came in the XD, and this is the things. If you have anything in your mind regarding questions, how the industry works, then what are the scopes for it, right? Especially for the students who are sitting over here and listening. Also, how would other things are working in the app industry and the UX. So you can call on this number. There will be definitely people who will be handling the things for you. Also, we can see all the centers which are there in Mumbai, Pune, and Bangalore and Gujarat, right? So this is all from the Edutainment Institute, what we did for the UX and UI demo. I hope you had liked it. It was a combination of both, like we had used the software plus some of the theoretical things and all. So that's it from my side. So if you have anything to ask or reach, you can just note the numbers and the website address also over here. Raja, everything is to you right now then.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shilpa. That was a beautiful and a brilliant, insightful session that we were all wishing for. So as of now, I don't see any questions that are popping up right away, but we'll make sure we'll send the questions to you right away once this concludes. Thank you so much one more time for having such an amazing, deep, insightful session for us. I was literally enjoying it. I was sitting here having a cup of coffee and making sure I make the most out of it as well. Thank you. All right, everybody out there. So this is where we conclude day 7 at Edutainment. But before I leave you guys out there, we've got so many nuggets today. We've found out about the next generation, how they want to become creators. We had the music industry coming in. We had the future of fashion. We had so many amazing workshops that also took place. And believe you me, you do not want to miss day 8, day 9, and day 10 because it only keeps getting better, right? And my name is Raja Mukherjee. You've been an amazing audience, and make sure you log on to our website and go ahead and see the schedule as well for tomorrow, day after, and after that. I'm going to sign off right now. It was an amazing session to host all of you guys. Peace. My name is Raja. See you guys later.